Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
E.T. Sin E. How you doing?
E.T. Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm,
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
but
Donnie
you know what?
Williams wrote. Yes, go ahead,
Hmm?
sister. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that boonie cover, the hat. I don't know what they call. I call it a boonie cover. I really like that with the
The bandana?
nah.
Oh,
It's
the cover, the protection cover thing.
yeah, it goes all the
Yeah.
way around. That's the one I want to get next too. Yeah.
You. Oh, do you mean that?
It's a hat that I don't know what they call it. It's like a
Oh,
beach
like a
hat.
beanie low,
Ye-
like a hat for winter, like.
or that you would wear if it's sunny, but it goes all the way around.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was added. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that one
Okay.
too. But
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
got it. Proud owner of my own my Out
Kemet shirt.
Forever shirt. Kemet. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your mail.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
Oh, no, no. I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Live
yeah, man.
unboxing, bro. You don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah,
Oh, you got the
I
Kemet
didn't,
shirt as well. Okay.
yeah. I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
black. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film. So um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay, all
All
right.
right.
Hotep Senu Hena Senut, Yitiren Ishakanduku Kemet. I just received my art shirt. That's the white one. I do have the black one as well. Look at this motif on the sleeves. Looking fly. Oh my goodness. Oh my Neferu. Neferbu. Even have it in the back, but it's going to be a bit difficult for me to show you. But you see a little bit of it here. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. And this is the black Ma'at shirt. Look at this, man. That's what's up for real. Oh my Neferu. Neferbu. Hotep Senu. Hena Senut. E.T. Ren E. Shakandugu Kemet. That's the deal. Can't even check the design in the back. Hold on. Hold on now. Oh my goodness, man. All the way in the back. You got it all, man. You got the hat. You got the bandana. You got the shirts. You got the hoodies coming. soon. I mean, you have it all. All right? Okay.
Then Ishak and Gukemet, I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Lord Abba ran from me, plus his letter from Malachi York. Okay, I'm used to the longer intro, but you see I've made it shorter. I'm just trying to log in. I'm going to take you, brothers and sisters, to memory lane. Should strip in here? No problem. So let me log in. Won't be long. I got to log into Vimeo, man. Okay. So now if I hit the link, it should be all right. Sent. Gonna take you back to memory lane. I went through my archives, man. Through my archives. Okay. Now, I want to say as a start, I'm about to play a video that I have uploaded a long time ago. Probably 10 years ago. So the tone and the nicknames that I use, it was then, a decade ago. I'm only playing this to set the record straight. And not only with Lord Abba, you will hear me using some nickname like Fraud Abba, but understand that was 10 years ago. And understand that's because, he labeled me a pig back then. So, I always had some clapback. Also, you're going to hear me with a nickname for Dr. Weston Muhammad. You will hear me say Lila Homie many times. Now, once again, it was 10 years ago, and back then, some of you don't know, but he had published an article addressing me. It was my name in the title. And he was like, yeah, oh, he's still making these silly videos. I'm paraphrasing. But then he literally wrote, I understand because I understand he has a gay Jones for me. Dr. Weston Muhammad wrote that. So I backed at him, and I guess he felt embarrassed. He knew it was a bad look, so he removed the article. So you have to understand, that PhD did write an article because I was refuting his claims, dealing with the scholarship, and the dude wrote that I had a Gay Jones for him. So I said, what the F? You know what I'm saying? So understand, I don't use the term little homie towards him anymore. You know what I'm saying? That was 10 years ago. I just want you to know, why you hear me, with that tone. You understand what I'm saying? So let me see who's in the place to be. B. Bennett's in the place to be. Kwame Mental Hotep is in the place to be. Yes, hit the like button. I appreciate that. Peace to the chat. Also to the folks watching, not in the chat. Yeah, feel free. And for those who wonder the chat today, it's for supporters only. If people want to become a supporter, you have the link to join. Bear with me. $3 from $3 per month, which is $36 per year. It's not an obligation. People don't want to, they don't have to. Damn, I went through my archives, man. It's gonna be memory lane for sure. Okay. Initially, I had planned on playing that video and make some commentary, but the video is a bit long. So what I will do, what's up, Sugar Haze? How you doing? She's in the place to be. What I will do is just play some of the things and show some of the pictures that I have from my archives, and then I will deal with the video. So it saves me, it's gonna be better this way, So let me first share. Oh no, video. So video file. Some stuff I haven't seen or heard in a decade. You know what I'm saying? Oh snap! Oh, I don't like that. I may have to share my whole screen then. I don't know if the sound will work though, because the video files are in a WMV format. For those who remember Windows Media Player, and I could transfer them, but it's going to take a minute, and I don't want to go through all that. Hey, well, the brother Tar in the place to be, who just became a member. Thank you for becoming a supporter. We've been able because some cats got amnesia. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes. And Young Hero is in the place to be as well. What's up, brother? Sugar Haze is chilling. Good. Hold on. I'm glad you're here, Tar, because you've probably seen the title plus his letter from Malachi York. For those who don't know, the brother Tar has been a guest on this channel before. The first time I saw him, he was with Lord Abba on Frankie's couch long time ago. So Lord Abba, when he first came to the community, he was a Nubian, you know. He has changed, everybody has the right to change. Yes, sir. True peace to the chat. Sugar Haze saying welcome to Brother Tar. But I did not know that I had saved Lord, oh yeah. I did not know that I had saved his letter from Malachi York. He published it and probably was on Facebook. See, back then we were all on Facebook, Instagram didn't exist. TikTok didn't exist, you know what I'm saying? So I may as well start with that because I was going to play a video, but since I mentioned this, so hold on, I'm I have to do. I'm gonna select those four. Go like this. Open. Now I'm gonna have to share. Emerald name for real. So I have to make it. No, it's hard to make this one smaller. Now I can make it larger again. Okay. Now doesn't make a difference. So now so I don't think I'm gonna read the whole thing, you know. Oh, Tao wrote, I got a few letters from York. And he wrote, I got that Abba letter as well. So you see, you have at least a brother who's not anonymous and he's not unidentified. And he is confirming that he got that Abba letter as well, you know. So you can see the different symbolism. Like here it says Enki, you have an eye, you have the compass and the square. Here you have the Ankh with the star of David and a crescent and that symbol, which may be Nwapik. It looks like a bike. And at the top, you have the sword. So this is really the symbol of the Nwabians. At the top, I don't know what it is. Now this looks like Arabic. This is the ba, basically the sound or letter B. This I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. This looks like the ayin, but at the bottom it's like the ya. But anyway, I ain't gonna try to sound with this. You know what I'm saying? Uh, this looks like a mix of Arabic with some other symbols that I'm not aware of. I can see the shadda here, but anyway, this looks like the kasra. Now it says, "Well, my son," and you can see "son" S-U-N instead of S-O-N. I guess I can. It's cookie, but letter. Well, my son, it was very good to receive your letter and to learn about your growth. It says you growth, but he obviously meant your growth in the physical world, all you have seen and done. As a God, remember, you give all you have to see this great day, the end of the Canaanites. Dang, Canaanites. The end of the Canaanites' rule, a 6,000-year moon, in parentheses, money, cycle is over as of 9/9/99. So September 9, 1999. AD. The beginning of his end was 6666 AD. So it was June 6, 1966. Or is it the year 66? I don't know. Probably 1966, but I don't know. On to May 5, 2000. The star alignment stellar power on to the opening of the vortex, August 12, 2003 AD, and the sighting of the star and crescent together, a symbol of the devils and the evils. Evil equal life, or probably leave. Oh, okay. So basically, the letter that spells evil, he used them to make a leave. Reminds me of one of his video where he basically, said that Catholic is like, in ancient Egypt you have the holy cat. So holy cat, he switched it Catholic, just like he did, like hey, you see, you have God, you put it backwards, it's dog. See, your brothers and sisters, you haven't seen the era of the linguistic gymnastic and linguistic acrobatics, Tao wrote, I can help break that letter down. Oh, thank you. But I'm just going through it because I've shared the live stream and it takes a little while for people to get the notification. So I'm like, okay, so people can come in and stuff like that. But I appreciate that, because I don't really want to go into the symbolism and all that. You know what I'm saying? But just want to, see he shared that publicly. I didn't hack his computer or whatever. And I don't have no beef with the brother. You see, it's just to set the record straight, because when we had a talk last time, he was putting doubt, questioning, what I said. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna deal with that. Plus, since he said that, he never flagged the video, so I guess he's not gonna flag that one. No. Islamic symbol as well. You see the thing with now that I said it about the flagging. First, when I started my website, I was using the email address from my website. See, so I had kmt at alphastudy.com. I may have used some other address, but you have the forwarders. So if I put info at alphastudy.com, but I put any kind of thing, I could have the forwarder or have different address, but then I moved to the MSN address. You know what I'm saying? So because I stopped using my website address, I've deleted all the messages to save space, because indeed, when you get a copyright strike, when you get a video removed, YouTube send you a message. So I don't have that email anymore, because I stopped using uh, my website email. I thought I may have had a screen print somewhere. Actually, I almost forgot, but I had two hard drives, and one of them is quite old. It's a few years old, and sometimes I plug it to the PC and it's just not opening. It's not opening, and sometimes it does. So I tried the older one. I couldn't go into it, but the most recent one, um, I was able to access, and I came across so many videos that you will really see. You will see the old school design of YouTube 10 years ago. But I'm going to show you. So where was I? The Islamic symbol, as well as the cross and the Jewish star, Ugan David, is all symbols of the moon goddess Allat. So yes, here this is proper Arabic, Allat, and her. You know what? I'm tired already, man. He's put some Hebrew that this looks like the ah, this looks like the lamb, and I don't know if this is the H here. I've studied well here. He put Eloha, Eloha. So it is the H indeed. I studied with the Hebrew, but of course I'm not fluent in Hebrew. But anyway, okay, that's the first page. That's the second page. See, he wrote, "I mastered the school of El under Enlil, the younger brother of Enki." We have our 1 name, 2 land, 3 language, 4 creator supreme, 5 power, 9 ether, 6 home Africa, 7 incarnation as God's self. So, you can make your screen print if you want and read it. It's the third page. And that's the last page. All right. And power, all wise, right, exact, truth is truth. My number is 9, 135 years, 135 equals 9. The 135 years, I think that's the prison sentence. It's all a big master plan to show our people who their real and true teacher is. Well, my son, I have to begin for now. I have many letters to write to the master of the universe. I know you understand me and my job by now. Give my love to your family until I see or hear from you. And then you have different scripts here. Okay, that's the first thing here. Daniel Williams is in the place to be. And Tar is saying, "I'm getting my old hard drive fixed now." Lol, And back then, man, I used to save so much. I had so many screen prints. The thing though, I had so many videos, man. I kept the squad's videos when they were going at me and my responses. I kept them for more than 10 years, man. And before Onk started tripping again, becoming xenophobic. Not long before, I ended up deleting the videos from my hard drive. I was like, man, I kept it for 10 years. The dude, the dude didn't teach those xenophobic stuff again. So I'm like, okay, let me delete it. Life can be ironic, man. You know, but it's okay. It's okay. So at the end of the day, I would have played and was, oh, that was 10 years ago. So I am going to share my screen, and we will see if the sound is working. Now I'm just going to check to see if the sound is working. All right. So, one moment. Now I'm just going to check to see if the sound is not working. Well, I'm gonna have to convert those videos. It shouldn't be too long. I wish I could do several at the same time though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dang. Things you gotta do, man. I don't even know if MP3 existed at that time. MP4, sorry. MV2. So let me do a drag and drop here. Convert to MP4. Convert. It's not gonna ask me to register something. Some website they are real slick, and you wanna convert um like a Word document into PDF. They let you do it. There it is. Now they're asking me to pay. Some are free. It's okay. So you know what? Let me play something. Oh, Tar is asking when you're doing the video on what we spoke today. Maybe tomorrow, but in the next few days, Uh, But yeah, it's gonna be a long one, you know what I'm saying? But just to let people know. Just to let people know. And indeed, V Bennett saying nope, MP4 did not exist then, you know. Sometimes it's the position pins on the hard drive that need to be repositioned. I can recommend a converter cable for old hard drives. And now, hold on. Another website that's going to do the conversion. You know what? I'm going to play something in the meantime, so I can do the conversion. So I'm playing a little something, you know, to get the conversion ready, and then, you know, we can get into it. All right.
So I be scamming and shit like that, but we seen his arrest record, so we know he ain't no pedophile, at least. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I beg to differ because I was there.
Hold on. Hold on. Are you gonna tell us that Sinetta's a pedophile, nigga?
Actual facts. Let me tell you something, yo. And it all came out with this polite shit. And like I said, I'm watching how they going at you. And I'm like, yo, tell the truth to shame the devil, man. That's the bottom line. And years ago, I'm just looking at that Tasha K arrest record. I'm looking at that arrest record and I'm looking at the dates. And as I look at the dates, I said, wait a minute. This is during the time when Frankie was going out with a 15, 16-year-old girl when he was in his 30s. Let me say that again. And I'm from Harlem.
Chill, bro. Chill.
I send you my number, yo.
Chill. You can't call in.
You could call me up and we could go on the phone. We could do a FaceTime. We could do all that.
Bro, you can't call in. You can't. It's the climate in the community is too crazy to throw a smear campaign on a nigga like that.
Smear campaign. I got the girl name and everything. I know where the girl is at. She'll confirm it herself.
Whoa.
So this is Harlem. So you want to know why he protecting Polite? Because he defends what Polite do.
Hold on. So you saying that you know that Sinetta was 30 years old with a 15-year-old girl he was having sex with?
33.
I don't know, family. What's the girl name then? Where's she from? Like, how do we know this is real?
Again, every man got to defend himself. So he getting at you, he throwing smear campaigns. This is on him. And like I said, I'll leave you my contact information if you ever want to get back at me. And when he get on the line with me, he know what it is. The girl name was Nikki. Ask him about Nikki from 150th Street. And what was he doing with Nikki?
Ask me no fucking questions about no fucking Nikki. Who is Nikki? You tell me. And if I knew it and then I tell you who she was, you wouldn't fucking know her.
Ask him that question. That's the question that needs to be asked. So that nigga's phone. And I used to see how we used to say all that shit on 125th Street. That was nothing but divide and conquer. All you did was put us against each other for 20 years. That's why we don't got shit. When you driving around in Mercedes Benzes and all that shit through Harlem, we is divided and conquered. For 20 years, we battling each other all day, every day, all year, every year, for 20 years. But again, you want to see what's in the dark comes to the light. With this shit with Polite now, the gloves are off. Because we grown-ass men right now. We can't defend this in our community anymore. You gotta tell the truth to shame the devil. So I'm gonna leave you my contact information because I know people calling you.
What the fuck? No, ain't nobody else calling in. Niggas is in shock. You just fucked up my whole show. What?
Yo, it's the truth.
What the fuck?
It's the truth. Quran, 150th. You know who I be.
Quran from 150th? 150th and what?
St. Nicholas.
Quran from 150th and St. Nicholas. And and Nikki is from 150th and St. Nicholas too, or no?
All the same block.
Wow.
We all lived in the same building.
Okay. Oh, so you lived in the building. So hold on. So let me, you know what? I don't even want to make jokes because it's so serious. But I was going to say, you sound like somebody who was trying to hit it and mad because one of the older niggas was hitting it. Because that's how it usually be. It be grown-ass, old-ass pervert niggas messing with the young niggas' girls.
Of course. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. The girl always used to say she had an older boyfriend. She had an older boyfriend. And the kid's like, yo, who? He used to sneak that girl in and out of his house, yo. When she was 15, 16, 17. I think he missed her for a year because he had one away to jail. Look at that arrest record. I'm talking about like 96, 97, somewhere in that area. I got to look at that record again. But he was in jail, and when he came home, he got right back to her. And she was like 17 at the time.
I said, have you recently addressed the latest rumors we heard?
Yeah, we did earlier.
Nepal, let me deal with that. What are you talking about?
Recently, we heard some crazy things from Ingy's page.
So you agree that they were just rumors, right? And not facts?
I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. Was he dropping facts?
We didn't see any.
Hold on, sister. Let me answer you.
So I can't say that it's a fact.
Thank you. So I ain't got to address it, sister. Thank you. It's just comical stuff.
Huh?
It's just comical stuff, sister. I ain't got to address it. If it's not facts, if it's not coming with proof, but I'm surprised you ain't asked me about Solomon. He's in your neighborhood. He's out there with you, and we
talked about him before. We gonna expose the pedophiles. You know,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that you heard. So I was interested to know if you had anything to say.
No, that's just
because it's just crazy that people are shooting
people
out.
People are playing games with this.
Pedophiles.
Yeah, people playing games with it.
With no proof.
Yeah, and that's sad. That's what you should have asked him. Like, dude, where's your proof at? Can you show me something? You know, I need the take back.
Yeah, all he said was a little girl named Nikki, and that was about it.
And he can't show no proof, so you know I ain't got to address none of that.
Right.
I ain't gonna waste no time to make him think he got me scrambling. No, he ain't got me scrambling. For me to address that makes that nigga so proud and happy. He's watching right now, laughing. And for me to be up in here explaining that shit, he'd be Googling and laughing behind the screen.
Allegedly, then we leave that there, so that's done. But apparently the story is he started having sex with the girl when she was 15 years old. And what the brother was saying, I corroborated in questioning him after the show, because if you remember back, he said when Tasha K dropped his record, it triggered his memory. So Sonetta had went away to jail for a year, and this girl had stayed with him the whole time. Like while she was 16 years old, she didn't have no boyfriend because her quote unquote boyfriend was in jail, which was Sonetta. And then when Sonetta came home, he did a year. When he came home, they got right back together. So he was with this girl from the time that she was 15 to the time that she was 18 years old. And he was in his 30s. Her first name is Chanel. Her middle name is Nikki. I should have got the last name. But it's people that's available for conversation that want to deal with the subject matter. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure her name will eventually come out. But the girl's family all know Sonetta, and apparently Sonetta's family, I think, is supposed to be familiar with the girl from the conversation I was having with the brother. Like, this wasn't a fly-by-night relationship. This was his girlfriend. You see what I'm saying? Like, this was his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had a relationship for years. People that grew up in that neighborhood still remembers that when he was deep into his 30s, he was still chasing 14 and 15-year-old girls, and they remember his relationship with Nikki. So he shouldn't be discussing Solomon, Polite, or anybody, honestly. He should just be talking about his relationship with Nikki from 15 to 18 while he was in his 30s.
You don't know when niggas playing you? Niggas coming up with old shit now trying to see if they could try to get you?
Yeah, tell me what y'all think. Let me find the timestamp.
Stupid questions like that. Tell a nigga to show and prove. Other than that, y'all don't come at me with that stupid shit. You don't know when niggas playing you. Niggas coming up with old shit now, trying to see if they can try to get you.
Did that sound like a confession right there? Hey, did anybody feel like that was a confession? Hold on. Listen to this. Listen to what I'm saying. He tell a person just
boy, exactly.
Bro, listen. I don't even know who's over there watching that shit. But actually, you know what? That's a lie. I do. What's happening right now is there's a line in the sand, and the pedophiles and the pro-pedophiles. Remember when I said this is revealing who's pedophile and who's pro-pedophile? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these people have shit that they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people have shit that they've been doing, shit that they interested in. A lot of these niggas go on to vacations in Dominican Republic and Brazil and all these other places and be doing a lot of shit that if they was here in the States, them niggas would get killed for. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas going on vacation doing other goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? And niggas coming around thinking that because they got a little few dollars that they could get away with doing certain shit, that makes them somebody. It don't. See, I still come from a world where money don't determine who you are. It don't. Because you got a little control of a platform and niggas looking at you and you can put niggas in position like, bro, that shit don't mean nothing if you a slime ball. Period. So you over there having sex with little girls. Remember, I was saying that we needed to boycott Sarnetta Page until he took polite videos down. At this point, I'm saying that we need to just boycott that page. Everybody needs to unsubscribe. The nigga's a pedophile. What are you doing now? And if he's not, let him break it down. Let him explain his relationship with Nikki, because he cannot deny his relationship with Nikki. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That is a real thing that happened. That would be the same as Polite trying to deny Aminette. Polite can't deny he with Aminette no more than Sarnetta could deny that he was with Nikki for years. So let him explain that. Let him explain what he's doing with Nikki. He's 33, she's 15. And let me show you something. So you really know that this is a problem. He stayed in a relationship with her. He went to prison for a year and stayed in a relationship with her while he was in prison. And when he came home, he came right back to her. So that means that he thinks that that's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, say for instance, we want to say the girl had a really big body and she looked grown and he was out somewhere drunk and they hooked up for a one night stand and he didn't know. Okay, that's a situation. That could be argued back and forth. I'm not saying yay, nay, or whatever. But you were with this girl since she's in junior high school, my nigga. To the time she's in high school. Guess who's going to jail tonight? What? Bro, stop doing videos on everything else and talk about you and Nikki over there, bro. Talk about you and Nikki. And be careful, because niggas in Harlem is now paying attention. So it's niggas that know about other things that's hitting me, sending me text messages and all that. And I'm ignoring a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what I would like you to do is go out on a high note. This is a real message from me to you, Saab. You watching this video. Go out on a high note with some dignity, bro. Don't keep dragging this thing out where you keep losing dignity in front of us, bro. It's hurting me. I don't know. A lot of these people that's watching, they don't really give a fuck about none of the people involved. It's hurting me to keep finding out more of these things that's making who you are in my mind diminish less and less and less into below nothingness. And it's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way, bro. And if you would have just stopped this shit, if you would have just stopped this polite shit so long ago, man, you could have saved this community so much fucking heartache, bro. And you still going, my nigga. You still pointing out other niggas instead of dealing with your man polite. Now, let's look how fucking goofy this nigga Saw look. All this research work, right? He doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to the entire community that he's capable of fully pulling up all the information on Brother Polite. But you're not doing anything but pulling up information on other people. Okay, so now we pass Brother Polite, bro. Now we're on Brother Sinetta.
Okay, good timing. I have finished converting the videos, so we can go through it. Check the sound. Okay, looks fine. In the meantime, let me check the comments. V. Bennett wrote, a lot of these dudes been going after minors, so they don't feel right speaking up when they see that behavior today. Music industry like that also, sadly. David wrote, I did. I don't know what he means when he said I did. Peace to the gods. What did Enki say? He was in DR having sex with little girls. Oh, well, feel free to ask him. You know, he did not say any names, I think, when he mentions the DR, but he said, you know, some people go to places, you know, overseas and they do stuff that, you know, if it was right here, you know, blah, blah, blah. If you want you to get yourself a mug, well, remember, this is the place to be. Same for the hat, same for the bandana, for the shirts. So now, let's go and share the vids. You know what? Let me put them here. So she was stuck.
Greetings, this is Shakan Kemet. Today is August 16, 2012. I'm dealing with Lord Abba, who is of pure stock. I want to give an advice to the people who want to share the information. It is very important to be meticulous. Some people might want to label you as picky, but I'm going to show you an example why it's so important. Before I give you that example dealing with little homie, fraud, bye. I've seen people quoting hadith and putting Quran so and so, putting the digits, putting the numbers. That's wrong. That's a mistake. Okay? You're losing credibility when you're doing that. If it's the hadith, put hadith and put which collection it is. If it's Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, and so on. Vice versa. I've seen people doing that mistake many times. It is a bad look. If you claim to represent whatever it is, Afrocentricity, anything at all, if you do something like that, then you make it look bad for everybody.
You know, I hope that we can hear him tell Sarah Susan Seti, "Oh, I'm from pure stock." You know. Let me move forward. Hold on, I'm gonna listen. So otherwise, there's no point. You know. I had the video somewhere. I may still have it. Hold on. Pure stock. Listen on my end. Yeah, it's about 4 minutes. Let me move forward. About 4 minutes.
Meticulous as possible. Years. You understand what I'm saying? Arguing with the black, okay, believe in that. In 550, back to BX Lunar, wrote, quote, and
but he don't.
he said that he was of pure stock, period.
Ramsey don't look like me. He may look like you because of your mixture, but he don't look like me. I come from pure stock.
Hold on for a minute,
pure stock.
Lord Abba. Okay? Let me tell you something. Straight up, my nigga. Straight up. Keep your shit.
I ain't your nigga.
Keep your shit
I'm
to
a
the
more.
text.
I'm
gonna fuck with you and keep your shit to the text. These little personal shots you wanna shoot, nigga, keep the shit to the text. Alright?
Because Lord Abba.
So you heard it? Did you hear it, brothers and sisters? That was during one of those radio shows on Blog Talk Radio. And Lord Abba straight up, you know. Let's hear it again. Well, let me check that you could hear it. Yeah, the sound works.
He is not inaccurate in his quote.
Look like me.
He was of pure stock, period.
Ramsey don't look like me. He may look like you because of your mixture, but he don't look like me. I come from pure stock.
Because of your mixture, I come from pure stock. Now, you remember a few times I told you that even Onk played that, played that game. Yeah, V. Bennett wrote. I heard it. Thank you. They even said, don't show me your right hand. So guess what I found in my archives. So, a lot of times you look for one thing in your archives, you come across some other stuff. You may not even find the thing you were looking for, but you find other stuff that may be as interesting, if not more interesting. So, hold on. It's funny thing in the background, you hear a brother saying, "Oh, now you're playing that card." But anyway, let me play it without further ado. Video 5.
Don't show me your little white hands. I want to see your face. Man up. That's what I'm saying. Man up. What you hiding from? I'm going to play that card. What you hiding from? Here's my point. Why are you hiding? Why is he hiding, bro? My face is there. His face is there. And what's the hiding? Go seek for? Did you work for the government? What are you hiding for? How you know he likes it if he hiding? I just want everybody to know I don't shout out people too much, right? So when I shout out a person, is
I remember that. You see, just for the record, first he was acting like he never seen me, and my profile picture used to be my face. You know what I'm saying? But here you're gonna hear the shout out that he made to me prior. And I like that. People diss you, but then you have them on record. You know what I'm saying? Shouting you out.
Very important not to say yeah, big up them. It's important to support them financially and to support them by looking at their damn videos and study. Don't believe shit he say. Go study information. It's some of the tightest information I know of, and I'm letting y'all know that right now. Go join that brother's site, and you will get the information that you need. It's plain and simple. He take you to the museums. What museum was you at? What was that, last week or 2 weeks ago? The Louvre? What you call it? The Louvre? What's it called, brother? Yeah, and so y'all make sure y'all check that video out. And if you remember in the book, in The Destruction of Black Civilization, the first place the chancellor tell you to go to, he don't tell you to go to Africa. He say go to the European Museum you know what I'm saying, overseas and start your studies right there. That's what he say go first. All right? And so Shaka, he makes excellent films, excellent presentations on who he was.
I want to clarify something, Ankh, if I may, because I mean it was my voice that was being used on one of those clips, and I stand behind everything that I say, and I can show and prove, and we can get it on right here and right now. I really don't care. But the bottom line is this: what our brother Shaka Indu Kemet has done is, he's done more for not just the people that are in his community, but he's done more for people over here in America than many of us in America have done over on the area that he dwells at. So, that has to be taken into account. He is a scholar.
That nigga France.
That nigga he France. Gets it in. Exactly. So he gets it in, putting in scholarship, going firsthand, getting documentation, and spreading the information by using the multimedia network. That's what he does.
You've been studying for 30 years, yo, and you still trying to act like it's some truth in the Bible, yo?
Watch this. Listen to me closely. Do you know that the Bible, right, is based off of a true story?
You've been studying for 30 years, yo, and you still trying to act like it's...
I don't know if it was on Smash Rockwell show, and I said to him, man, you remember, man, you said like the Bible is based on a true story, you know what I'm saying? And I think he may have said that, the Bible is our story, something like that. And Uncle said, man, if I said that, then I lost my mind, And Smash said, well, hey, if he said you said that, you probably say it, man. But it's just funny, man.
Some truth in the Bible, yo?
Watch this. Listen to me closely. Do you know that the Bible, right, is based off of a true story?
You've been studying for 30 years, yo, and you still trying to act like it's some truth in the Bible, yo?
Watch this. Listen to me closely. Do you know that the Bible, right, is based off of a true story?
Greetings. My name is Shaka Ndugu Kemet. What you've heard is what happens when people buck dance and fence ride so much that they don't know which way to go. If I told you that, you surely would not have believed me. So you had to hear it from the horse's mouth. I don't argue, I state facts.
Damn, I was cold 10 years ago, man. Now, the person who was giving me props said he's a scholar. He's done more for our people here. And you hear Uncle say, and he's in France. It wasn't a problem me being in France. Now, you know what's funny? The other dude, the more 5%er from the Army squad, when asking the question about his passport's nationality field, and all of a sudden I became an enemy. Then he started dissing me. Then he started flagging my accounts, he and his homies. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's like that, just because you have a difference of opinion, or you just show that some people are inaccurate, then all of a sudden they hate you. If they didn't hate you before on the low. So for those who wonder what it is all about, it's only 1 minute. Sorry, yes, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Okay. So those lessons.
What is your nationality, brother Ish?
I'm a Moor, brother. I'm a Moor. I'm also Muskogee Creek.
Do you have a passport?
Yes.
What is written in the nationality field in your passport?
Oh, I'm a U.S. citizen.
But what is written in the nationality field of your passport?
My census is a Moor.
You're telling me it says Moor in your passport in the nationality field?
Yeah, I'm a Moor.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, in your passport, there's a nationality field. What is written in that field?
I'm a Moor, brother.
Yes, brother Ishmael, you know very well that's not the question I'm asking you. In your passport, because you said you have a passport, there's a nationality field. Now, what is written in the nationality field?
Moor.
You're telling me that Moor is written in the nationality field of your passport?
Absolutely, brother.
Can you show and prove that?
If I have to, absolutely, brother.
Now, See, now you done messed up now. Amazingly, I even forgot that there's a video of Polite talking about light-skinned people too. You know what I'm saying? So let's find out. Video 5.
Interested for all these kill the white man organizations, none of them mandate that you take a DNA test? Ain't it interesting? For what? Because if you want to kill the white man and 30 or 40% of you is white, you're going to have to start that fight within yourself.
That's right.
So how come supremacy groups don't mandate that you take a DNA test? Their number one answer, the white man. The white man's a coping mechanism and a scapegoat for not answering every question every time. Every time you got to do something intelligent, the reason why you're not doing it is because the white man. If you are 50% white, 30% white, before you kill the cracker on the outside, which you ain't gonna do anyway, you should think about killing the cracker within you. And judge by my brother's complexion. We don't go to the next one. Come on, Taudi, I love you. I love you, Taudi. Don't do that. It's not an attack on light skin. No, it ain't. Listen to me. Listen to me carefully. Nah. Y'all cutting into my time. Y'all let me talk. Go ahead. Let me talk. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. Too much emotion. Listen. What you gotta understand is when we say to kill people because of their complexion, when we say kill people because they're European, and you got European in your blood, I ask a simple question. If you're gonna tell me that we should kill or we should fight people because they're European, my question is this: if you have part European in you, what do we do about that situation? That is the question. Does that make sense to y'all out there?
Yes. Yes.
So now we're gonna go into the hippocampus area of the brain.
You heard it. Now, David wrote this live footage when Polite finished Smash Rock. What is it? It was finished by Smash. Smash was finished by Polite. Can you tell us more about this? Never heard of that. Now, what else do we have? Here we have Lord Abba himself, who said, that there was less than 10 people that showed up at his lecture, But that's way back, though. That's like a decade ago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that is over a decade ago. Video 5.
This is Shakandugu Kemet. Today is August the 1st, 2012, and I think it's a good habit that I took of giving the dates, because you have noticed that my account AfroStyly with 3 Ys at the end has been terminated thanks to the little homies flagging my videos. And I can tell you that one of Lord Abba's video was flagged. It is the one entitled Lord Abba Anti-Afrocentricity like Dr. Baghdad. And once again, for those who don't know, you always have to break it down. Dr. Baghdad is the nickname for a PhD holding, Islamic study PhD holding coward. You know the dude who said, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw Ma'at in the trash can, throw Amrad Islamic and got away. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why the title is as such, Lord Abba Anti-Afrocentricity like Dr. Baghdad, is because you will see in this video that Lord Abba said about to drag Afrocentricity through the mud like Dr. Baghdad is doing. You understand what I'm saying? And you see, little homie Lord Abba, he has a video about me, and everybody have the right to do what they want. But the funny thing is very interesting. We're talking about manhood and character. This little homie, see, I replied to the people, especially an accusation was made that I was being disingenuous or lying to the people. But if you see the video, you will understand, because I will give you the link to the video. But when you respond, then this little homie is going on the flagging campaign. There's another Asiatic black man also whose video was flagged, because I can tell it's them. I'm not there but it's such a coincidence. It's about scientific, and you have noticed that I have re-uploaded the video, and he might try to flag it again. It's so good I can upload it elsewhere. Re-uploading is just not a problem for me. So, you want to play that game, you go ahead, little homies. Because this dude, you remember, for those who don't know, probably you haven't noticed, but he said all your Afrocentric N-words, F you. And for the record, he's also the weed smoking god, you know. But basically, he made 3 videos about me, and he removed the 3 videos. But then they want to go and flag videos. You understand what I'm saying? That's the Asiatic way. It just actually talking about weed smoking god is just reminding me of the other weed smoking god, Lord Kasim, who had flagged my video, Lord Kasim Falsehood, that I had to re-upload somewhere else. So today I'm going to let you hear from the horse's mouth that Lord Abba, when he had his lecture in Harlem, New York, there was less than 10 people that showed up. And you see, I'm being nice. I'm always a nice brother. Some people think that, you know, I'm going too hard, but I'm very kind. Because if I was to be hard, you know, I could just say a thing or two about many people, and I think they'd be quiet for a couple of years. But I'm only going to say this. I'm going to let you hear it from the horse's mouth. I'm being nice when I say less than 10 people. Hear it from yourself.
Look, I want to give the brother Shanetta a shout out. You know what I'm saying? You know, first of all, for shouting me out, because, you know, when Sal say your name in the conscious community, you know what I'm saying, that's like Hov putting your name on the song, you feel me? So, you know, I did a lecture last year in Harlem. You know, I ain't gonna lie, like 7, 8 people showed up. You know, I did a lecture last year in Harlem. You know, I ain't gonna lie, like 7, 8 people showed up. You know, I ain't gonna lie, like 7, 8 people showed up.
7, 8 people showed up. Hey, you know, it is what it is, man. Now, here I'm gonna show you Lord Abba, who wrote that he's praying Allah, that he prays to Allah that he can debate me. Now, David is giving us some insight. Now, he's saying that Smash was saying Polite was supposed to split some money from an event, but when it came time to pay, Polite did him with the old 2 for you, 1.2 for me. Or he might have said that in that recent video that he did. I wonder why he waited for Polite to have trouble with the law to talk about that. But Garfield is a known scammer, and Smash is capping for Garfield. So I guess when other people get scammed, it's okay. But if he personally gets scammed, then now it's not okay. Just like Sanetta was okay with Polite scamming. But when Sanetta was scammed by Polite, and then he wasn't happy, and then he talked about his 14-year-old niece through marriage, or his wife's niece through marriage. You know what I'm saying? That ran off with Polite. But hey, it is what it is, man. G. Bennett wrote, I think some of these dudes are used to scamming their own people. That when it doesn't work, they are surprised themselves and offended, lol. Donnie Williams wrote, he sounds stupid. Well, I wouldn't say that, man. You know, I wouldn't say that. So, which one I was about to play? I was about to play. Oh yeah. Him. I was about to play him.
I am shocked.
You know what? It's not going to be an audio. You have the screen capture from Facebook. You see? And you have some timeline. April 12, 2013, he claimed that he will prove the word more in a meta lecture and that he will put Rikedi Amen to shame. The next day, he said that he's been working on it for the last 2 hours. Then, a few days later, April 17, 2013, he published an unrelated article on his blog. Then, April 22, 2013, he published another unrelated article on his blog. So 10 days after he was supposed to publish a video proving the word more in meta-nature, nothing but a sleek YouTube comment. That's the true definition of a wannabe scholar. So here you can see his screen capture at the bottom, Lord Abba L. This brother, he's talking about me, yours truly. This brother has never proven that, I'm sorry, that Prophet Noble Drew Ali was a Rosicrucian. And we used to speak often. And when I asked him to show and prove, he never showed and proved such. Now, I don't recall me claiming that Drew Ali was a Rosicrucian. Maybe I asked him the question, but if I did state that, then anybody can put that up. Then he wrote, Afro style is a joke. I pray Allah he comes to the States and do a real debate. All right. Now, David wrote, yes, Sanada is a weak. He let Polite steal his niece from the family. He said his wife's sister I don't understand Dot. Like that's not his niece. So now I'm gonna play him a video that says that he was lying about the word more in Mednature.
About an hour and 38 minutes worth of information that I put out to the world and asked the world to rebut it. And it just goes to show that the most ancient name that we've ever had or have been known by was in fact more. Just not in the vernacular that we speak today. The Babylonians said Maruk. The Egyptians said Tamarau. The Hindus said Maru. The Greeks said Merops. All of these were our people, and that root of that word, that M-E-R, that M-I-R, that M-A-R, it always stuck with us. So my information is out there for the world to see. I put the challenge, I'm an old New York City battle rapper, so I put the challenge to the world for anybody to step up, and so far no one has.
So where was the Moors during the time of the Kemites, of the ancient Kemetic?
See, that's the thing, right? Look,
where were they?
Look, when you start doing research deeper, right? Somebody, matter of fact, Sanetta asked me, can I find the word Moor in ancient Egypt, right? So when we look at Wallace Budge's Egyptian dictionary, you know, his first one, this comes from his first one, and this comes from his second one. Now, I don't claim to be an Egyptologist or somebody that can break down the metal netter, but I understand the basics of how the metal netter work. And we know that Ta simply means land of, right? And we see that on both instances, that Ta simply means land of, and that the A or the AU at the end right here simply denotes plurality, meaning these people, and which leaves us with the MER. And what this Bud says, people of the land of the Nile flood, i.e. the Egyptians. So this is essentially saying that the Egyptians recognize themselves as Moors. And I would love just anybody to step up and refute the claims, not only Egypt, but we have the same thing with the Hindus. We have the same thing among the ancient Babylonians.
Let me ask you this question. What does the word Timeri mean? I know Ta means land. What does the word Timeri mean?
Right. Timeri means beloved land, the beloved land. Mary means love or in this case as an adjective, for land, the beloved land. And so that was a term of endearment for Kemet. It was one of the names for the country, the term of endearment, the beloved land, Tameri.
Okay. And now, I know you've probably heard this, but I've heard the theory that the word more comes from Tom Mary or something like that. Are you familiar with that? Is there any truth to that? Because when I talk to Booker T. Coleman, I talk to Runoko Rashidi or Dr. Jose Pimenta Bay, and they look at the etymology of the word more. It comes from Mari and Moros, coming from Greek and Latin. So is there any correlation, anything like that, between more and Tamuri or Tameri?
Not to my knowledge. I would not say that. I would not say that there's any correspondence there. No.
Okay, because I haven't seen any the scholars I talked to that I haven't
No.
heard that they said.
More, see the word mayor. Well, and I'm just taking the word mayor right now, as in Tamari. That word means love or like, and actually Dr. Shekanta Diop did a whole treatise on that word. But it's a word with that kind of meaning. That's it. And Tamari means beloved land. So from love, from like, from the word mayor, and that is just not related to more at all. And I've read I've read a lot of discussions on it myself.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff out there, but I'm like, where's the evidence? Show me the etymology.
I've read a lot of discussions on it myself.
Right, I know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff out there, but I'm like, where's the evidence? Show me the etymological derivation of it. Okay, so,
See that video? YouTube, Egypt Decoded. That's my previous account. You know? And before I had history, not mystery. But in one word. And before I had Afro Styly with the I at the beginning, like iPhone. Before I had Afro Styly with 3 Y's at the end, and Afro Styly with 2 Y's at the end. And before that, it was Afro Styly, just spelled like my website, with only 1 Y at the end, man. You know, had to start from scratch over and over again. So, just like Ali Muhammad, Lord Abba, was once claiming that the word Moor derives from the Middle Nature, from the hieroglyphic, from the ancient Egyptian language, man. You know, see some of you, and you see where was he? Scamchetta's house. You see the fez on his head. The first time he got on, he was in Wabian. Then obviously he was a Moor, you know. But hey, you have the right to change. But that information was wrong, you know. Now hold on. Donald Williams is insisting on his sentiment. Remove. David wrote, since he want to bring up Jay-Z about just because they wear kufi, it don't mean that they're right. Jay-Z wore the kufi? Donald Williams wrote, is he the one who started the mayor equals more? I don't know, but he was also using another word from the Middle Nature, you know. Shadomi or something like that. And he was claiming that's the origin of the term salam or shalom. You know what I'm saying? But if I remember correctly, that word in Middle Nature means, like begging for mercy or something like that. Mercy or something. Some form of submission, you know. Nah, you had no bars. I missed that part, you know, that he said that he used to be a battle rapper, but you know, nothing wrong with that, you know. Essentially, you're inferring something that it doesn't mean your translation is bad, Abba. But mind you, brothers and sisters, that was 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago. It's not something that he said recently. Dr. Ricchetti killed the noise. You could see in his eyes he was professing before the world lies. Hiding in plain sight with the camera and mic. And now, that's him who said that he's going to shame Ricchetti. Amen. No, video file.
Greetings. I am Shaka Ndugu Kemet, Lord Abba claims that he's going to put Dr. Rekati Amen to shame. I have the evidence right there. Let me read it for you. Top left. Quote, when I drop this next video on the Moors and how the Mer in the Egyptian Tamera is in fact the same as the word Moor that we have today, it's over. After this, it will be no more discussion about whether Moor can be found in ancient Egypt. It will be a matter of yes, it can be found. Your Egyptologist PhD, who has the 25-year background, is about to be shamed by a brother who has absolutely no collegiate degrees and grew up in a NYC housing project. Facts that. End quote. You can see this was posted on Friday. As I speak, it is Sunday, the 14th of April 2013. This is very interesting for future generation. Here you have somebody known for being very humoristic, claiming that he's going to put a PhD to shame. Not only a PhD, but somebody that has been teaching, studying even longer, but teaching the language for 25 years. Okay? Now, that was the main premise of this video. I'm going to quote another thing just for the record. Quote from our little homie Fraud Bye Bye. You see, this is how we learn and this is how we grow. The fake French scholar says that I lied about the word Moor being in the Medunetta and got someone who claims to be a PhD in Egyptological studies who merely says when asked about the word Moor relating to the Egyptian word Tameri, she says, not to my knowledge. I would not say that, which means she really does not know or would have flat out said no. Stay tuned for my response.
See the thing, and it's funny because I told you the date when I made the video. Right? That was 2013. That was 10 years ago. And I said, it's interesting for future generation. And here we are 10 years later, a decade later. See, he doesn't understand, PhDs, they don't talk like us most of the time. They can make it plain. But when she said, I wouldn't say that, it's a kind way of us saying that's pseudo. When people say, I wouldn't do that if I was you, it's a nice way of saying, F around and find out. It's okay, let's continue.
Now, my observation, that's the end of the quote, obviously. He says, fake scholar, remember that he publicly said that he would travel all the way to France to debate me. So how ridiculous does it sound, saying that I'm a fake scholar when he is willing to travel all the way to France to debate me? Second,
I even forgot that he said that. Oh my goodness.
Second thing, he said he wrote someone who claims to be a PhD. So that's like insinuating that Rekati Amen does not have a PhD. Okay? And then lastly, talking about she said not to my knowledge and I will not say that. What he is omitting, what he is not telling you is that she said it is not related to Moor at all. Okay, that's what she said. Alright? Now going to the top right corner. Our little homie Fraud Bye Bye wrote, You cannot say that Mer in Tamera is not related to the word Moor based off of someone's guesswork and assumptions who refuse to even walk through the linguistic traces of the word. And the brother asking the question said that the word Moor comes from Greek moros or mavros, which is wrong. Once again, he's talking about, the PhD is just doing some guesswork. That's very interesting. But the most important thing there, and Fraud Bye Bye, little homie, first of all, keep on putting comments on my video, okay? I just got that off Facebook, but usually I don't dwell on Facebook. So keep doing the same thing you've been doing, alright? I'm challenging you, Lord Abba, to type on a comment that Booker T. Coleman is wrong, because Booker T. Coleman has said that Moor means black, and that will be the only link I will leave in the description box. And I know that you know this link, but the listening audience might not be aware of that. I challenge you, Lord Abba, to type that Runoko Rashidi is wrong, because Runoko Rashidi said that more means scorched. So I just challenge you to say that they were wrong, because apparently everybody is wrong when you have a claim that you have yet to substantiate. But I'm going to be brief actually. The other two thing, right? I'm going to read the last two quotes from the bottom. Now he wrote, I got to say this, they're going to learn today. I have been putting the framework together for the past 2 hours. I usually take breaks when I'm about to do my project and settle myself, not this time. So this was yesterday, okay? And he already spent 2 hours putting the framework, and he claims that he usually takes breaks, but he doesn't. So if he comes with a half-behinded, try to be polite, half-behinded response, he will not be able to say that he did it quickly or whatever. And then finally he wrote, this is going to be on video on YouTube, a scholastic thesis like none I have ever done. Okay, so the pressure is on the little homie, as you can see, because not only he's making some funky claims, but now he's even going further, claiming that he's going to put a PhD to shame, that he spent at least 2 hours putting the framework, and that this is going to be on video on YouTube. So this is a fact, this is not an allegation. I wouldn't be surprised if he backs down like all the times he backed down when he claimed that he was going to roast me. Because for those who don't know, I'm not going to put another link, but on his Facebook, on his the sentence for the main profile, he talked about he's going to roast me. He wrote, watch how I roast this pig. And he wrote, after he finishes with me, then somebody else is next. I don't want to say the other person because he doesn't have anything to do with this. Okay, this is your little homies at best. This is the state, the level of the so-called conscious people from the YouTube conscious community, because once again, if it wasn't for YouTube, there wouldn't be no term such as conscious community the way they are trying to put it in the mix. But anyway, this has been said. Before you forget, little homie Lord Abba, why don't you just type that Booker T. Coleman is wrong for saying that more means black, and why don't you just type that Runoko Rashidi is wrong for having said that more means scorched? I'll leave you with the link in the description box to the page from my website where you have other people also. The page is called More Means Black. Thanks for watching. My name is Shaka Ndugu Kemet. For those who don't know, my website is afrostudy.com/English. I don't argue, I state facts. If you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. Hotep. That Booker T. Coleman is wrong.
You see, you have some examples of the things he used to write. You have him writing a light-skinned brother who says he's black. I am working on your boy Shaka, the light-skinned black African from France. Then you have, I am calling out Shaka Ndugu Kemet, a fake African that lives in France. So if somebody says that he's African and he lives in America, then is he going to be fake? Many people in America, many African Americans or black Americans say that they are Africans and they live in America. So it's good, they get a pass. Then the most interesting, if you look at the bottom, you have his profile, because you can see his name. That was then though. Abba Lord, Neb Abba Ray. So there's a time where you could have a sentence, in your profile, near your profile name. And he wrote, after I finish with Shaka Ndugu, so-and-so is next. And that so-and-so is the guy who later on said that rape is revolutionary. He made a video, he published it online, and he said that rape is revolutionary and he's not going to pay for it, he's just going to take it, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm talking about another dude, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't want everybody to get mixed up. But just to show you that he took the time to actually put that sentence in his profile, like, near his name. You know what I'm saying? So that's how much the dude wanted to holler at me, But later on, you will hear that, on 3 occasions he didn't show up, Now, David wrote, why personally her? Though why not refute the information and let her be in my art? Man, man. Funny thing is that, he said he will work on it for 2 hours. It's going to be a video. Have you seen the videos, brothers and sisters? See, there's a difference between claims and facts, Many people make claims. When it's time to demonstrate, something else, It's not new. This is 10 years old. Shaka, beyond his accurate scholarship, not exaggerating and not flip-flopping. LOL, sorry. It's a compliment anyone saying they will come to France and debate you. He was willing to move. I'm sorry, he was willing to do more than most. I give him credit, Abba, actually. Texas Bama wrote so unnecessary. There's no honor whatsoever in bullying. These dudes been dropping any type of garbage to avoid clear communicating with even their own listeners. If you don't think right, you won't act right. Need to bring that back. I'm using that one, Shaka. LOL. Yeah. There's also another one, if you know better, then you will do better. But don't hesitate to remind me when you see that I'm about to finish, to bring this stuff back, because I wouldn't mind having that also in my closing remark. Okay. Now, dang, you know what? There's quite a fair bit of screen capture. It's not too many. Okay. But there might be something interesting. Then I move on to the video. So hit this, I can remove. How does it look? Okay. So that's what I was telling you about. See the brother here with his sword. After I finish with Shaka and Dugu, blah 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 is next. Here, it wrote, I am calling out Shaka and Dugu Kemet, a fake African that lives in France who is doing absolutely nothing for the liberation of our people. His personal attacks on me, I don't mind, but to attack our political party that we established for the people, I'm not letting that ride. Stay tuned to how I roast this pig. See, so once again, understand, when I say fraud out by little homie, that's because the dude labeled me a pig. I always had some get back, you know what I'm saying? And you can see he says, buy a Facebook for BlackBerry. BlackBerry was a thing back then, now, So also him saying that I'm doing absolutely nothing for the liberation of the people in America. And actually he's gonna ask me that question, during one of these broadcasts. You will hear it on a video that, so I'm in France and I'm supposed to do stuff for people in America. In the meantime, whatever I'm trying to do, people like that who are Arabized, praising racist people like Ibn Khaldun and teaching misinformation. I cannot do it all, man. I don't get the support and the millions of dollars that so many people are receiving, and they don't do nothing at all, But it's okay. Okay, there it is. So that's a comment that he put, on that's Facebook. The Moorish Quran teaches us the wise man changeth his mind and doubteth often. The fool is obstinate and doubteth not. He knows all but his own ignorance. Then he wrote, I had never really studied Moorish science. I actually listened to fools like yourself and Seti. And you the nerve to make one seems as he confused. A light-skinned brother who says he is black. A brother that bumps Africa all day but lives in France. What the F? Everybody knows of my transformation into Islam, that saving force of my people. You will bow soon enough or face 1800s persecution when we run the European back to Europe. I am those cats you challenged before. I will shut you down. I think he meant to say, I am not those cats you challenged before. And I will shut you down. You are the only groupie, because you ain't doing jack for my people, but making corny YouTubes with shadow about nothing. Okay, now here, I ain't gonna do this every day anyway, you know what I'm saying? Still on Facebook, he wrote, Lord, your response is just hilarious. Like I said, brother, you can't touch me because I deal with actual facts. You deal purely with sensationalism. Africans are a name given by Romans. It's funny because once again, Moor is a term, given by Europeans. But anyway, Africans are Dutch people who knew they were Africans, which means cave dwellers. You see, he put in parentheses cave dwellers. He's put the Wikipedia link to Africans. Actually, you put Afrikaans. It's a little difference. When it's Afrikaans with the two A's. But you would rather uphold these Europeans than your own ancestor, Prophet Muhammad. So Prophet Muhammad is our ancestor, according to Lord Abba back then. You are out of your league here, brother. That is why I asked to do your show, and you keep telling me to make a number. I'm sorry, to take a number. You knew full well I would have cleaned you all up because all y'all have is sensationalism. I am working on your boy Shaka, the light-skinned black African from France that just cracks me up for not attacking me, but attacking the political party we established for the people here, not France. It is the duty of a Moor to take his/her place in the affairs of men. So when you say, stay out of your affairs, you lost me with that. Never seen a hermit on Facebook. I tagged you in this note because you are affiliated with Shaka Ndugu and Sedi, who both said something about either Muhammad being white or the prophet's use of the word white in the Moorish questionnaire. The research the brother Wesley done is outstanding, and he have no rebuttal. Onk, the God killer, LOL, will just curse and scream his way through this one without providing one rebuttal, but these are the clowns that are a part of your squad. And so, since you're here, well, you know the rest. You seem like you came up in the streets as myself. Peace. That's something that he had sent me via email before all this, back and forth. And he was asking me to translate that, Here Lord Abba wrote, Islam, I have actually contacted a prominent Egyptologist. He's put an S, but it's okay, it happens, a typo. And I am waiting for a response. I don't claim to know it all, but I have done some research into these areas by the grace of Allah and pulled out information that has never seen, he would never seen before. Obviously, he meant to write never been seen before. I'm doing a rebuttal to his video now. This will be my best work yet, I don't think the video ever came out, but The fake scholar/commentator strikes again, LOL. LOL. I laugh at you, brother, but stay tuned. I'm going to do a rebuttal. Now, this one is interesting, but you will see it in the video. But this is the radio broadcast of the Moorish dude who was part of the Amun-Ra squad. And he invited someone called Boko Man. And he says, Boko Man, the scholarship versus the no-shows. Guess who's the no-show? at the description. The African scholar Bokoman, known for his interesting and informing videos on African history. The brother has been challenged by the defender of Moorish science, Lord Abba. We will be going over Moorish history, historical and modern, with Ishmael Allah and the scholarship of Amin Rasquad. Feel free to call in and share your views on More Than Words Radio. So the mere fact that he put versus the no shows, because back then he was known as the guy who, challenge people and not show up when it's time to deal with the information. But you will have that in the video. Okay. Here, Lord Abba on Facebook, he wrote, Islam. Gotta give the brother Wesley Muhammad props. He just shut down Shaka Ndugu Kemet and the rest of his groupies with this one right here. And you can see that he tagged me and he tagged the other person known as Ishmael Bey. And he shared the link to Wesley Muhammad, which may still be online on YouTube. Time to Show and Prove Part 3, Yeah. So yeah, I read that one already. So this is a meme that I had put up, So this is, Denzel Washington on the left and 50 Cent on the right. And the caption that I put is, Lord Abba is doing a rebuttal to prove that the word more is written in Medu Neter. More, ha, 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 ha. Just having fun then. Just for the record, he wrote, there are many books teaching Medu Neter. I speak English. To learn a whole other language is just to learn myself. Well, that sounds a bit ridiculous to me. It's non-pertinent. But it's more pertinent today, learning Spanish to trade with Moors. Right? Okay, I'm going to skip a few. So here he tagged me again on Facebook. He wrote Lord Abba El versus Ishmael Bey, Shakandugu Kemet, and he put a couple of other people. Original author, Ankh the God Killer, and the whole host of haters. All at one time at the Harriet Tubman School in Harlem. Was good. Time to show and prove who has the real knowledge and solutions to our people to move forward. And he shared a YouTube video to Ip Man. So in his mind, it's like Ip Man is destroying everybody by himself, Now here, he wrote, guess this is what being a Kemite African Nubian black person is about. Now there was a video, I removed it, but I think it was about some lady maybe twerking or something like that, some sort of scandal, kinky stuff. And here he wrote, this is what so-called black people like. And you can see it's a Young Jack Thriller, present Black Girls Gone Wild, feed Gucci Mane, and so on, So he was very slick with it, you know what I'm saying? Now here, he put a picture of two brothers, probably from Africa. And he wrote, can anyone tell me if these two brothers have black or brown skin. You know, he was really deep with it. You know what I'm saying? And actually, Aton Rap put, here we go. Abba Lord, your picture you've been crying about. As you can see, both of them are black. Remember when I spoke with Ujao? Oh no, Wesley Snipes is not black. I don't know that person, but for the record, that person known as Nebro Tishin wrote Lord Abba or Abba Lord. I knew you looked familiar. You used to be a Nubian, you know. So anyway, now here, Lord Abba talking about me wrote, this clown is doing nothing for our people but making corny YouTubes talking about our people called the land Africa, a Roman term since ancient times, straight foolishness. Only because this guy who is in France attacked our political party that we established to help our people here is why his neck must feel the cold steel of justice. Is he in France though? Today is more active, not passive. Look what he wrote here. Somebody said, a certain Ali Bey wrote, I'm assuming you finally heard that last blog talk of theirs. So once again, that's Blog Talk Radio. He replied, no, I have not heard it, but I am hearing about it. They are supposed to be scheduling me for this Sunday, and all of them will feel the fire from the cold blade. So it's like that, you know, or throw them or whatever. When it's time to show up, now here he wrote, I never ever ran from a fight, and now you're running around like I am scared to face you. You got the right one. Nobody ever responded back to you because you're really so lame. That's why I gave you those books so you can step your game up with those whack videos you're posting up. Sack riding Wesley Muhammad. You can't touch me, son. And I am going to show and prove on air with you there because you're whack. Mark my words. What is your real name? Michelle? Go back to Africa. Cat that lives in France. What the F? Doesn't that sound familiar, brothers and sisters? Go back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? What's your name? What's your real name? These tricks, these talking points are not new, man. 10 years ago, I heard them. Like I said, bro, you picked the right one this go around because thousands listen to me and nobody even knows you. And I am going to make you even more obsolete soon. Stay tuned. Now, he said thousands listen to him, but you heard him say out of his own mouth that when he had a lecture, there's about 7 or 8 people that showed up. Let me see the new comments. Capping in all caps. You know, when I address Smash, I thought about saying, you know, like nicknaming him Capman. You know, some of you know heard the song, the Scatman. You know, so I was gonna say that, you know, Catman. I'm a Catman. Skibidi bidi pop 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 pop. Skibidi bidi pop pop pop. Some of you heard that song. You know, the old heads. Now, Andrew Albina is in the place to be. Shaka is because the people do not learn. They are in a cycle. Anyway. Now, Lord Abba wrote, Law, You see here, Lord Abba 9. That was his username on YouTube. Lol, Creole is broken French. This guy is a joke. How you got lighter though? You got vitiligo? That young brother in the picture is brown skin. You like SETI. Stop frauding, dude. So you can understand, you know. Okay. Here you can see Ishmael Bey put a post on Facebook and wrote, don't forget, we have you as a guest on Amen Ra Squad Radio Sunday, 10 p.m. Bring friends, of course, and its Moorish history, law, and anything else you wish to share with the public. Support Morocco society. And here, unfortunately, I will not be able to make the show tomorrow due to a conflict in schedule. I do apologize, and if we can do this for next Sunday, I look forward to roasting the brother Shaka and whomever else opposes actual fact and this more science. If you could reschedule, I will be grateful and will not disappoint. Peace. Ishmael Bey wrote, this was no debate show. This is an information show. There was no opposition schedule. I keep you posted for an available future date. Keep doing your thing. So, just like Garfield for 2 years was running his mouth, acting like he was down to debate Jabari, and then, you know, he didn't show up. After 2 rescheduled, if I'm not mistaken. Here for the record, that's when he came up with the Moorish American Party. And you can see that he posted on Facebook. Have you signed up yet? Donate for the $5 a week program so that we can power up our political base. This is for us. If I was a European if I was a European presenting this for you, we'll all be dissing into it. We'll all be digging into it. $5 a week can't hurt you while it is helping you. Let's go, people. Do something for a damn change. Now here's somebody, and this obviously YouTube. Somebody wrote, "Who is this Negro Shaka?" And I mean Negro in every aspect of the word. And Lord Abba replied, "Islam. I don't call any man Negro because there is no such people, but there are people who are Negro-minded, and this brother is deaf that. I believe he is some sort of misinformation agent hired to spread dissension and keep any movement that can be effective for the growth of our people from actually growing. His ways and actions is my proof." So here he did write that he believes that I was an agent, some sort of misinformation agent, but later on in the video, he will say it. So here you see what's claiming that, you know, has something to do with the meta nature, has something to do with more, you know. I mean, we have Tamiri here, but, you know, Burgess outdated, you know, I've been saying that, many people have been saying that, you know. Now here he wrote, okay, I'm ready to start touring the country. If anyone wants to book me for a lecture or speaking engagement at university, etc., if you are ready to start promoting the life-saving teaching of Prophet Noble Drew Ali in your neighborhoods, please send an email to morrissciencetemple.gmail.com. Say that we can make arrangements in this regard. And that's a brother who had like 7, 8 people coming up at this lecture, but he was ready to tour the country. Fine. So I'm gonna be playing the video now. I said I'm not doing this every day, man. Now, videos on Vimeo. I'm gonna share the link. For strange reason, you have to log in now on on Vimeo in order to play. I mean to watch a vid. Wasn't like that before. Yeah. Lord Abba, anti-Afrocentricity like Wesley Muhammad. Now, do I still have Wesley's video? It's 20 seconds long, just so you understand why that title.
Our children are being kidnapped by ideology other than Islam, gangs, Afrocentricity, or the so-called culture of hip-hop. We're losing our children to all of these other ideologies.
All right. And he's also the one who said,
The real way, there will be a book. Wrote Kemet God. If you want to get authentic about blacks conquering blacks, throw Maya in the trash can, throw Amin Ra, the slave nation God away.
I almost forgot to share something. I almost forgot to share something. Many times I mentioned that, and I did not know that I had the PDF in my archive. Now here, the title, and you may find it online, Allah and Amen-Ra, Slave Gods, a Response. That's Asahim Fake who wrote a response to Wesley Muhammad. Mokaversity Institute of Philosophy and Research. Monday, August 8, 2011. Look how he started. Part 1. Is it sharing well? Yes. This is in response to Brother Dr. Wesley Muhammad's post on Allah and Amen-Ra, Slave Gods, an article which can be located if you are friends with Brother Wesley here. So you have the link to the Facebook post. I would like to address a few points that I think should be clarified in my initial response to his initial post, which prompted the dialogue. I would also like to address some of the interpretations of my response as addressed by Dr. Wesley. Firstly, I would like to clarify for the record that I am not an individual who is part of the same school of thought, nor do I approach history as does those of the like of Sarasuddin Seti, General Tahuri, Shakandugu Kemet, or anyone in that camp. Therefore, my historical arguments cannot be lumped in with theirs. With that said, we must first address blah, blah, blah. So He felt the heat for that. That sucker, we spoke, made some linguistic acrobatics that I played many times. At those.
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text. The god Allah is an indigenous African god. In ancient Egypt, Allah is in his full form. These Hebrews, come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people. Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
So when I saw that, I was like, I basically disagreed with him. I spoke kindly with him. I even overestimated him because in the article that I have shared many times, you know what, let me just share it again. In the article, I put a video. And in one of the video, you can hear that I said to him, I think you know the Medunacha more than me or better than me. I actually overestimated the dude, but it's better to overestimate somebody rather than to underestimate somebody. As we spoke, he said, I will write an article. He never did, but I wasn't losing sleep over it. Tony Williams wrote, Asar specializes in more fields than Saliva Ikram. I don't know Saliva Ikram. So I first wrote this article, Asar Imhotep invalid claims of Hebrews in Kemet. Then I had the follow-up article, Asar Imhotep Greek scholarship. So we disagree when we spoke. Stuff in writing. He didn't put Jack. And he's the first one who said he will write something. Then he's salty and he writes that paper and he try to act like, I'm irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? So you can understand why I came up with this video then.
Ridiculous Asar Imhotep. First of all, let's get to know Asar Imhotep. Listen for yourself.
Did you go through any kind of hazing process, bro?
No, I played. Yes.
Okay, so you went through a hazing process.
No, I pledged. There's a difference.
Okay, so as you went through the hazing process, did they slap you on the ass with a paddle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. So you bent over, you grabbed your ankles, and that paddle was smacking that ass.
Basically.
Okay.
And if you go back and you pause the video, you will see the timeline of his claims. Back in 2010, he was claiming that the Hebrews are Egyptian. Then he claims that the Hapiru were Hebrews. And you can see the dates when I upload my articles. And you can see finally that he was hiding from me while engaging Wesley. I don't wake up in the morning just to be for these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling, and then people, want to disrespect, want to talk sideways and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, there's repercussions. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they make claims, you disagree with their claims, and then that's it. They hate you, man. Spank that behind. Hey, that's how you used to get down, man. You know what I'm saying? Then that dude's been smashed. Then he has a little homie, groupie called Garfield, who said live on air that the dude is his master teacher, and then he trying to holler at me. They all got spanked, man. Now, for the record, it's not too many things before I move to the video. I'm gonna put that up. Open. Gonna see the old school design of YouTube. Use that. That's it. Now, this, for the record, I mentioned it a few times. There's a video entitled Allah is not the Nubia Temple of Ptah. I'm sorry. Allah in Nubia Temple of Ptah. I made a rebuttal called Allah is not in Pilanasic Nubia Temple of Ptah. So here, right here, you have those French Asiatic black men. And if you look at the views coming from that website, it comes second because you have 853. The only views that are higher is 881, from a mobile device, which means that those French Asiatic black men were the main ones sharing that falsehood. And you see back then that video had 18,000 views. Here for the record, I shared my article about Hosami Mufake, the same one that I just shared in the chat earlier. And he responded, so he was well aware. He responded, what is your point? You still haven't refuted any statement of mine and haven't read any of the material in which certain claims were made. What's the point in making an argument if you don't have the fortitude to read text? This dude is naming authors and books and expect me to read those authors and those books so that I can be worthy to engage him when I know it's saying foolishness. And I wrote an article, but just for the record. But then when it's time to address Wesley, he was trying to throw shade. Fine. Now here, for those who don't know, you see this YouTube account, iFrostyling. That's an old school design of YouTube. There's that video, Ishmael Allah response to Professor Griff. Remember that Professor Griff video where he was throwing shade at John Henry Clark? I shared it many times, But just for the record, sharing is caring. Now you do have the first article that I wrote about Osahimo Fake and the second one also. See? And the Williams wrote them dudes stick together and cover for each other. So obvious, yeah. I never seen him kick Medu and I was impressed. Now, let me look for the video where Professor Griff was throwing shade at John Henry Clark after his passing. After his passing. Did you have it? Then Ishmael Allah or Ishmael Bey responded. And who responded in the comments? Professor Griff himself. He was Ishmael Allah, peace. How am I bluffing? Because Ishmael Bey told him, I'm calling you bluff. And how can I produce map when if you read Chancellor Williams' book, I never said it was an original term. I can only give to you what the messenger gave to us from Allah. I am more than Africa. I was before Africa. Dr. Ben said the Romans named that landmass Africa. So just for the record, when Professor Griff knew what's up, and here, I think it's the last one. Okay, yeah. One before last, probably. Yeah, one before last. This video here, entitled Wesley Muhammad Lying. Now, the YouTube account is Afrostyly with 2 Y's at the end. That was before iFrostyly when it starts with the letter I, just like the iPhone. Now, look at the amount of views at the bottom right corner of the screen, 3,000 views. You understand what I'm saying? Just to show you, back then when I had that account, it had 3,000 views. So I had so many accounts that were deleted. And now people want to act like, oh, you barely get any views, A lot of people don't even know your new account. See, back then it wasn't, Twitter, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, here for the record. That same YouTube account that I had, that's old school design of YouTube. See, Afrostyly with 2 Y's at the end. Back then, channel views, 28,000 views. Total upload views, 500,000 views, 433,000 views. When did I join then? In 2009, February 5, 2009. How many subscribers did I have in 2009? 1,000. You see? Anyway. And about me, I put follow my art. I'm not a newcomer. And then, you know, when I heard like JJ 7000 saying, yeah, I have this new guy, I smile. I'm like, okay. Now I can move to the video. I will let you hear setback for a major comeback. I'm going to let you hear when I spoke with Lord Abba. And I will play the video that you haven't heard. Shaka and Bukemet was too strong for the House of Conscious Mess. There's one part though. Earlier, I looked for it, but you know, it took me some time. When either there's a comment that he left that appeared on the screen, or maybe Scam Chatter said, "Oh, Lord Abba is here." But I did say, you know, "Oh, Lord Abba, you know, you had flagged my videos then." You know what I'm saying? You know, you're supposed to face me. So when he comes on, he's going to say, "Oh, you have a different version of history." You know what I'm saying? And then I'm going to address the Dr. Bekele. I mean, he's going to be like, "Okay, I don't remember, but maybe I said that." So that's just for the record. Okay.
Lord Abba in the building. What's up, Lord Abba?
Hey, Lord Abba.
Peace. What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, my mic got a little messed up, so I don't know if it's coming in clear. I had to sit my microphone right here. I couldn't find the piece to my mic. Damn, and I got
it's very clear, brother.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Shaka and Dugu Kemet. Geesh, what's been 10, 11 years maybe? Finally, because I know that I've been calling for the smoke. You have a different version of history, and sometimes that happens. But I've been calling for the smoke for years. Let me just address. You said that I got your channel struck. I've never gotten anyone's channel struck. Anyone. And
yeah, that didn't sound like Lord Abba to me.
Anybody
no, the video. You had the video.
Video. I've never did that, brother. And if you could show it, you could probably still go through your emails, pull the screenshot. I think my channel name at that time was Moorish Science TV or Lord Abba TV. One of those two. It'll be able to show you that my particular channel was the one that struck your channel. So that's not true. Okay.
It's true, brother. It was Lord Abba line. It was removed. I had to put it on Vimeo. I mean, everywhere I would put it, but it's okay, brother.
Yeah, because it wasn't me, brother. It wasn't me.
It was probably somebody that likes you and that did the work. But do you
remember? Nobody ain't like me back then. Nobody.
Well, you used to be a Moor after you used to be a 5%.
Still a Moor.
A Nubian. You used to be a Nubian. You used to say that Allah is merely a teraphim, which is a door. But then you change, and you have the right to change. And you were on tape on Sanetta's platform, by the way.
That's right.
But do you remember saying that you were embarrassed, Reketi Amen? Do you remember saying that? Because I have the screen print of that.
All right. If you look, that was, man, we go back like 10, 11. I don't know. I probably did say that. I don't even know who you're talking about, but I probably said it. And if you have the screenshot of it, you can pull that up. It's just
it would take me time to look for it, but
okay, that's understandable.
Yeah.
That's definitely.
But feel free anyway. Apparently, you're ready for the smoke. Or
well,
whatever,
I just came on to clear those things up.
Notice he said, "I don't even know who you're talking about." He has no recollection. But you see all the posts was like, "Oh, I'm going to embarrass her." PhD. I don't even have a collegial education. You know what I'm saying? But now he doesn't remember. But it's okay. I guess that's 10 years ago. You can forget. Now let's deal with the video here. Once again, you have the link in the chat. It's on Vimeo. Why is it on Vimeo? Because when I uploaded it on YouTube, it was flagged. So I had to go on Vimeo. You know what I'm saying? And even out of precaution, Asiatic Black Men flag. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me just use that username. You know what I'm saying? And look when it was uploaded. That's in French. Il y a 11 ans, which means 11 years ago. You can check ANS in any translate software or website, Google Translate. That's French for years. 11 years ago. Let's listen up.
About to drag Afrocentricity through the dirt like the scholar Wesley Muhammad is doing. This quote is from Little Homie Fraud Abba, known as Lord Abba. Actually, he has some other funny name nowadays, but that's how most people know him as. And this is back in 2010. I'm going to refresh people's memory. For the record, he also said that Islam is the daughter of Kemet, something that Little Homie, coward doctor, who's been running from Shaka Wesley Muhammad, probably disagree with, but it's all good. My name is Shaka Ndugu Kemet. It has come to my attention today that Fraud Abba, known as Lord Abba, has made a video about me. I have not seen or heard the video yet. I only read the description. So I dug up a few things to refresh everybody's memory, especially our little homie, which is groupie number 3 of Wesley Muhammad. And then I will respond to whatever he says in his video. Okay, his video was made, today is the 13th of June 2012, and in America as I speak it is still the 12th of the June 12th 2012, because I currently live in Europe. And it has come to my attention thanks to a comment left on one of my video that was actually dealing with groupie number 2, Wesley Muhammad's groupie number 2, who has made a video about me, and when I responded to him, he removed the video, which goes in the same consistency and tradition of the coward Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, who's been running from Shaka Ndugu Kemet after he challenged me and backed down. We all know by now, it's a matter of public record, that coward Dr. Wesley Muhammad has removed the 3 articles that he wrote about me, well, at least 2 of them, and he removed videos after I checked him. I mean, this is a consistency of the bootleg Muslims. So let's deal with this groupie number 3. Groupie number 1, for those who don't know, you can check my video entitled Shabbat Scientific Anti-Afrocentric like Wesley Muhammad. That's where I found out that little homie Lord Abba made a video about me. So groupie number 1 is a homosexual friendly Yahoo group, church-going 5%er, who is out of the scene now. And I want to say, Wesley Muhammad, shame on you, really, because you let people down, like I said before in my video, will Wesley Muhammad have the courage to face Shaka? And now, your little goons, try to go against me, but eventually, they're out of the scene. The other dude remove his videos. You let little lames. See, as far as me, I say, look, stick to your level. Let me handle it all. Don't say anything, but you're all looking very bad now. And I want to say for the record as well that, see, I'm not on Facebook. I was about a year ago, but on Facebook you have some public profiles, and I noticed that when little homie coward Wesley Muhammad puts some article, Lord Abba is there cheering. He's always cheering like a cheerleader, you know what I'm saying? So they're cool. They probably speak on the phone like Wesley used to speak to the homosexual friendly church-going Yahoo group 5%er. Since he appreciates him, he said that, and I have that on tape. You have to follow the links, even though the church-going 5%er wannabe said that Fard Muhammad is a devil, and also that Fard Muhammad's mother is a devil. So this is what I'm going to try to quote only what's in red, which is the most important. This is the description of little homie Fraud Abba's video about me. He said that he's responding, well, I'm quoting him, I am responding to the most famous YouTube scholar in the conscious community. Thanks for the compliment. Now, he said that I lied and said that, okay, he said, lied and said that I adopted the Nation of Islam 10-point program into the political agenda of the Moorish American Party. Now, I don't even have to listen to what he has to say in his video. Everybody can go to my video entitled Moors Lie So Much, and in bracket it says Lord Abba begged for correction. The third link leads you to Web Archive. For those who don't know, it's a website where you can see how websites were back then, sometime a few months back, sometime a few years back. And when you click on that link, you will see that the Moorish American Party that little homie Fraud Abba is talking about had the same 10-point program as the Nation of Islam. And if you watch the video, you can see me going through the search engine, typing everything that I'm explaining. So you can do it yourself. You don't even have to click on the link. You might think that, it's some forgery, whatever, because some people are very, very funny. You can do it yourself. You'll see it on the video. And I checked it today, just before I spoke now, and it is still there. You understand what I'm saying? And he lied to the public, like the other Moors who don't have the Moor don't have no nationality, lying, talking about his passport says more than nationality fear. Like Wesley Muhammad, like he lied so many times. All these bootleg Muslim, all they do is lying all the time. Like the Ahmadiyya Imam trying to talk about Aisha wasn't 9 years old when Muhammad consummated the marriage with her, according to Sahih Bukhari. They always take us for idiots, as if we don't know their literature, and they like to freestyle and everything. It's always the same. So you can go and see for yourself and hear him. He's lying, denying it. Okay, and now he's angry about it. Now moving right along. Hold on. I have proven that this obsessive hater of everything Islamic and Moorish is just a fraud, obviously hired to deceive the people and keep them in the dead status of black. Now he says that I'm a hater of everything Islamic and Moorish. Once again, you see the Islamic bootleg Muslim, what I'm saying, doing their quote unquote jihad against Africans, just like back then. This is nothing new. And notice that it says the dead stages of black. Black is a dead status, which goes with the consistency of the coward Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who teaches that a black God is a dead God. You understand? And who has a white God or scientist who is a prophet of evil, who told the founder of the Illuminati and so on. It's always the same. Those bootleg Muslims, they're about masonry. Once again, the coward Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who backed down after challenging me, he made a lecture entitled Black Illuminati. And you can check my video, Illuminati and the Nation of Islam, and you can check my video, Moors are Muslims or Masons. You can check that video as well. I'm connecting the dots. Now, he said, I have offered this brother on several occasions to a live on-air debate, and he blocked both of my YouTube accounts. Now, this is the next thing I will do. Before I listen to his video, I will show and prove that on 3 occasions, Lord Abba didn't step up to the plate. And you will have a field day. Trust me, this video might be long, but it will be very detailed because it's important to document what's going on. I understand the little homie, the arm lega arm ahead little homies are going at me. And since I stand on truth, it's no problem for me to handle them. It's no problem for me to deal with them. Just like I dealt with their scholar, PhD holding Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who backed down after he realized my level. This little homie is going to be, like people say, a piece of cake. It's nothing. But yes, I blocked him. Now, both accounts, I didn't know he had 2 accounts. I only knew 1 account. I blocked him because he was being disrespectful. But check this out. I came at him like an intellectual would, and he blocked me because he knows he cannot deal with me knowledge-wise. He said that he came to me like an intellectual, and I showed in the same video I mentioned why Moors lie so much. Moors lie so much. You just type that on the YouTube search, Moors lie so much, you will see the video. And it's on my favorites as well. So if you go on my main YouTube account and you scroll down, click on more videos, you will see this video. He referred to me as a light-skinned dude in France. And I will show you some other quotes, and you will see if he came at me as an intellectual. So that's the second lie already. Because he mentioned me as a pig. He says, watch how I roast this pig. And I will show that to you. So even before I listened to his video, this dude is a great liar. Just like Dr. Wesley Muhammad, just like this other non-nationality having more, who went and also try to have people mad at me and stuff like that, but it is what it is. Now, finally, he says, waiting for him to accept my debate challenge. It's very comedic. Like I told groupie number 2, who deleted this video, and he's out of the scene, just like groupie number 1. Now, Lord Abba, known as Lord Abba, which is groupie number 3 of Wesley Muhammad, and anybody that's listening, any bootleg Muslims, unorthodox Muslim, or even Orthodox Muslim, all of you will agree with the so-called claim of the Black Semites and Black Arabia, the African origin of Islam, Black Prophet Muhammad. Like I told you, your coward doctor, he backed down after challenging me. That's my level. If he's scared, it's all good. I do my thing. Now, anybody's not happy, you have the right to disagree and make videos. Now, if you're being disrespectful, I check you like I usually do. But if you want to go there, get your coward doctor to step up to the plate.
But once again, like I said, there will be a honorarium for my travel expenses, because the conscious community is happy to pay $2,000 to $25,000, more than $2,000 for people to talk about traffic jams. But because they are master teachers, it's cool. Or pay the same kind of amount of money to people who allegedly claim that they defecated an alien. You understand what I'm saying? It's only right that I get a honorarium for my traveling expenses. But it looks like the cow doctor is scared. But I'm saying it once again. Get your cow doctor to step up to the plate, or start making a fool of yourselves, or do what you want, but get publicly checked. So this is the first one. Lord Abba didn't show up on August the 2nd, 2010. Just listen for yourself.
Go ahead, brother.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you're taking calls. Are you taking any callers, or you're not going to have time? Because I wanted to talk to Lord Abba, because he's been saying a lot of things. I wanted to ask him a question or two, but I don't know how he's going to do it tonight.
Where is he at? Where's Lord Abba at? Where you at, Lord Abba?
He's in the chat. He's been there. He's been
call in Lord
communicating
Abba?
with people. What's that?
I'm talking to Lord Abba. I know he can hear you. You gonna call in or what?
Oh yeah.
Maybe not. I don't think you're gonna call in. Don't nobody want to call in this particular show.
Man, this Lord Abba, man, dude's scared, man. Talking about my broadcast location is not good.
Okay.
He can't call because his broadcast location is not good.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Can I share something right quick about this Arabia term?
Most certainly can.
Okay, we got this Arabia. The formal term was used by the African Union, the Arab League, and the government is African is Arab. Now, the more popular term in this context is Afro-Arab. However, in a seminal paper, Professor Ali Missouri in 1992 coined the term Arabia to cover the two regions of Africa and Arabia. So this is a Johnny-come-lately term in 1992 to describe an ancient people. Go figure. Just wanted to let you know that.
Go figure. I thought it was here. Okay, look. Hold on for a minute. I think we got like 8 minutes left. Anybody want to call in? I don't see anybody's hands raised.
Man, there are so many guests, man. They just peeking, just listening, try to find out some stuff. Lord Abba's phone don't work,
Wow.
Yo, Lord Abba, I don't do that typing stuff. You just call in. Don't be a coward. That Lord Abba is talking about. Answer my question.
I want to personally thank our brother Shaka and Kemet for sharing his wisdom. He brings his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding coming from England. He calls over from England.
Right.
And we certainly thank him, and we want all of the listeners to support him. He's Afro Styley, or you can find him on Facebook as well as on YouTube. And he's one of the scholars that I hold in very high regard as far as putting out his responsible scholarship in a very scholarly way with his references as well. So let us please continue to support him.
Okay, so you've heard it for yourself. After that, Lord Abba, Fraud Abba, started getting bucked, started acting up. And he was invited to come up, you understand, on August 9, 2010. For the second time, he was supposed to put up. And you can see there, that was on Facebook, that one of the member of this delusional squad, you can see my video entitled Delusional Squad, because I want to put that disclaimer out now that you're going to hear some names of people, and that was back then when people didn't call me all kinds of names because I disagree with lessons that says that Africans are living a jungle life or black means death. You understand? So I want to put that disclaimer. Don't worry about the names you're hearing and everything like that. You understand what I'm saying? And that was back then. Once again, check the video entitled Delusional Squad, so you know the deal. But you can see there, Fraud Abba was reminded. You understand what I'm saying? Don't forget that we have you as the guest on the Delusional Squad, and that was the day before. And the day before, you can see little homie Fraud Abba writing, well, unfortunately, I will not be able to make the show tomorrow due to a conflict in schedule. He put, I do apologize, and if we can do this for next Sunday, I look forward to roasting the brother Shaka and whomever else opposes actual facts and this Moorish science. If you could reschedule, I will be grateful and I will not disappoint. I will not disappoint. So understand the day before the show, little homie Ford Abba is reminding, and that's when he says that he cannot make it. So if he was not reminded, we'll call, we'll be waiting, and do not there. You see the little homies there talking about teaching to the people, and you just send them a reminder out of courtesy, I guess, and that's when they say they can't make it. They had all this time, they had the whole week, but it's the day before he said he couldn't make it. But that was only the second time. We're gonna deal with the third time, and just before that, you can see here, little homie Ford Abba. I'm just going to try to read what's important. There he wrote that you probably not be able to read what's on the screen. It depends how big it's going to appear. The video in the end, because this is screen print that I took back then. You understand what I'm saying? Just for the record, and I can see he turned out to be useful almost 2 years later. So he wrote that he had never really studied Moorish science. Because there's a video that came out called Lord Abba in 2009, and Moorish American Party busted, and that's why Fraud Abba is mad as hell. You understand what I'm saying? And he wrote, I actually listened to fools like yourself and Seti. He's talking about Sarasut and Seti. We all know Lord Abba's obsession with light-skinned brothers. So it's interesting. He says that he listened to us, though. You understand what I'm saying? Though he called us fools, but that's on him, And look what he wrote. And you, the nerve to make one seems as he confused. A light-skinned brother who says he is black. A brother that bumps Africa all day but lives in France. What the F? Then he says you will soon enough face the 1800 persecution when we run Europeans back to Europe. So Fraud Abba, in his mind, they're going to run Europeans back to Europe. And he wrote, I am those cats you challenged before. I will shut you down. I never challenged the little homie. I just made a video to show that his party copied point for point the Nation of Islam 10-point program. His Moorish American party. That's all. And he's angry. He wants to deny it. He's just making a fool of himself. And he wrote, you are the only groupie because you ain't doing job for my people, but making corny YouTubes Mukado about nothing. Once again, if I was just making corny YouTube videos, no PhD holding doctor such as the coward Wesley Muhammad would have challenged me. He understood the damage that I'd done to his phony hoax, fictional, humoristic, comedic claims. You understand what I'm saying? But anyway, he also wrote, there you can see he put that he tagged me. That's what he's been doing. You'll see that later on. I wasn't paying attention to the little homie. You understand what I'm saying? He put, he never responded back to me because I am so lame, and that's why he gave me those books. Because ages ago he sent me some books. Back then he was a Nubian. For people who don't know, he's been a Moor for like 3 years. In 2009, he was still a Nubian. It's only 3 years he's been a Moor, and he calls himself Grand Sheikh or something like that. Sheikh. He calls himself Sheikh. But and remember what he said earlier. He said that before 2009 he never really studied more science. You understand what I'm saying? Now, most interesting, he put sack riding Wesley Muhammad. And remember earlier when he said I address you like a, what he said, like a scholar or whatever, you can go back to the video, but that's what he said. Like basically he said that he addressed me correctly, and look what he wrote there. You understand what I'm saying? You can't touch me, son. I'm going to show and prove on air. You whack, mark my words. What is your real name? Michel, a back to Africa cat that lives in France. What the F? There, you see the date is coming. That's understand what's going on. The date is coming. The date is the 15th. That is the 16th actually of August. Basically it's like the first time he couldn't make it. Then the next week a show scheduled for him to be a guest. Then he couldn't make it. The day before he said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Now the following week again he's scheduled to come, and that's what he's going on Facebook putting. And I think the previous message might have been a private message. I don't know, but this is, you can see, is public. You understand what I'm saying? He put, I am calling out Chaka Ndugwu Kemet, a fake African that lives in France who is doing absolutely nothing for the liberation of our people. His personal attacks on me, I don't mind, but to attack our political party that we established for the people, I'm not letting that ride. Stay tuned to how I roast this pig. And that's the same cat talking about, oh, I addressed him basically in a correct manner. First of all, I didn't even attack him. I don't, I don't remember just attacking him like that. You know what I'm saying? The video was called Lord Abba and Moshe American Party Busted. It's just I'm not dealing with his private life. I'm just showing the plagiarism that he did, just like his teacher Drew Ali did some plagiarism. He plagiarized the Ukrainian gospel to come up with the seven so-called Quran. It's so funny. All these bootleg Muslims, those Islamic people, those Moors, wannabe Moors who don't have no nationality, just like for example, even the so-called 120. The 120 really is the supreme wisdom of the Nation of Islam, known as the Lost Found Muslim Lessons. But you know, some people in their mind, because somebody changed 2-3 words, that's a whole new lesson. It's like me, I take the Bible, I change 2-3 words, and I say, oh, that's my book. That's my 520. Or that's my 20 circle Quran. This clown is talking about me. You understand what I'm saying? Remember what he said earlier. This clown is doing nothing for our people but making corny YouTubes, talking about our people, called the land Africa, a Roman term, since ancient times, straight foolishness. After I finish with Shaka and Dugu, King Noble is next. So he was feeling himself, you know, he's acting extra tough now, not just tough, extra tough. And notice the name, Neb Abare. There, you will listen to the first sign of weakness. You will listen to what happened. He was talking all that talk. He was scheduled to be there for the third time to put up. And what he did, he shut up. And not only that, he deleted his whole Facebook account. We were actually worried about the brother. That's why you see, I'm connecting the dots once again. A lot of time I talk about stuff, you might think, what is he talking about? He's talking so many things. He's talking about this guy and that guy. Why does he just deal with that guy? Because I'm showing you the connection of the bootleg brothers. They're all in the same camp. They have a quote-unquote jihad against Afrocentricity. They said it himself. You heard what he said at the beginning? The other dude, coward Dr. Wesson Muhammad, who said our children are being kidnapped by Afrocentricity and all the things that they're saying.
Brother Shaka, wait. Brother Shaka, hold on. I see you. Hold on. We're going to let you in now. Brother Shaka, you on the air.
Hotel, Sister Nikita, how you doing?
Hotep, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm ready to get it on later on with Brother Onk. Brother Onk, how you doing?
Black African power. You already know what it
Black
is.
African power. I already know what it is.
Sharpen
Brother
up
Shaka,
your sword.
ready for your debate?
Huh? What's that, Nikki? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, you ready for your debate?
Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it a debate, but I'm just wondering if he's going to show up because his Facebook page has disappeared for a strange reason. So I'm just going to make it.
Oh, my. Disappearing.
Now, Lord Abba is the same one who wanted to debate Brother Uncle, about a month or two ago. He was hitting me up in private saying, I'll debate Brother Uncle when and where.
I can't debate him. He's not my equal. I can't debate him.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get on. He's been saying so many names. He said he's gonna roast me. He said next he's gonna be King Noble and next he's gonna be Seti. But we're just gonna see tonight. It's the moment of truth tonight. So it's all good. I think I heard Seville. Greetings, Seville.
And remember, in one of the video, I did ask. Actually, I think it's called "Is Lord Abba Serious?" I think that's the one. I did ask him, do you remember Lord Abba when you disappeared and we were even worried about you? That's what happened. The dude felt the pressure, had the emotional breakdown, deleted, he deactivated his Facebook account. We didn't even know what was up with the dude. He didn't show up basically.
Yo, Ishmael, how you doing?
Oh, Shaka and Independent. How you doing, brother? I'm doing fine, family. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. I'm ready for real, man. Have you heard about the Lord Abba?
Yeah. In fact, he sent me an email, and he was saying that he was really looking forward to coming on tonight's show and setting the record straight.
Yeah, he needs to.
Okay, that's cool.
It's important.
Yo, Lord Abba, if you're listening, you might as well log in and let us know what's your last digits or something. You know, we want to get you on as soon as possible so we can, get into it, because I have a few questions to ask you, and I heard you want to roast me, so it's the day.
Yeah, he said he's going to roast me.
Oh, yeah, he said he's going to roast me, and he said after he's done with me, he's going to move to other people. So I'm comfortable. I'm there. That's why I'm there, And like I told you, last time when he didn't show up, as far as I was concerned, that was a wrap. But, you're so merciful, and you're giving him another chance to be a guest. So I'm like, I don't want to give him the opportunity to say I wasn't there, so I'm there. But that he better be there. I think he's going to be there anyway. I don't want to go there yet, but if he don't make it 2 Sundays in a row, 2 times in a row, then it's going to be a wrap for good. So yeah. But then when it comes to show and prove, Lord Abba nowhere to be found,
Thanks to people in the chat room as well as the callers that called in tonight for sharing their information with all of us.
Yeah, I swear it was a pretty good show with information.
Yeah, it was good to show and prove that, dudes be running their mouth, but there we go, you know what I'm saying? So me also, I want to thank Brother Ishmael Allah, Brother Ngozi, Brother Sinjeri, Brother Ankh, and the Queen Suteneti Het Heru. She knows what she's talking about. She's been there. She ain't playing games. I like her spirit. Thank you all.
Me too. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so you've heard it from yourselves. That was almost 2 years ago, back in August 2010. And it's the same dude who 3 times in a row, 3 weeks in a row, couldn't put up. He only had to shut up. The last time he disappeared, we were worried about the dude. We thought he was going to do something stupid. And it's the same one who goes to the public talking about, quote, I have offered this brother on several occasions to a live on-air debate. You see how he's lying once again? 3 times in a row. But we're going to move right along. And a further reminder, like I said, you might hear some names around. You know what I'm saying? I'm not down with Nikki at all. She disrespecting me publicly. As far as I'm concerned, she owes me a public apology because she said that I'm sending a message no different than a white man. You know what I'm saying? Just because I call the liar a liar. Now you call a cat, it's a problem. In the same day, it's the people who don't practice what they teach. The same day she went all up about her brother, cussing him, cussing his mama, all sort of profanity. But some people sometimes they want to act odier than that. They want to, have a go at somebody, and that was real low. You know what I'm saying? For somebody to say that I'm saying a message no different than a white man, when you have people defecate, saying that they defecated an alien, people saying throw him into the garbage can, people saying F Africa, people saying F them N words in Africa, people saying I hate Africa. Y'all cool with all of them, but you want to pick a brother and talk about he ain't saying no message different than a white man. So just like I said, it's just for the record. I don't want people to be misled. Those things, once again, it's like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. That's why you hear so many names. That's back when it was cool, before people started disrespecting me for whatever reason. So now moving right along, little homie Fraud Abba reappears after 3 weeks, 2 weeks after his emotional breakdown. And this is what he put there. Islam got to give brother Wesley Muhammad props. He just shut down Shaka Ndugu Kemet and the rest of his groupies with this one right here. And this is a video from the scared doctor. I don't know if at that time he had challenged me, but we all know that he challenged me and he backed down. So little Fraud Abba disappears, and then he wants to be groupie number 1, but he's groupie number 3 now. But at that time, I guess he was groupie number 1. Do you see how lame he is? He didn't step up to the plate. He finds a video, and understand this video there, time to show and proof by 3. Wesley Muhammad wasn't talking about me. When he talked about me, Wesley Muhammad removed the articles after that. You understand what I'm saying? When he put a video, when he said talk him in the garbage can and all that, and I addressed it on my brother Holipsism show, radio show. Holipsism Heaven is called. You can see it. After that, he removed the 4 videos which are excerpt from his lecture. So that's how it goes down. There, whatever fraud I was talking about, Wesley Muhammad didn't address me. You understand what I'm saying? Wesley Muhammad never refuted me. On the contrary, it's the other way around. That's why he's scared. But it's just to show you the mentality of the little homie. Furthermore, here he put Africans are a name given by Romans. Africans are Dutch people who knew they were Africans, cave dwellers. And you can see his Wikipedia scholarship. I think now he's dealing with Google Books now. He has upgraded his skills. But you would rather uphold these Europeans than your own ancestor, Prophet Muhammad. And then he put, you are out of your league here, brother. This is why I asked to do your show, and you keep telling me to take a number. You knew full well I would have cleaned you all up because all you have is sensationalism. I am working on your boy Shaka, the light-skinned black African from France that just cracks me up for not attacking me, but attacking the political party we established for the people here, not France. And once again, I didn't attack his party. It's just, once again, the jihad way, trying to get as many people against somebody. I just showed that he just did some plagiarism. But you notice the light-skin statement again. It is a consistency, just like it is consistent for him to be lame and a liar and not stepping up to the plate, just like Dr. Wesley Muhammad, the coward, just shutting, they don't put up, they shut up. That's what they do. He's consistent with his light-skin, statements. You understand what I'm saying? But he, interestingly enough, he says, and notice this is after, he says he would have cleaned all of us up. But you've just heard, it's a matter of public record. It's not an allegation. It's not an opinion. It's a fact that 3 times in a row, dude couldn't make it. But after that, he goes on Facebook talking about I would have cleaned you up. This is the people who claiming to teach. This is the people who claim to have solution for our people. Now next, he put, I tag you in this note because you are affiliated with Shaka Ndugu and Seti, who both said something about either Muhammad being white or the prophets' use of the word white in the Moorish questionnaire. The research the brother Wesley done is outstanding, and y'all have no rebuttal. Now I'm going to stop there. You can see how much a group he is to Wesley Muhammad, and he's still doing, like I said earlier, lately, every time Wesley Muhammad puts up an article on his public Facebook page, you know, he's there to cheer like a good cheerleader, you know what I'm saying? But like I said before, I smashed all of them. I smashed their scholar, the scholar, PhD holding Dr. Wesley Muhammad. He backed down, he's scared. So if you wanna, you know, you wanna see me, you wanna talk about I live in France, I'm light skinned and I don't show my face and I'm scared and I'm not a scholar, I'm a YouTube banger. Get this coward to stop being scared of me, and I will smash him. I mean, I will do my thing on stage, you know, live. You will see me take the pictures, do whatever you want to do. Go to the question and answers and ask you all these questions that you have to ask, and you do some funny videos calling me an agent and all kind of things, and we get there. But until then, I don't have time for you, little homies. You understand what I'm saying? Now he put Ankh, the God killer, laughing out loud, will just curse and scream his way through this one without providing one rebuttal. But these are the clowns that are a part of your squad. Now, notice it's interesting, you know, that's why I was trying to explain to people, but some people are influenceable. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't need to say no name. They know who I was talking about. I didn't call them names, didn't disrespect them. You know, I called Delusional Squad is the whole group, you know what I'm saying? But I was very deceived when I see the dude subscribe to that, you know, anonymous dude who created the channel just to disrespect me and my family and, you know, being slanderous and using a lot of profanity. I was surprised to see that. But some people are very influential. They think they have homies, they have friends, but they are publicly dudes, you know, they talking about your clowns, you know what I'm saying? The God killer laughing out loud. But when they call the radio show, hey brother, how you doing, beloved? That's what I'm trying to explain to people, but they don't understand. You know? But you can see the hypocrisy. You understand? Just like those who claim to be Afrocentrists, and then they go to their crew and say, our children are being kidnapped by Afrocentricity. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. But you just don't want to listen. You do your thing. I'm not mad. But I just don't associate myself with these delusional people. So again, you can see the consistency. And here you can see he posted a link to a movie, and you know it's about martial arts. So I guess he was feeling himself again after he recovered from his emotional breakdown. He put somebody's name, my name, Shakandugu Kemet, Noble, King Noble, somebody else, and the original author, Ankh the God Killer, and the whole host of haters. Now he calls us haters now. You understand what I'm saying? And he's like, yeah, come to Harriet Tubman School. He had a little some, you know, with some other people. They're just running them off. But you can see the mentality of the dude. 3 times in a row, he didn't make it. He calls the show, hey, how you doing, brother? How you doing, beloved? This and that. But then he goes to the public on Facebook, calling people clowns, calling this and that, calling people haters. And you see, it's not even about being able to read between the lines. It's just in plain sight. You understand what I'm saying? And just moving with the same consistency for not showing up. Little homie Ford Abba, known as Lord Abba, was supposed to debate somebody called Bokorman. He is known because he has a very popular video on YouTube entitled, I'm paraphrasing, How the Historical Moors Caused the Entire Black Race to Fall. But you have the name there. You can look it up for yourself. Dude was supposed to show up, and look at the title. I didn't put the title. Bokorman, the scholarship versus the no-show. Why is the title like that? Because little homie Fordaba was supposed to debate. He didn't show up. This is consistency, and this is the same dude talking about I have solution, I have a political party, I have this, I have that. Basically lames, just like Dr. Wesley Muhammad, talking about this and that, talking about, oh, I'm challenging you, I would love to debate you, and then you put a bit of pressure on them, and you can see they are soft like ice cream. You understand what I'm saying? And now moving right on. Now, yes, this is very important here, you know. I know it takes time, but you see, this having been done, I won't have to repeat myself so many times. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to the archive and it's done. It's a matter of public record. This little homie Lowell Harbour, I'm going to play the excerpt. He called the radio show. I wasn't there on that day. I didn't know. I found out after. You understand what I'm saying? And he talked about, yeah, I'm going to ask him some question, you know what I'm saying? Because me, I have my political party. He mentioned somebody, like a politician. He spoke to him and he was acting like, just because he spoke to the politician, as if he's doing big thing. You know, anybody can talk to anybody. But he mentioned his political party. So he said, I'm going to call and I'm going to ask him some question. And now I understand why the video from groupie number 1 the homosexual friendly Yahoo group Church Going 5%er. He put a video about me. In this video, you can hear as soon as Lord Abba called and he greets the people, you can hear some laughters. It's because people knew they were talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So they were expecting me to be caught off guard and not know what to say. Unfortunately, Lord Abba, when he asked me the question, what am I doing for the people in America? That was his question, because he don't care about, Africa or the whole diaspora. His thing is America, like so many other people, I answered that I don't lie to the people. I don't copy the temperance program of the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying? So when I said that, when I brought that up, see, he thought he was going to have me off guard. Like, what are you doing for our people? Like, I didn't know what to answer. I said, well, I don't lie. I don't copy that temperance program. He got excited talking about this. This is the video entitled Why Moors Lie So Much. So if you check the links, you will hear he was mad and he denied it. He denied it, hence why I made a video to show to the people that he lied. You understand what I'm saying? That's why he's extremely angry. He really thought he was going to crush me. He really thought he would have me off guard. He didn't know what to say, so he had to lie. Just like the dude, when I asked him, what does he say in the nationality field of your passport? Instead of admitting the truth, he lied and he said he says more. This is your people in their late 30s, in their 40s, you know what I'm saying, who's supposed to be responsible, lying to the people on air like it ain't nothing.
Dealing with the topic of more, I heard the brother Shaka, and Google Kimmy, like a lot of his questions are like trap questions. And, it's like I'm going to ask questions that can't be answered. And you're wrong. I got answers to your questions, brother. So, I'm going to stop through Sunday, just try to get a little quick 5, 6, 7, maybe 10, 15. I'm on the play. Just a couple minutes in, you know what I mean? And see how the dialogue goes.
And I know personally, I love to see the brothers who ask the inquisitive questions like Brother Shaka and Dukemit, because I understand that he's truly a diligent scholar. So, again, when he's asking a specific question about a specific time period, if the information is not quite there, it's not something that you go out on the window on. You simply say, let me research it or let me get back to you, because, not just to him, it really goes to anybody that asks me a particular question. I try to be diligent and responsible in the way that I respond back. But for Brother Shaka, he's very inquisitive with the questions that he asks. He might build 2 or 3 weeks before he even says, I think I'll ask this particular question. So for me, I appreciate him because I understand the level of depth that he's coming from.
Okay, and then to find out what's happening next, you check the video entitled Moors Lie So Much. That's when he called, like he thought he would ask me a question that would have me off guard, and he backfired at him. You understand what I'm saying? So now that was a quick history lesson about the lame bootleg Muslims or bootleg Muslims, prophet of evil, having liars and cowards such as Ford Abba and little homie coward Wesley Mohammed. All those people are scared to get at me on some professional tip, so they are on some groupie crybaby tip. This is for the record. Just before I deal with this video, I will respond to it, but once again, I haven't heard it yet. I will hear it, so I'll do my commentary straight away. But this you can see here, that was back on Facebook again. That was little homie Ford Abba when he was down with the Moorish American Party. I don't know if he's still down with it now, you know what I'm saying, but that was back then. And you can see there they're asking for $5 a week. They have a $5 a week program. So it's just to let people know, because some people are acting like, I'm begging for money or I'm asking for money like it's a sin. Many other people, I don't want to say their name, but they're asking for a lot more money. I only ask for $1 per month on my private network, which is African Truth. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where I build. So anybody, don't be offended. Don't take it the wrong way. If I don't reply to you, I only reply on African Truth. But I appreciate the messages that I get. I read them. I read the comments. And that's by reading the comment that I was aware of little homie Ford Abba's video about me. You understand what I'm saying? But those who know the deal know the deal. On African Truth, you need to show your face and be willing to support financially with $1 a month.
Islam and greetings to you all. This video is in response to a brother named Shaka Ndugu Kemet. This brother, I believe, works for the CIA or the French intelligence version of COINTELPRO because he has an incessant hate for my people, particularly those into Islam in the United States of America. You can find this very depressed and lonely brother doing hour-long videos talking to himself about Wesley Muhammad, because he has nothing better to do in his little den in France. The only reason that I am responding to this brother is because one thing no one will ever do is say that I purposely lied to them about anything that I teach.
For the record, my main YouTube account is in one word, Egypt Decoded. You can see that I deal with languages like Medu Nature, Swahili, Astali, with Lingala. I'm trying to learn as well. There's many videos about many things. You understand what I'm saying? But these people, there's a saying in America, like, when you throw a rock, the only one that, the dog that barks is the dog that gets hit. That there's a saying like that. Once again, English is not my mother tongue, and that's the way, because those people, I'm being, with the slang, I've been styling on them. You know what I'm saying? They're hurt. And the thing also, lately, I've put up a video entitled Black Semites, White Semite, Black Awakening. Okay, the most important video about ancient people's ethnicity, and all their theology and doctrine and teaching stand on this base, and this base has been crushed. Even little homie coward Wesley Mohammed, he went on, Twitter, putting my name just after I put this video, and then we had grouping number 2 who removed this video one day later. And they're not the only one. Many other people, that's the way it is. So that was just for the record, for people who think they try to make people think that I'm just making videos about people who deal with what they call Islam, but they're not Muslims anyway. That's why I say bootleg Muslims. And I asked Lord Abba, it's so funny, I asked him, are you a Muslim? He said, no, I'm not a Muslim, I'm Muslim. You see how lame those people are? But that was just for the record.
The only reason that I am responding to this brother is because one thing no one will ever do is say that I purposely lied to them about anything that I teach on. If I am wrong about anything that I have ever said in the public, I went back on the record in the public and admitted such. These people have to keep you mired in the slave label of blackness to keep their masters happy. And they must keep the so-called quote unquote black dollar coming in because there is a profit to be made in ignorance. The brother asked me specifically, did we copy the Nation of Islam's 10-point program word for word in the program of the Moorish American Party? Before this, I asked the brother, did he have anything established for my people? And he said no. And this was his way of diverting the topic of him being the division monger that he is. Let us take a listen to this exchange.
Oh, man. Was good. Islam, peace, Lord Abba, peace. Peace. Islam, Islam family, y'all already know. Islam, I'm listening to the show, and I hear the brother Shaka and Dugu commit Islam to you. You ask a lot of questions. I'm calling in to ask you a couple questions right now, if you don't mind, brother.
Before that, can I ask you one question?
Of course. You already asked me a lot of questions.
I heard last time you were talking with
nah, brother, it's my turn to ask the question.
And you mentioned something.
You don't want to be questioned? Wait, do you want to be questioned?
Hold on.
Because it seems like you don't want to be questioned. Nobody asked you anything.
Go ahead, Ab. You ask the question first. You can't answer. What's your nationality?
Go. So you're basically telling me you're not going to answer no questions right now. Yes or
we
no?
do one. Okay, you do one, I do one.
Yeah,
there you go. You don't follow no Pakistanis either, do you, Abba?
Oh no, Noble Drew Ali took many pictures so that we can know exactly who he is. and where we descend from. Yeah, I have several things going on myself here. You know what I mean? Even after my last show that I did on Moorish Science Radio last Wednesday, I was actually contacted by an actual politician that liked the message that I was bringing with the Moorish American Party. I do the teaching, the teaching that I do, whether you disagree with it or not, I do my part in putting information out there to the people. I'm dropping several books over this next couple of, doing things for my people. So I want to ask the brother Shaka, what programs or, what do you have established over here in the United States to help my people right now get up out of the muck and mire? I have the Moorish Science Temple, the Moorish American Party, the Moorish
American community outreach operation, things that we're doing and planning to do for my people right here, right now. And I want to know, what do you have established to help my people?
Okay, to answer your question, I do not have no so-called political party in America. What I do, I teach the truth. I don't do no homosexual scholarship yet, like you did with the Talmud, with Noah's son, sodomizing and all that. Okay, no, hold on, brother. I'm not finished, brother. Listen, brother. Don't get excited, brother. It's all good. It's all love. Next, I don't copy somebody, another organization's program, like the Nation of Islam 10-point program, word for word, and have it as a program for the Moorish American Party. That's what I don't do. I don't like.
I don't even know what you're talking about, and you don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Lord. I made the video. The Moorish American Party, you have the same exact program as the Nation of Islam 10-point program. Do you deny that? All right, listen, brother.
Do you deny that, yes or no, Lord Abba?
Listen, brother.
Do you deny that, yes or no, Lord Abba?
Of course I deny that, because that's not true. You know what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to download this portion of the clip, and I'm going to put a video out there that says Afro Stally, a.k.a. Shaka and Dougal Kimmy, has nothing established for my people. What is he? Who is he? What is he doing?
Well, you can do that, but I have the print already of the website. It's a matter of public record.
The Party or the Nation of Islam 10-point program is adopted into the Moorish American Party. I'm going to put point for point of my Moorish American agenda next to that, just to expose you further. Like, I don't even know who you are or what you are. I don't even like your style. I'm just going to keep it official with you, because you got like this ambush style about you, but you're not doing nothing for my people. And,
Okay, I'm so glad you've heard that, because what he just played, that's the video that Wesley Muhammad, groupie number 1, the homosexual friendly Yahoo group, church going 5%er, has put up. So I don't even need to direct you to the video, and I'm glad I did not. Now, first of all, there's a question. You wanted to question me, then I wanted to ask him a question. I know it might sound like maybe I was trying to be evasive, but I had the opportunity to clarify myself in a video entitled Anti-Laskin. Actually, is Lord Abba serious? You click on the description link, you have the videos. And I showed an Anti-Laskin Lord Abba. The reason I wanted to ask him a question is because he kept making those light-skinned statements all over Facebook, which I showed you previously. I might not even have quoted all the time he mentioned the light-skin thing. That's what I wanted to check him on. I want to, like, what's up with your light skin statement? What the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? And him keep on bringing France. He's one of the first one who kept bringing France, And then the lames, the saying, if you can beat them, join them. That's why they invited the cowardly homie Wesley Mohammed, and that's why they, same with the little homie Ford Abba. But it is what it is. So that's the first thing. The second thing, little homie Lord Abba talked about, me, I was on the radio, as if he's doing something for black people. Then he said he was contacted by a politician. So basically, you get a phone call by a politician, and he's trying to make you think like he's doing things for people. Then he mentioned several books, that's ebooks that he's selling, just like his ebook, 120 questions to ask a 5%er and the Nation of Islam and so on. That's back when he was in Wahabian, talking about all these things. Oh, let me paraphrase it. Let me quote. Hold on. In this call, I ask 120 questions to ask a 5%er. In no way is this a defamatory quote to demean or defame the nation of God and earth or the nation of Islam, but it is written here to challenge the teachings of W.D. Ford/Ford, a Caucasian who can bring in this flawed information to my people, and so on. Flawed information. Nobody's going to call Ford about an agent, because he's going against me with this Islamic movement. You understand what I'm saying? But once again, Wesley Muhammad grouping number 1, the Yahoo group, homosexual friendly church going wannabe 5%er. He said that Father Muhammad was the devil and that Father Muhammad's mother was the devil. And that's cool because he's going against me. That's the way they do. That's what I call the jihad mentality. Now, this being said, when he talks about books, that's ebooks, just like the one he wrote, like 2, maybe 3 years ago when he was in Wabi. And that's what he's talking about. Anybody can do an ebook. I got many things I could put it out as an ebook. You understand what I'm saying? So he said, he asked, what program do I have established over here in the United States to hate. And notice he said my people. He said to help my people. He didn't say to help our people. You understand what I'm saying? Now, once again, like I said, and I'm glad I have the opportunity to clarify myself again. I live in Europe. How do you expect me to establish something for people in America when you little homies attacking me and defending people who teach that black means death and Africans are living a jungle life and F Africa and people who said that they hate Africa? You are the problem. I am not. That's why I'm smashing all your and I smash PhDs. That's my level. So you can do your little, get together and all going against me. It's all good. Truth will prevail. I'm confident with that. You understand what I'm saying? I teach like John Henry Clark. You don't have a problem with John Henry Clark, do you? No, I didn't think so. Well, maybe you do, but you ain't gonna run your mouth too much. You understand what I'm saying? And the funniest thing in this conversation, I mean, sometimes, I guess you have to dissect the information. Little homie Abba said, I have the Moorish Science Temple. Does he have a Moorish Science Temple? Is he even a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America? Because I've seen 10 people now, it's on the internet, but they were talking about, Lord Abba doesn't represent none of them. He's not down with them, And I know Lord Abba has been talking about, Tash Tariq Bey and many other people. Basically, Lord Abba is going against, I mean, it is what it is. But that's the first thing. So you have an organization. He talks about, I have the Moorish Science Temple. That's comedic to me. Second thing he said, I have the Moorish American Party. This is a website. I'm sorry, this was a website. It wasn't a political party. It was a website, okay? And it is no longer online, right? Now, I don't know if this video was made in 2011 or 2010. The longest it would have been 2010, so that would be 2 years maximum. A website for 2 years, and you're in here talking about, I have this political party. This is misleading. And I'm glad I have the opportunity to mention that. If it was 2011 that we had that exchange, and I think it was around that time, that means you managed to keep a website for a year. And now if you type MoorishAmericanParty.org, you will see there's nothing. That's why you have to do the web archive thing. I mean, even if you didn't have to, they would have updated and changed so you don't show the party of the Nation of Islam, the 10-point program that they copy. You understand what I'm saying? So this is an opportunity for me to remind people that, when people ask what program do you have, it's so good to have a program, say, oh, we want this, we want that. This is a list of demand. This is not a program. Anybody can put up a list and say, we want this, we want that. A program is something you do. Most likely that you do on a regular basis. You understand what I'm saying? So when I have enough people, our program will be, we will not teach that black means death and Africans are living a jungle life. For example, it could be something like that. You understand what I'm saying? None of us will say, I hate Africa, like some will say that you're cool with, homies. You have people who have, set up Ning networks. Back then, you remember, Ning was free. Many people had networks. When Ning came with the charge, many networks went down. BTR, when it was free, many people had radio shows. When they had the charge, radio shows are out. That's what I'm talking about. As long as it's free, there's no cost involved. Everybody around them are talking about black talk. And when there's a little spending involved, nothing. See, I didn't have no website for a year or two. Since 2004, that's 8 years I've been consistent, homie. Now, notice also that when I mentioned the 10-point program that he copied, he said, I don't even know what you're talking about. But then, he denied it and he got angry. And just before I forget, because it's important to go in order, because I'm sure it's going to talk so much foolishness later on. He also said we have things we are doing and planning to do for my people right here, right now. It's more likely things that they are planning to do, not things they are doing. Because you notice he didn't say nothing that he said. He talked about a radio show. He got contacted by a politician. He said, I have the MSTA. That's so funny to me that he claims that he has it, and that was a smoke screen. And the other thing also, why did I talk about SETI? Because first I said, you can hear me say, I heard you talking about SETI. This is because he made that indirectly that light skin statement towards SETI, and you can hear that in the video, anti-light skin fraud Abba. At the end, he said, he said to SETI, oh, I'm from Pure Stock. You're from, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he basically said he's from Pure Stock. Lord Abba is from Pure Stock, implying that SETI is not from Pure Stock because of his complexion. That's the reason why I mentioned SETI's name. You understand what I'm saying? So, I'm so happy to have the opportunity to explain myself, because you see how lame the little homies are? They want to act like, I didn't want to answer a question.
So we have this brother obviously admitting that he has absolutely nothing, not one thing established in the United States of America
for the salvation and liberation of my people. Let me also state to all that this brother blocked both of my YouTube accounts, all for simply challenging him to some form of debate so that he can stop slandering me in his videos and on the Amin Ra Squad show. He was too Afrocentric for those Afrocentrists, and they kicked him out. So he did a rebuttal video saying that
Nice try. Nobody kicked me out. I was never a member per se of the Amin Ras of the Delusional Squad. I was affiliated. I was asked, offered by the host or the founder of the squad to be a member. I declined because I had for so many reasons. Okay, I declined, but I was affiliated. I was there quite often. Some would say on a regular basis, but I bounce, let's say, when I realized, because for a year I didn't know we had two 5%er and they were false flagging 5%er. One was a Yahoo group 5%er, never been to no parliament. The other one he used to talk about, I knew him as a Moor and he said he was a 5%er. Now people can ask him, when's the last time has he been to a parliament? Because people do false flagging, do all kind of things. Now if you have 5% or more, that's a new thing I never heard of. You understand what I'm saying? And on top of that, he's a Moor, but he's not a Temple Moor as well. You know what I'm saying? Other people are rejects. You know what I'm saying? Other people are Nation of Islam rejects, or maybe they bounce. But what's for sure, they are Black Power Cartel rejects.
So he did a rebuttal video saying that I was lying about the copying of the Nation of Islam's 10-point program. Let us take a listen to what this very dishonest brother has said.
You have the date highlighted there, June 13. You click on it. Like you have to click on that link there, okay? And once you're there, stop. There we go. You see there on the top there, you can read, right? Everybody can read, I guess. MosheAmericanParty.org. You see that? What the Muslims want? Okay, let's click on it. What the Muslims want. Let's find out what he said on their website. There we go. So you can see it. What the Muslims want. We want freedom. 1, we want freedom. 2, we want justice. 3, 4. Okay, let's count. You know, supreme mathematics. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now you are free to read it all, and then anybody can tell me if it is not word for word the same exact 10-point program that the Nation of Islam had. And not only there, I did bring it to the little homie. He was screaming and shouting, but it was a matter of public record already, because at the time when I made a video, I showed that. I showed the screen print from this. But anybody can just see it for themselves. So
now, first and foremost, anyone that was following the site knows that the brother who was running the site always puts up quotes of Elijah Muhammad and Marcus Garvey along with Noble Drew Ali. This was our way of keeping the connection between these great men alive, and we would regularly post their articles. Now, he gave you the date of June 13th. Take a look at the title of the home page 2 days prior on June 11th. It says 3 wise men, referencing Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, and Elijah Muhammad, and it is accompanied by a video of the same title. We prove this by scrolling down on the page that you can see that this was the honors that were being paid these great deserving men.
Okay, he's obviously trying to be misleading there, but what's for sure is that when you click there and you can see on the archive, web archive, you have the menu on the top. It says home, that means home page. You have about, basically about them, and you have what the Muslims want. That's a navigation bar, navigation menu. Okay, whenever you have a website, you understand what I'm saying? You have about, what is it about the Moshe American Party. Now you have what the Muslim want. Are you the Nation of Islam or are you the Moshe American Party? That's your problem. Now, if your website is wrong, it's your problem. It's not on me. Him talking about he was to give respect to these people, man. Please, that's lame as hell, you know. But that's a nice try, you know. You know, homies are lame.
So now let us get back to what this brother is saying that I lied about. Here is the screenshot when you click on that link. Look at the caption of the article. It says, "This is the question asked most frequently by both the whites and the blacks. The answer to this question I shall state as simply as possible. Now, everybody knows that Moorish American Muslims do not promote the socio-political constructs of black and white as pertaining to any group of people. Shaka knew this, but his ceaseless hate for everything Moorish blinded him to this simple fact. Now, I want to bring you to the actual program of the Moorish American Party on the same site. Notice it is 2 months later, and that particular link is removed.
Now, I know it was long. I want to check the sound. It works well. It was long indeed, but you heard him said, 2 months later. All this, man, because on their new website, as a program, they had the 10-point program of the Nation of Islam, word for word, and he denied it live on air. I'm so used to people just lying, and instead of saying, okay, that's what it was, because it's inconvenient, they just lie and they accuse you of lying and they slander you and they call you an agent. So, somebody wants to get on, feel free. It's been a long live stream. Now, this time, if my video gets flagged, trust me, now I will have the email and I will share it immediately. Because people wait for 10 years to act like, oh, no, show and prove that I'll flag your video. Another thing that's a bit funny. I just saw that Frankie uploaded a video. Look at this. Now, Frankie uploaded that video. It wasn't a live stream, it was a video, which means that, Lord Abba pre-recorded it. And it says, Naim, Lord Abba responds to Sabir Bey's and check him with valid points and hard facts. You see Sabir Bey? The same guy who was talking down Sanetta. He went over there because Sanetta contacted him when he saw that, our address Sabir Bey's false claims. And right after, Sabir Bey came on and he gets another guy to go at him. And when you read the comments, Nico Nashoba wrote, knew someone was going to call him out. Sabir is way too emotional and way too arrogant for his own good. He talks in circles. Here, somebody wrote, by time somebody exposing Sabir Bey, he always talking bad about black people. Thanks, Lord, I'll do another video. And I don't know how to pronounce that name, but that person wrote, Sabir spoke to 4 Moroccans who said they don't like us, but he won't step a foot in West Africa. He thinks he's one of us. I'm sorry, he thinks he's not one of us anyway. Now, Lord Abba wrote, I've been debunking the pseudo Sabir Bey for over 10 years. So Lord Abba has been debunking everybody. When we spoke, I shared the video when I was on guest on Scam Channel's panel. But you have the link, he removed it, so I have re-uploaded it on my channel. He said that the stuff I was talking about, he debunked it like years ago. He debunked everybody and everything. Now here we have Jemanild, the goddess who wrote, I'm glad Lord Abba came and said this because the notion that we have to act and behave in a way that's befitting in order to receive reparations is some straight up nonsense BS. It's slave thinking at its finest. Nisha wrote, these so-called Moors are overrated. Who taught them to hate themselves? And finally, President Amwe Moso Zikini Mikaka wrote, Pseudo Bay is trash. So there you go, Sabir. The people are talking. You heard also, some compliments from that same guy who later on, slandered me, got so many people. Even heard one of the guy's name. scientific, Shabbat scientific, man. He's doing several videos. You have to remove them. He's a weed smoking god, you know. And just a little bit of example, but the things he can say. At one point, he mentioned, something about fatherhood. Because actually, I remember when my nephew was around. Maybe he said, "Oh yeah, his nephew's around. He's not looking after his nephew or something like that." And I think some Asiatic black men in France as well use that. It reminds me of the baby creep scholar statement by the guy who was lady back then. She thought I was in a baby creep. But anyway, I did say, okay, yeah, I don't have a kid, you know. So this guy started up making his video and said, well, this guy don't have a kid, so he never uh the C word inside of a woman, the P word before. So for him, in his mentality of a weed smoking god, weed smoking 5%er, it's like it makes me less of a man. Now, how would he know what I did and what I didn't do, in my intimate life? But that's the kind of statement that those guys will make publicly, to try to belittle you. You know, they don't even know what they're talking about. The stuff is about private, intimate life. Their scholarship is off. They are bootlicking pseudo scholars. It's just all over the place, man. So once again, I just want to say for the record, Texas Bama, wow, yeah, man. I mean, damn. But that 5%er from the Amara squad, after he ended up lying, nobody forced him to lie. I have so many Asiatic black men coming at me, and so many of my videos were flagged. All of a sudden, it was just the videos replying to him that were being flagged, then others as well, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, for the record, what you heard, for the most part, is years ago, like 10 years ago. Um, my tone and my vocabulary, it's quite, fraud, homie. But then again, I've showed at the beginning, if somebody comes up now, I showed in the beginning that I was labeled an agent, I was labeled a pig. Um, there's also that article that is no longer online, but the PhD had accused me of having a gay Jones for him. All of that because I refuted his scholarship, or let's say disagree with his scholarship, because he's never going to admit that he was refuted. He's no longer teaching herself, though. Now, you've seen Lord Abba praising Western Muhammad, Dr. Western Muhammad. After Western Muhammad talks about black, he has the book Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam. They've been talking about black. He's not saying, oh, this guy doesn't know it's a misnomer, he doesn't know what he's talking about, you know what I'm saying? Black, we know, blah, 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 blah. People don't have the same standard, man. They're not on man time. They don't keep it 100. So, I couldn't find the email. I explained why I couldn't find the email. He's going to deny that he flagged my videos. It's fine. You can believe me or you can believe me or believe none of us. But everything else has been proven and demonstrated. Man, they simply had that 10-point program from the NOI. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why you will go out of your way. But then again, somebody lied and I played it. But having the Moor or Moorish nationality, claiming that on his passport's nationality field, it says Moor. And he was busted lying to the people live on air. And man, they went on a big smear campaign, flagging campaign. That's how lame some people can be. Let me just check the comments. Danny Williams wrote Nubian Moor. No, he was first a Nubian, and then he became a Moor. Texas Bama wrote, they be pulling some tricks. Oh, yeah, indeed, they do. Used to like Unc until the lies and not apologizing. You don't apologize, you definitely have an agenda, not sincere. I see through these dudes real quick. Try to give them a chance, but much disappointed. Oh, you know what? Somebody left a comment earlier on the video where I addressed Smash Rockwell and said, somebody directed me to your channel, but now I see you talk about other people. I'm not gonna watch your channel anymore. I don't even understand why people just type some comments and say, I'm not gonna catch your channel anymore. I can't get the information. Just stop watching it. You know what I'm saying? Now, Smash is never talking about anybody. You know, Mr. Decorum dude. Scam Cheddar, you see the title? Hello, but how about talking about somebody else? Now, the Mr. Decorum dude. What's his latest video? Eight hours ago. You see the face? You see the name, Bro Sanchez? So he puts someone's face, someone's name on it, and it's cool. And what is the title? Bro Sanchez proves Gish Gallup scholarship. But that's decorum, though. That's decorum. That was just for the record. Oh, Lord. Lord Abba Dabba Doo. Got that from Bobby. These mofos love to slander. No honor there either. Abba has not changed one bit from then to now. Never understood that slogan. Can't beat them, join them. People don't say that much now. I've said over the years that, the people who say death before dishonor are the same one who say can't beat them, join them. And that those two statements are in opposition completely, but a lot of people feel that way. If you can't beat them, join them. Some people, they always have slogans, sayings, but they don't stand on anything. If you stand on something, you cannot just be about everything. You know what I'm saying? It really has to be action involved. He just yapping. Nothing my behind of supreme mathematics. Write an exact word for word. Lord, you're good. Wow. Well, don't you have children? Abba is still the same. No growth. Yeah, he got gay tendencies saying stuff like that. Sanchez popular now. Why you say that, Chaka? What do I say? What? And remember, it's always better to get on the panel directly, but enforce you guys. What do I say that, brother Donnie Williams? I had a few people. Oh, you're talking about people. Oh, you're bickering. But when those guys they talk about people, it's all good. They are superior. They're high and mighty. They would disagree with some people's claims. They would talk about it. But when it's somebody that doesn't live where they live for strange reason, it becomes something wrong. They will not just admit, okay, the information that the person was teaching was inaccurate. They're being groupies. And you see, 10 years ago, that was a decade ago. But when you see people in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, and they are groupies, it feels strange to me. I can understand some person that's a teenager or in their 20s that's a groupie, but if you're a groupie in your 30s, but it's worse when you're in your 40s and 50s, and up. Same people make the same comments. But you wrote why you say that, Chaka. What is it that you were talking about exactly? Those people have been standing on those teachings, man. Inaccurate teachings from the get-go. They can substantiate it with, with history, documentation, and then as you see, they call you an agent. Crazy, man. B Bennett's in the place to be. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Oh, what's up, Sean?
What's up, brother?
Yeah. No. I was asking about what they told you to. It was something about what were you just saying? You were saying something about you removed what was it, a video or forget it, man. It was something you just said.
Um. Well, just now I was just talking about you disagree with people, and then they will call you an agent, and you know. But I don't remember exactly everything that I said. But just to answer Donnie Williams, he was talking about as far as beat them, join them. Back then, some people used to say, if you can beat them, join them. In the chat, they used to put, I mean, in the comment section, But people used to say, "Oh, death before dishonor" as well. And I was just saying that, those two statements, they don't match. They don't go together. You can't be on some death before dishonor, and then if you can't beat them, join them. It just doesn't add up. They don't match. Those two statements just don't match. But
Yeah.
before people used to make statements like that. You know what I'm saying? I remember one day somebody made a video going at SETI, and then somebody in the comment wrote, SETI should have read law number such and such from the 48 laws of power. And it's so funny when people are anonymous, unidentified, and then they want to give advices to people. You know what I'm saying? But the Twitter finger, it's what it is, man.
Yeah. Yo, Shaka, right. I was checking you out, man. It was some things you've been saying the whole night, actually. And actually, man, it's so funny because I'm sad to see that a lot of these people, they don't learn from the past. You know, they don't learn from the past, and when a person is wrong, when you're dealing with ego-fied people, they can't admit that they're wrong, Shaka. They will just
Go out of their
that
way.
just doesn't mean anything. Yeah, yeah, they will go out of their way. They will work hard over something so small, and no one told you to want to represent scholarship. No, everybody doesn't have to represent scholarship. You could actually not represent scholarship, but you could do that too, and you could you could even go out of your way to say things that aren't true. I mean, when you're a scholar, you have to be conservative about your word. And that's one thing about it. And when I notice, I was saying that to you yesterday, man. Like, you're conservative about the things you say. Therefore, you don't always have to go backtrack and re-explain yourself and do all of these things. And it's like, it's sad, man. This is an area where you got a lot of egos, um, and you have people that, for one reason or another, they haven't realized that it's not that big of a deal. You can be wrong and also be great, still be great. But even if you're wrong a few times, if you overspeak, it's actually a cool character trait to just say, "Oh man, I was overspeaking. Actually, maybe I should rephrase. What I meant was this," you know.
True.
And actually, this reminds me of like your homeboy, like this little thing that just you popped up the other day. Like, I don't know, is it just me or is it like now the goalpost has changed? It seemed like, at first it was like, you know, it was made up, they're fake, and now it's like they're not a people. No duh, Sherlock. Who is? Who is a people? That's what I don't get. It's like if he would have just said that in the beginning instead of said they're fake, it's made up. They're fake and made up, man. That's not you should check your language on that because people might believe you. It's like, and you know who I'm talking about now. The Hyksos, they were a thing actually, and the identity is it has two sides to it. And it's just as correct, and history, don't get it wrong. And I'll remind you that a lot of cats out here call each other nigga. uh is that your identity? Is your identity nigga, or did somebody label you nigga and then now you're spitting out nigga? But here's the thing, in language, if you want to communicate, you have to choose some words. You have to choose a label. And even if you're not talking about yourself and you're talking about someone else, You have to use a label to have a conversation, therefore, of any type of meaning. So your identity, who you are, is double sided. It's like you have the right to identify yourself in human rights. I am this, right? But then there's also how other people identify you, these people. And usually when someone else is identifying you, they don't give a shit about all the little ins and outs of your ethnicity and your language and who. No, they don't care about that. They care about the events that happen to them by you from their perspective, their side of things. So I think it's like we just need to learn how to be specific in our language, also be realistic in our views, and not try to make people super people, superheroes, or super villains. And then we don't have to do so much backtracking in language. So yeah, yeah, man. But then again, I don't expect it from a hard-headed person.
But the more strange to me, disappointing and amazing thing is that he couldn't even say if the dude has bad character or not when the dude is on tape defending a convicted child molester. He was quick to say I have bad character. I'm indignant. Blah, nobody like me. Blah 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 blah. Like I'm the worst person on earth. But the guy
Hey,
who's on
Shaka,
wreck defending a child
you
molester,
know,
for strange reason, he couldn't say if the dude has bad character. But go ahead, we better, and then we can hear from Donnie William.
yeah, not admitting you overspoke is bad character too. It's not the worst, but when you do it over and over and over, it's kind of like annoying. But yeah, man, I mean, it's so obvious. It's like, man, oh, here's another thing. Not only were the Hyksos a thing, but child molesting is a thing. You know what I'm saying? And scamming is a thing. It's not made up. You know what I'm saying?
It's
I'm,
real.
I'm sorry. Now you
It's
can
not
say
real.
people made it up. You might call it credit accommodating and microwaving, and you could call it that. You could call it true love if you want to, but it's not made up. It's not just fake. It's from the other side, the other person's perspective, of course. It's not from your perspective, but it's still a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't, it's just stupid, dude. It's like, yo, the guy that if you listen to yourself talk, the guy you say, hey, I'm going to call. You haven't heard people calling him all types of stuff. You haven't heard that. You haven't heard of him having people on the panel that are admitted, well, at least admitted convicted rapists. You haven't heard him have people on the panel that have found, cousins or organization members convicted of rape, even yes, molestation, pedophilia, underage people. You haven't heard any of this. I mean, you mean you haven't heard any of this stuff in your conscious community, the one that Shaka ain't a part of. You haven't heard of it, but Shaka heard of it.
But
We heard of it.
he heard of
But
the Hyksos
Donnie
like
Williams heard
3,000
of
years
it.
ago. 3,000
You know what
years
I'm
ago,
saying? But
he heard of the
but
Hyksos. This
but
is
you heard of
about
the
2%.
Hyksos. Exactly. You heard of the Hyksos, boy. You heard of the Hyksos, and boy, that was made up, and that was fake, huh? But you didn't hear nothing about anything. So it's not even fake what they said about this guy. It's not even it's just no comment at all. It's like not even going to go there. Not real, not fake, not important to me. It doesn't matter. And that's the thing. It's like he doesn't get that part either. I call it hard-headed number two, hard-headed two times. you know it's like he thinks that you are trying to sideways associate himself. You flip the coin around, brother. It's you who has not disassociated yourself from people with this behavior, and everyone else sees it, and people are allowed to say, maybe you is too, or what's up with you? Why don't you? It's loads of on the net saying, whoa, 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 I got to back up from what's going on over there. And just because you haven't heard it, and just because a guy's in France, doesn't make it strange that he's heard it. You know, just because I mean, what's the difference from you backing up from there, Shaka, and the sister what's the sister's name? Queen's Throne backing up from it, saying, "Hey, I got death threats." And this guy is just like, he doesn't hear anything he doesn't want to hear, even when it comes out his own mouth. You know, so I mean, people get old, people get stubborn. Have you ever heard of the old stubborn black man? I
No,
mean,
what's that?
it's a thing. It's a thing also. The old stubborn, angry black man. It's actually a thing. It's not everybody that has that. It's not everybody that's prone to it, but it's actually a thing. It's like Chris Rock said, you know, I don't know if you heard what in his jokes. He said, man, in one of his jokes, he said, and props to Chris Rock. I enjoy his comedy.
The black man who
He
say
said,
if there's a revolution, I kill her first. Like
no,
he's
no, no.
discussing white people, but when he sees them, he taps dance. No, not that one.
Oh, right. That one, yeah. Oh, yeah. They say a lot of things, but we have this duality in our, you know, in our psyche now, in our, you know. But he said no. The most racist person is an old black man, you know, and then he explained it, you know, because obviously, why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be sick? A black man who grew up going through discrimination, racism out of the 50s. Why wouldn't you be sick? Why wouldn't you be to some degree? Why wouldn't you be? And why wouldn't you be like, yeah, and smiling in their face, and as soon as they leave, be like, fucking goddamn cracker? I mean, why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? You see what I mean? And this is the thing, you know, a lot of us are, for other reasons, just very goddamn hard headed. It's hard to say we're wrong. It's just damn hard because we work so hard to be right, Shaka. We have to work 2 times as hard, 3 times as hard often to be right about something in everyday life, Shaka. So it's a personality thing. A lot of us hold on to this shit, dude. And my art is about, you know, balance. It's about fairness, but it's also about, making sure that you remember, if you want to get through those pearly gates, your heart has to be light as a feather. Has to weigh up against, the
About
same against
truth,
your
mainly, mainly about truth, mainly.
Exactly. So you have to remember, this is not about a battle. This is not personal. It's not, oh, you don't always have to be like, why are you coming at me? Why are you coming at me? You don't always have to take it that way. It's just dialogue. It's just debate. It's just facts. So if you say something like, you know, the Hyksos, they just made that up. Then if that's what you really mean, then someone might say, hey, by the way, they didn't just make that up. They actually real. But it turns out the brother didn't really mean that they made that up. And the brother really didn't mean those words. He didn't really mean that they're fake. No, he meant something else that millions of us could express and do express daily much better, with much better terms. And that is, guess what? What are the Kemites? A people? Are the Nubians a people? Are any people a people? Or are they labels with many small details and groupings inside of that make them a thing to somebody else or make them a thing to themselves? It's not one-sided identity. You could be an African American. It's called an intersection. You could be an African American and also be a American. You could be an African American and also be a Washingtonian. You could be an African American and be a homo. You could be an African American and be a lady. You could be an African American and be a philosopher. You could be an African American and be a basketball player. These are all intersections. You could be an African American and be a king, a mayor. You could be African American and be a fighter. They're all labels, but they're all real and they're all interconnected. They're not just made up. You see what I mean? You could be an African American and be a convict. You could be an African American and be a nigga. You see what I mean? It depends. I mean, is nigga made up? Who made it up?
It can be a
You
scammer
could be
too.
a scammer. I mean, is it a thing? Is it real? Them niggas ain't real, man. You know, niggas ain't real. I mean, it's all about the context and it's all about who's speaking. And that's how communication works. It's a thing and it's real. And it matters who you're talking to. You talking to a friend or a foe. You know what I'm saying? Did you kick the white man's ass, nigga? Well, but is nigga real or not real? Let's talk about it. It wasn't niggas that did it. It was the Washingtonians. It was the DC blacks that did it. You see? So, I don't know, bro. I'm going to step out on it. All I can say is that as long as we know what the hell you're talking about, we good.
Mm. And when you use the N word, you reminded me of Menace to Society, where was it Chauncey? Chauncey, he this he has to steal a car for that white man, and he goes to the door and he says, "What's up, N word?" The word is like nothing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Donnie Williams, feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, I
Yeah, what's
remember
up,
that.
Donnie?
Greetings, big bro. B Bennett, what's up, man? Finally get to sit up here and kick it with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, true. That's good. I'm glad you're
yeah,
up, man.
yeah, yeah. Um, I'm just kind of chiming in. You know what I'm saying? Lord Abba, um, I just see absolutely no growth. Like he's literally doing the same thing. He's he comes on people's platforms and he tries to talk like, um, you know, I have this plan and what are we gonna do and stuff, but like, you know, there's no there's no application. He's not really, doing anything about it. It's just talk. That's an observation I made because when I first heard him speak, on topics similar to this, and then you showing how it was 10 years ago. I mean, it's just no growth. I wanted to say that, and me, I made some changes and stuff like that, and I don't, I don't have to be right all the time. I try to be right, but I don't have no problem saying, what I'm saying, when I'm wrong or making that adjustment. I just don't get what is wrong with people like that. People have been busted, caught in lies, and never just, you know what, this is what I was thinking at the time, or this is why. That could get you in front of things, but they just continue the charade. You know what I'm saying? That is just something, that's why I quit fucking with, excuse me, quit messing with certain people, because I see that. But yeah, what say you, Shaka?
Oh well, I went to my archive. You know what I'm saying? Just dug that up, and I guess this time it's gonna be here to stay. But I don't know if I had a video that actually showed the actual website. The things are on Blog Talk Radio. You will share links. You know what I'm saying? But then that's the radio stuff. It was online. We didn't have the live stream, so we didn't have the visuals. We could only share links. But I think it was a radio broadcast, and I was giving the links and saying, you see, if you go on archive.org, then you can see the website as it was, and then you can see the program and stuff like that. I mean, there's only so much you can do. Then again, that was a long time ago, but that came. I like to, set the record straight. You know what I'm saying? Even if but so since he was like, I don't really remember. Oh no, I didn't do that. I'm like, okay, well, let's do a little reminder. And it was also an opportunity to show also, from the Amon Ra squad, you know what I'm saying? There are contradictions as well, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you'd expect people to grow. I mean, I would prefer like Bobby Banger, he changed his stance. I'm like, okay, it's good to say, look, I changed my stance rather than just, making statements that's going to be a bit off because he used to greet by saying Black African power, and then he's being xenophobic. So if you get a memo, the transition is smoother. But I'd rather somebody change his stance rather than just lie and make things up, and then try to portray you as a bad person just because the person disagree with you or proves you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude smash man, like, oh man, you're indignant, you have bad character. I'm like, dang. Like, it's like I became one of the worst person in the world, and he's capping for a known scammer called Garfield Reed.
Mhm.
Like people never heard all these people who complain about being scabbed by Garfield, but I'm the worst person ever. That's capping me. That's capping gone bad. But it is what it is. I'm losing sleep over it. He made the live stream today about this thing. I was told he addressed me, but at this point, it's not man time. When he will finally be man enough to say if whether or not Saneda has good or bad character for defending and convicted child molester for 10 minutes, then we'll take it further. But you have to be a man about it. You know what I'm saying? Like he said those things about me. I'm like, all right. What about him then? Yeah, nobody's seen me defending the child molester for 10 minutes straight. So you know, some people, they don't have the courage to stand on man time.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't. I've been working a lot lately, and I really don't understand. I haven't had time to go back either. But what's the basis of um, this? There's no such thing as a Hyksos. I didn't have a chance to really see it.
He's changing his narrative, man. I mean, first it's like, they are not real. I mean, they are fake. They made that up. Then it's like, okay, it's not a people. Then it's like, okay, they were Nubians. Uh, I'm, it's hard to follow because people change the narrative all the time. But hey, we have the PhDs who spoke on it. I've shown many at the station. Uh, so I don't know what else to say. I don't know where he gets that from. But the funny thing is that we spoke about it before he made that video. And I could even play it. But I think I'm gonna play it actually. I think, I think I'm gonna play it. Hold on. I guess he was salty, so he decided to come up with that title. But hold on. Which one is it? Hold on. Gotta get the title right.
I still haven't heard him. Well, it sounded like he changed his his statement now to be more like specific. Like they're not a people. They're not a people. From they're not they're not real and they're fake. They made that up, which is two different things. Now um, how I see it, it's like, because that's why I always go back to, well, are niggas a real thing? Are they a real? Are they a people? Are they made up? Did they just make that up? Yeah, they did just make that up, bro. They made it up. But are they?
oh,
I mean, it's perspective. It's context. It's like it doesn't stop you. I mean, the context from what they made up, what they labeled you, is so real that you call yourself that today. You see what I mean? So it's not about labeling. Has two sides always. What you label yourself and what someone else labels you for their perspective. And yes, they're both real. That's how it works. And by the way, in identity politics, people have this conversation every day. So I don't really I didn't got the time to be listening to 5 hours of Smash Rockwell to find out what he means about one simple thing. I know what they're not real means. I know what they made that up means. Okay, I know that. I can comment on that. You made that up, right? That's a made up thing. They are real, and they were actually a thing. And to the people that encountered them that maybe didn't like them, they probably called them a lot of derogatory shit. And no, they don't need to know if you were an electrician that was from that group, or if you were an educator from that group. Because when you're attacking someone, they don't give a fuck. They just need to label you to get your ass the fuck up out of there and talk about it in their writing. It's good enough for their purposes to label you Hyksos, right? They don't care if your cousin and your auntie was from another tribe called something else, and they don't care if you called yourself something else. They don't care, and they don't need to for their purposes. Now, if you flip the side, the Hyksos might be like, "Hey man, we ain't Hyksos. We Guga the Gaga, man. Stop calling us Hyksos, man. We this and the other ones on the other side of the bridge. They come from Kukakaka land, man. Why you calling us this?" But that's from your perspective. You're the invader. You're the one that has another side. So people label things for their own purposes. You label yourself for your own purpose, and someone else labels you for their purpose. And the mere fact that you could get on the microphone, centuries later, after somebody made the word nigga up, and you call another black man nigga from across the water, is proof of that. I mean, it's a thing. That's
You make me laugh when you say, like, don't call us Hyksos, it was Google Gaga. Nah, that Gaga Google scholar, he's live streaming responding to Lord Abba, But we know how Sabir gets down. He said that, if somebody wants him to go through the law library um, in person, I think he said it's $120, something like that, you know, uh, or maybe it's online. But it has $120 and $75. So one of them is like online, and one of them is like in person. You know what I'm saying? But here he's just responding to Lord Abba. I don't know if somebody's going to say, "Oh man, he's gossiping. He's talking about people." You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. They have disagreements. So sad thing is that Subiabe, he wants money to talk to you. But anyway, you have this last stream here. That's Mash made, and that's the first time we spoke about the Nubians and the Hyksos. So
gonna walk to the front right now. He be staring at you. Black church. What's it called? Recruit? I don't know. All right, forget it. I messed it up. I needed to find that. But if anybody know the part in the church where the preacher start making you feel bad because you're not getting up there, is there anyone today? Is there anyone today? I know somebody put this on YouTube. Hold on. All right, it ain't there. I'm enjoying myself too much. I'll get back to it. But y'all know that part of the church. So this is that part because we got 2 more minutes before members only. So people, if they got anything need to be said, they want to be heard, they can let me know. And even you can join at any time, but I appreciate y'all support. So let me get back to
record. You see that person that they have around the Sinai, looking like the Libyan. But I just want to show something. If you go to the timeline, the video that's playing now is that one there. Late night research on Kemet. That's how I know, you see. And what happened is that after that, he made that video, Nubians were Hyksos and Nubians. I didn't see that one. And then he made that one, Hyksos are fake. They made that up. This is the one that, I'll address, you know what I'm saying? So after our convo, he moved on, and talked about the stuff. And, I don't have a problem with that. But for him to say that the Hyksos are fake and they made that up, I mean, that's the title of the video, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's go back to our convo.
and even you can join at any time, but I appreciate y'all support. So let me get back to the teaching. There's a few things we be doing.
But Shaka,
chilling.
I mean,
come on, we gonna
when you did when you said they didn't make it up, you didn't curse them out.
No,
You weren't calling him nigga.
no.
You didn't start, making references to his private parts or his, biology and shit. I
No,
mean,
he was salty. He was salty.
you didn't like. That's what I don't get. Like, what's that all about? I mean, people
Jumping
have
on
the
the
right.
bandwagon.
People
Jumping
have
on the
the right.
bandwagon.
No, no, people have the right to call you on your scholarship if it's your words. If you're the one saying things, people that's how I looked at it. I didn't look at it as a big deal. But I think when these guys say they're scholars, I mean, part of scholarship is communicating and wanting to communicate with people about these topics. And um, if you can't express that you want to communicate that in a decent way through your language, then it probably means you don't want to communicate, about these topics. And because people are going to challenge you on the things you say and the positions you hold. And
Don't
Smash is
want to
not the
or don't know
most.
how to.
Right. He may not know how to, because calling a person nigga or what the fuck is all, just reacting so much out of like anger over something so small, it's like, whoa, man, like is it about the scholarship or is it about something else? And you can obviously hear the other things that he did speak about is you ain't from here. We don't how we do things over here. It almost sounds like it is really about all these other things and not what you said in your video at all. So, I mean, in all due respect, I don't even need to hear this shit right here because you didn't curse him out. You didn't speak about all those things. I mean, we could talk about all this stuff and more, but the question is that if you don't respect somebody, period, then why should you engage them at all? And there's enough room in this conversation to where you should be able to find a lot of things you respect about people, um, that should allow you to communicate with some of that respect. And I just see him as now, dog. I'm sorry, I just see him as a 50-year-old man that gets angry, bent out of shape when challenged. And hard headed too. I don't see him as that rapper that I used to dig, that I used to like and think was like, damn, this is a raw ass rap. I don't see it like that. I see it as way pettier now. You know what I'm saying? It's not that deep to me. But if we can't get past like the fact that black people from the slave trade and colonized African people live all over the world and combat racism, live in colonial nations like the United States of America and France and others, and have an obligation to work together to better ourselves, and that we're going to have to do it together to some degree. To some degree, if we don't just acknowledge that, I don't see you as an adult black man for real. I don't see it as serious, you know. And I could tell you a lot of the stuff I heard come out of his mouth that had nothing to do with scholarship, where you did not disrespect him at all that way, Shaka. Um, what I could tell you is that a lot of those things is flat out bullshit. These are not African American perspectives. These are little childish
Right.
perspectives.
Right. Hey,
That's
BB,
all I got to say. I'm disappointed by it, man.
BB, let me interject real quick. And these guys, that Frenchie and all. I mean, that's kid shit to me. Like literally, like who does that? What is that supposed to? Me calling you a Frenchie, is that supposed to stop you from getting up and doing what you got to do? I mean, how is that supposed to be an insult? I just don't understand that. I did see people do that, and I'll speak to that, but it's just like, what is that about?
Well, for those who have a elitist mindset, then to them it's like putting somebody down because they feel like they're higher than others. So they'll bring up where you come from. So some say that with the Africans, some say that with the you know, the Europeans now, you know what I'm saying? But when you agree with them, it's cool.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like it doesn't register at all. Like not one bit. Like, you know.
When they quote the scholars, if they quote French scholars, you know, it's not a problem. It's called, if they quote British scholars, German scholars, you know, Australian scholars, you know what I'm saying? But out of a sudden, it's just really a talking point. It's a talking point, and they're happy to use these terms, and I'm like, okay, all right, it's what it is, you know. I don't
You're
lose sleep
shocking.
over it.
It's like as if that makes you less of a black man because
Yeah.
you live in a certain area of the world. I mean,
yeah.
I just don't get it.
I ain't tripping on it, man.
I don't get it. I don't
It's a
get
sign
it.
of weakness. It's a sign of weakness, you know. But let me just you know, I ain't gonna play too much of that video, but just our exchange, you know what I'm saying? And once again, this is 4 months ago. That's the first time I spoke with him about the Hyksos, you know. As far as I can remember, you know.
Stay on the concept of Nubia, but it's just stuff I'll be wanting to point out as I look over things. All right. So, like right here, the other day when we were in the middle of a discussion, Benny Hassan popped up, right? I'm gonna copy this and show you how easy. I mean, not how easy, but just so people could keep track. Now we go to Benny Hassan.
Wikipedia.
You see how far down it is, but let's see if they show us something. There we go. Now, here's something to note. And we can read this text, so don't let them keep telling you. This is what I wanted to do the other day. And so I noticed that we shouldn't be doing it from this whack. We probably need to find a better original. Uh-oh. No, I'm just reading. And I was just looking at that Abusha at the bottom. This right here. Abush. Anybody ever tripped off that? Because up here it say hike soaks.
Feel free to Donnie. I think you wanted to speak. Feel free.
No, I was just I see the Abusha, so I was just kind of just trying to follow along.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. And it is right here for those who wonder, you know. I would say Ibsha, but you know, a lot of people pronounce the reed leaf, or a few people pronounce the reed leaf as a or a sound, you know.
Or I say hikakasu, excuse me. Right? But what we always do when we use this text is two things. Two things, and I'm gonna beat them up already, man. We're gonna read that. We can read the whole what y'all want to do, not just this. Yeah, because we bored. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me open up the chat. So we're gonna get in on that Benny Hassan real quick, and we're gonna talk about it because this is the text that people use to. We're gonna open up the chat and the Zoom. This is the text that people use to say that Canaanites was coming in, but I'm about to point out some stuff about the text.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding a little bit until you know I came on the panel.
To wonder, you know, to join.
That's a joke. I see you coming in. I've been river watching. I need to teach people how to watch the river, man, for more than one reason. You might want to go park a car right there. Oh, this is flat. What's up, Maad? I see you coming in. We about to build on the Benny Hassan. I'm just taking it slow, having some fun. How you doing? Whenever you there?
Hotep, send E. Can you hear me, brother?
Hotep.
How are you, brother?
I'm fine. How are you? I see we got another contribution from Human 2.0, man. He said, I got that E1B1A to the power 2, and Ramsey's my granddaddy. That's a joke. And $5 is for you to enjoy. Thanks for the stream. Yo, thank you for the tribute. All right, I appreciate that. So how you doing, Ma?
I'm chilling, brother. For those who wonder, to join, we can share links in the chat, but pay attention on every videos. You have a button that says join. It's around the same line where you have the like button, the dislike, and all the other buttons. You have one button that says join. So if anybody wonder how to become a member of a panel, that's how you do.
Right here. I'm showing it on YouTube so they can see it. I haven't shared my screen with the Zoom yet. But what's up with you? How you been? What's been going
my
on?
brother, I'm just so happy because Mr. Vegas gave us made the honor of he honored us with his presence. And at one point there was something I forgot which word it was, but I said, we've dealt with that word with Smash Rockwell. I mean, every now and then I say, Smash Rockwell or Simon Card, stuff like that. So, and I share a lot of your videos as well because in the chat, and I show the stuff. So I mean, it's a good look for all of us, And I want to tell the brothers and sisters, like I've said on my channel, please show some love to Mr. Vegas. He's an international superstar. He didn't have to come here. So for him to talk with us, non-Abrahamic people, or CC, conscious community, it's beautiful. And we don't want to deter other famous brothers and sisters from coming and speaking with us. And from the get-go, I knew his position because he follows Walter Williams. So for him to come on a platform where he knows he has opposing views, it is honorable, it's courageous. So please, brothers and sisters, don't put stuff like, oh, he ran, or like, you have the right to disagree, it's fine, but let's try to be diplomatic. I don't want a brother to regret coming on the platform. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, they was trying to hit him off with the he ran stuff and stuff.
Yeah, and other stuff like
yeah. You could erase some of those if you want to.
Well, I don't want to do that because that would be kind of like censorship. But I'm just trying to say, brothers and sisters, please, it's okay to express your disagreement, but try to be careful with the word you use. Actually, as we were talking, sometimes you will read the comments in the chat, and I used to do that before. Now I kind of look less in the chat when I'm on some platforms because sometimes some comments can trigger you, like, and so every now and then you will read, and it's like, I think it was kind of a build of messages of opposition. And at one point, he said something that was kind of strange to me. So I said, we have to make sure that you don't appear pseudo. And I have a feeling that maybe he thought I was calling him pseudo. And I tried to clarify that. I said, I'm not calling you pseudo. I said, and I repeated, but that's about the time when he said, okay, he's going to go. But at the end of the day, I don't think he would have changed his mind after our discussion. But for him to listen to opposing views, it is honorable and respectable. So thank you, Mr. Vegas. I appreciate that.
Well, that's good that you said that, and thank you, Mr. Vegas, for giving your point of view and talking to the community. I you know what the funny part is, with the way my biological clock has been, right when it started, I was one of the first people in there, and I laid on the bed with my phone next to my head. And as soon as y'all started building, I was knocked out. I woke up like 5 hours later, looking around like, oh, I missed the whole build. So I'm pretty sure it got pretty good. Basically, what was y'all discussing?
Oh, well, I knew we were going to talk about the Medunet chat. I did not put that in the title because we have our good brother Imhotep 360. He's a regular participant on your show. Actually, the full username he uses is Imhotep 360 degrees. And as a matter of fact, he got kind of put on sent to jail by one of your moderators that I don't need to name. He and other people. The last
What do you mean sent to jail? You mean that he got blocked?
Yeah, and many people were complaining about that. I mean, that girl,
I don't know. I gotta see what's going on because I just when my page was, when I was just starting, I just clicked on everybody, and if people going crazy with that, does YouTube let you see who blocking people?
No, I don't think he does. But
yeah, so that's a crazy mystery.
Well, I think she did not deny that it was her because people were holler at her. Then people had to be like, please don't put me out this time. Just let me breathe. Like she gave everybody a piece of the action. I mean, this lady, as soon as somebody doesn't agree with her team of Riparianite and her team of Christian apologists, Garfield and them,
She will use any excuse, but I don't want to, I don't want to spend too much time about that. I mean, feel free to try to have a look at the chat and see what the people say, because some people will say, "Oh, he's a hater. Shaka is a hater." But at that time, man, I mean, he'll tell you, I'm sure. I don't know if he's here now, but yes, we knew it was going to be the Medinature, because that's Imhotep 360 who put me in contact with Mr. Vegas. So we talked about the decipherment, and he was listening, a great deal. But he pulled up a clip from Young Pharaoh, and Young Pharaoh played that clip that I'm sure some of us have seen before, of Dr. Ben taking issues at speaking the Medinature, and he goes like, kak, but speaking the Medinature and reading the Medinature is something different, And I was trying to tell him that with the Hebrew, we say even the name of God, according to the Bible, for those who believe in it, we usually say Yahweh. Some scholars think that it was pronounced Yahoo, which means that even the name of God, we don't even know how to pronounce it, but nobody says the Hebrew has not been deciphered. And I started with the cuneiform writing, because I haven't heard anybody say that the cuneiform has not been deciphered. Because some people say, well, the Medinature, they are not letters. They are pictures. They are symbols. But the cuneiform script is made of symbols as well, or pictures. A lot of people don't know that, and they can go on Encyclopedia Britannica. There is a chart. You need to click on enlarge, and they're basically like birds, fishes, But you have the initial pictogram, and then later on we have what we recognize as cuneiform writing, like those sort of lines and triangles. So in a nutshell, I showed that artifact from the Louvre Museum with the name of Alexander written in hieroglyphic. But that artifact is 300 BC, which means that it is 2,000 years before the Rosetta Stone was even found. So for anybody to argue that the Medinature has not been deciphered, when we have the name Alexander written in hieroglyphic, it will mean that those people were so lucky, the Greeks were so lucky, that they happened to draw something inside of a chenu or a cartouche, and it actually spells the name Alexander. And we have other names like that, and we have also the name, the word Pharaoh, which derives from the Menunecher per A. We have the given name Susan, that comes from the Menunecher. Gardiner wrote about that, and I shared that. There's another name as well, but it escapes me now. Oh, Ibani. The word Ibani comes from the Menunecher Hebeni. And there's this book here, the etymological, it doesn't show. The etymological dictionary of Greek by Robert Beekes, Beekes. He's a heavyweight linguist. Volume 1, I have both volumes. He has the word ebenos in Greek, and he says it comes from the Egyptian Hebeni, and there's the University of St. Andrews. They have and I think you might have shown that before, the Westcar Papyrus.
I think so. But I just don't remember what's on it right now.
Well, if you have time, you can go to the Westcar Papyrus on the University of St. Andrews. And funny thing, it is translated by the guy named Blackman. And that's the guy, the Tools of Mer, and you can type it Ibani, and you will see the Medunacher word Hebeni, and of course the English translation, the Medunacher word Hebeni, and we will have the translation Ibani. The word Ibani that we use in English derives from the Medunacher, just like the word Egypt derives from the Medunacher. So how is it possible that some words that we still use to this day derives from the Medunacher, but the Medunacher has not been deciphered? So, but all of this comes from Walter Williams. If Walter Williams changes his stance tomorrow, most of the people who believe that it hasn't been deciphered because they listen to it, they would change their stance.
Yeah, and no one who believes the Medunacher has not been deciphered can display an elementary knowledge of the system that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna fast forward to talk about the
Walter
Hyksos.
Williams ain't going to change his mind either.
Oh, I don't think so. He's
Out of what you
90
say.
years old, so yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna fast forward to
God
talk
bless
about the Hyksos.
It was my mistake.
Yeah. No, it's
Josephus made that term up. Even tried to read a book to show, no, this grammar ain't right, or this word order ain't right, or whatever, or this transliteration ain't right. They just coming up with theories without ever studying it. Peace, Sister Jolanda. I see you got your hand raised. No need to raise your hand. We just building. You can just hop in whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody wants to speak, I think.
What about the consultation?
Jolanda?
No, he can go ahead. I'll let him finish.
Oh, well, I don't have much to say. I'm sorry, I had to cut my camera because I'm gonna get my daughter ready because it's 7 a.m. actually. So I'm gonna prepare her. I don't want, but yes, Mash. They tend to say what they think. Oh, we were not there when they created the symbols, so we don't know what the symbols are. They were and so on. Those Greek letters, we were not there. A word for it. And feel free to send a message and ask them, do you think the Medu Neter has not been deciphered? To my knowledge, the expert.
Next research I'm about to do, we probably could see how much we can address of it today. But what I'm seeing from just what I'm seeing is the research question is simple. Where on this attestation that people use to say Canaanites, y'all can't see my screen in the Zoom. And then we're going to turn over the floor to Sister Jolanda. Let me make sure y'all can see my screen real quick. Share. Okay, now in this, where in this text does it say that these people are Canaanites?
I don't see the text. But is it the painting from Beni Hassan?
Yes, and so.
Okay, that's great. I have an answer for that if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see the term Hyksos or Hekahased. If you go on Encyclopedia Britannica right now and type in Hyksos, so you know how it's.
Yeah, I know about that. I know about that. Yeah. And so let's go to step 2 of that part, because what I'm saying is Hyksos ain't a real thing. Josephus made that term up. What the words?
No, he didn't make that. I'm sorry, I apologize for cutting you off, but no, Josephus didn't make that term. That term existed. That's Greek term. That's a Greek term. So
Josephus wrote in Greek, but he was the first one to use it because he was.
Say so.
You want to look it up?
Well, right now, as I said, I have to prepare my.
Look, I'm just gonna click on the word Hyksos. It ain't gonna take long. Click on the word Hyksos. It's gonna tell us Josephus came with that. So we got to get down to the etymology.
Actually, I think Josephus came up with Shepherd King. That translation of Hyksos. But Hyksos means.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yes,
you saying he translated it, but here's the thing: we got to look at it. He was the one who read the Medu Neter that said Hikakasut. You see, so he did the translations.
Well, I wouldn't say so because Josephus came in. He was born in 37.
No, we're not talking about Josephus. Manito.
Oh, Manito. Okay.
Wait a minute. Did I say Josephus ever? I thought I said Manito. Did anybody hear? I have to rewind.
Josephus.
Were we talking about Manito or Josephus?
Well, I think you said Josephus, but maybe I made a mistake.
I could have sworn I said Manito.
Shaka. Yeah. Play that back. It sounded to me.
No, he did say Josephus. People in the chat also, they I think we're going to see it in the chat, but they say no, you said Josephus, so he made a mistake. That happens,
I mean, and see, this is what's so important. It's like it's not important to be right. It's actually not at all. It has nothing to do with it. What's most important is that the manner in which you dialogue is actually consistent and allows the dialogue to take place. Even another day, and the day after that, and the next time around, your disagreement is not actually important either. As long as the manner in which you disagree allows the next day to carry on. And I think that's the element that it still needs to be kind of learned on this other side about respect. And it's not, don't get me wrong, because all the foul words and things like that don't mean nothing in real life. The world does not work that way. You can curse the white man out all you want. It won't change a goddamn thing. Talking about the white man's mother doesn't change things. It doesn't change the bars. You see what I mean? It doesn't change. It doesn't stop the classism. You know, it doesn't change those things. By the way, yeah, I just reminded myself of something. But yeah, and I think that's really the lesson here, man. It's the character, dude. It's the character, and really need to just get in tune with that, because you seeing it right here, just right here, how one little small thing can, you know, stop you from hearing what another person is saying. Shaka, you're so conservative and very pointed in how you use language, you know, that a lot of times guys are not used to doing that themselves. You see what I'm saying? And they interpret that as you think you're better than them. And that's where a lot of the hostility comes from, brother. I believe, you know. So I just want to say that, man.
B. Bennett, let me interject, please, just to piggyback off you, man, because I always like the way you kick it. But I was thinking about that today, Shaka. It's just like, you know, they say, you know, Britain's English is the proper English, and I think, you know, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just the way you kind of come across. I'm not saying anything is wrong. Don't get me wrong. Just hear me out. It's just like it cuts. It's like a cut and a cut and a cut and a cut because it's just proper. But yeah, so you know what I'm saying. But, yeah.
Well, then I understand if people say proper English, that British English is proper. We could say it's the original. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And you know, when we're in France, you know, we learn English. It will be more the British English than the American English. And to me, there's not a big difference between the two. You know, just some vocabulary that's different. Like in America, you know, people say sneakers. In England, people say trainers. You know, it's just some things that you know, and of course the accent and the vernacular, the slang is different, but you know, it's still the same language. You know, but but yeah, so far at this point it was all good. You know, like Texas Bama wrote, this was a beautiful, respectable conversation so far. You know what I'm saying? But at one point, you know, we're gonna hear that he was a little bit salty, but you know, afterwards he went out of hands. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess some
Yeah.
people, you know, want to be right. You know.
So who was it? Was it Josephus or Manitos? I mean.
Oh well, we're gonna clarify that it was indeed
Okay.
Benito, not just Giuseppe. But still, at this point, it's not a big deal. It's not a problem. It's later on that it's gonna sound a bit salty. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know if he was already at that point, but I didn't. It didn't seem to me like he was at that point. But later on, we kind of gonna, you know.
Yeah, but it sounded to me like he wasn't
Yeah.
sure who brought it up. It sounded to me like he wasn't sure what he said. He forgot what he said. I mean, you know.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
In all fairness, it did sound like some confusion, but okay.
Yeah. I think at this point he was like what we call a honest mistake, you know. But later on, you know, he's gonna get a bit, you know. I don't know if I should say confrontational, but you're gonna hear me say, man, I'm not trying to challenge you. You know what I'm saying? But let's find out.
It was Manito who made the hike so.
Well, and still, I wouldn't say. We will never do. I'm sorry. Okay, let's presume Manito is the first one to use the term Hyksos. Still, it doesn't change that Hyksos is a Greek rendering. It's a Greek rendering. Sorry about this. It's the Greek rendering of Hekahasut or Hekahaset. And
now, for the record, in the chat, you know, people wrote, you know, Citon 360 dialect wrote, yeah, you said Joe, meaning Josephus. Six Finger wrote, you said Josephus. Tony Tone wrote, you said Josephus. Smash. You know what I'm saying? So.
And this means, of course, foreign ruler. So the Encyclopedia Britannica, if you type in Hyksos, it will tell you people of Palestinian descent. And I have a video from the British Museum, and it actually says also that Hyksos are of Palestinian descent.
Yeah, they said I said Josephus. I meant to say Manito. That was my mistake.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good. I was surprised. I was like, what's up with Smash now?
Oh, no, but let's get to the point because we still got to illustrate what so we can see this. So y'all don't see my screen?
Okay, I have to go and.
Oh no, well, I'm just making
yeah.
sure. Anybody else on the panel? Can y'all see my screen? I'm pretty sure it says screen
I see your
share.
screen. Yeah, I see your screen right now. First century AD.
Oh, you in the Matrix.
I was on mute. I can see it.
Juju in the Matrix, but we can barely hear your voice. But it says the first century AD Jewish historian Josephus, which I erroneously said, and I was talking about Manetho, but he gave the meaning shepherd kings, like you said correctly, right? Well, let's keep reading. It says captive kings in Contra Apion, where he describes the Hyksos as Jews, as they appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian Manetho. Now, if we go farther down, you clearly say, he says, as it appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian Manetho. But then if you go down, it says it is unclear if this translation was found in Manetho. But Manetho brought forth the Hyksos. But it don't even say that right there. But they kind of tell you right here by telling you where he describes the Hyksos as Jews as they appeared in the Hellenistic Egyptian historian tale by Manetho.
But I can add to that. I would have let the sister Juju speak, but it sounds like she's in Matrix, like we say. And I think I heard Pan African James between you. But the thing is that Josephus quoted Manetho, and Manetho talked. We don't have any surviving existing work of Manetho, of course. And Manetho talked about those people who invaded. So those people he's talking about. All evidence points that they are the Hyksos, and he says that they committed atrocities in the land, and ultimately they were expelled, which has some historical basis when we know what happened with the Hyksos. So Josephus probably is the one who tried to make a correlation with the Exodus story, you see, and his translation of Shepherd Kings is not, it's not 100% accurate, but it's not far-fetched, you know. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I'll say. I'm going to mute myself because then you got to
Okay. Well, the question I'm raising is still it could still be asked, because simply when looking at the text, it just says Hikakasut. Now it says, this is Kamos's text, where they're saying retinue, which takes us into the Levant on Kamos text. But on Kamos text, he called them Aamu. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Aamu is a generic term for Asiatics. You see? But so go ahead, Juju.
So all I'm saying, go ahead, Juju. You never got to get your words in.
No, because this is totally off the subject. I'm backtracking. That's why I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, it don't even matter. We just could build all night. I mean, as long as people have time. So what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to address Mayat when he was talking about the mod and the Shemad. Do you know who this is?
I did not really get the word you used. Can you come again for me, please?
You were talking about moderators and how they're blocking people in certain chats. Do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Tamika. You know, many people complained that they were being put on timeout and kicked out. So yeah.
What platform was this though?
Oh, well, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Smash Rockwell when they were talking about the DNA.
She's playing games.
Yeah, I know Imhotep 360 talked about this. I mean, so many people talked about this. And what people could do is just have a glance at the chat. You know, they don't have to read all the.
Yeah, go ahead, Donnie. You were talking about. Feel free.
No, I'm sorry. I was just interjecting. She's playing games. Okay. She's just as guilty as everybody else. Straight up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. You know, she used to be a supporter here on this panel, but you know, I guess some people like to cap for their crew, even if they're defending rapists and pedophiles. But it is what it is. That's life.
But just for the record, even the dialogue. I mean, don't get me wrong. I saw this. I was there watching this. When it happened, and I'm sorry. It still doesn't mean that the Hyksos wasn't a thing, that they're made up, that they're fake. Again, this is about who is applying the label and what burden they have in applying the label. It first is for their own purposes. So if the term Hyksos serves their own purposes, even though they're talking about another group of people, it's real. It's not fake. Sure, now the Hyksos, the other group, they might have several different groups among them that have specific terms that they identify themselves as how they are related to each other, which usually is more detailed. But for the other side, they don't give a goddamn because that's not what it's not for their purposes. They could care less about it. And it's just again everyday how everyday language is used. But so far I don't see how this is proving the point of they're not real and it's just made up. I would rather have heard what I was suggesting in the beginning, when I first saw this little issue coming up, was that to say that, hey, the Hyksos are various groups of people. There are various groups that, are that group together for a specific cause. There may not be one specific ethnicity necessarily. But then again, the Kemites, even when before invasion, no one's ever suggested that the term Kemite means one particular tribe. It doesn't mean that. You see what I mean? There's various groups that make the Kemites up. There's various groups that make up Nubians. And how we know this is because number one, that's people all over the world throughout history. That's how the languages work for everybody. So again, I'm not seeing why he couldn't just say that from the beginning and why he had to be a little loose about it. So I think that's all it's about, Shaka. You're very conservative in your approach and your statements that you make. And I think when other guys aren't so careful about their language, they just get hard headed about it, man. When it's just not even necessary, man.
But for the record, when we had that convo, that was the day before he uploaded the video or he made the live stream. Hyksos are fake. They made that up. What happened is that convo was January 9 of this year, of course, 2023. Then on the same day, January 9, he had the other video entitled "Nubians were Hyksos?" Hyksos and Nubians. And then the next day, January 10, 2023, then he made the Hyksos are fake. They made that up. So at this point, it wasn't indeed, like you said, he wasn't claiming that they are fake, that they were made up. We're trying to find out who were the Hyksos. I mean, I guess he was trying to find out who they
Right.
were.
Well, you got to find out.
Yeah.
You got to find out who the Hyksos are, in terms of who's talking about them. And let's be
Yeah, well.
honest, it's very simple. The one dynasty and one pharaoh is not the same as another dynasty and another pharaoh. So then that's just again how languages always worked. It works like that with all groups of people. It shouldn't be a shocker, which is why we need to be specific, and also measured. You see what I mean? In communication, and that's all because I don't think you'll find anything different here than what happens every day of the week. It always has happened every day of the week with language. So
all I'm saying is it's definitely in the glyphs. I just don't understand the angle, But yeah.
Exactly.
I don't understand it either. When I saw the title "Hyksos are fake," they made that up. I was like, what? Let's listen to the convo.
Because let me say this too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Reggie gonna have to retract some stuff, and all that. Because Reggie been been kicking stuff about the Hyksos for years. I mean, so it's definitely
not just Reggie, Egyptologists. I mean, dealing with the Hyksos for years, So
there was a lot of censorship or blocking activity, and I mean this is nothing new. I think some people have not noticed, particularly the owners of channels. But she's used to that. But people are gonna say I'm hating and stuff like that. But yeah.
All I have to say to that is different platforms have different rules for their moderators. And I think those moderators know it. So she may be used to doing something that is expected on another platform, so to speak. Some people don't allow any dissension in the chat. Some people do. It's
for the record, this is Wikipedia for whatever that's worth. But Wikipedia says, let me go back so you can see the beginning of the sentence. Yeah, it's describing, this Beni Hassan painting, and it says group of group of West Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites, and then you see they're talking about the Heka Hasud because it is actually written, it is there, So that's Wikipedia, but other scholars also, I mean, like I've shown, Encyclopedia Britannica says that the Hyksos were of Palestinian descent. The British Museum also said that they were of Palestinian descent. Once again, the Ashmolean Museum, we can see that they mentioned Levantine. And I'm pretty sure other scholars also have, came up with that view.
Expected on another platform, so to speak. Some people don't allow any dissension in the chat. Some people do. It's just different. That's all I'll say about that. I'm not going to speak on her in this situation. I just wanted to clarify some stuff. If you saw it on this chat or or wherever, because I was under the impression you saw it here. I personally am Hopetep 360. Don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but I'm also not trying to block him. I think people have, the right to say their piece. That's what it's about.
Before I block anybody, I got to run it through Smash. This is his channel.
But
saying? So that's
the moderator's job.
I've never blocked anybody besides maybe some people that just promoting porn.
Man, it's like this. If you moderate somebody else's channel, moderate on their views, not your own. Like if you hate this, like if I'm asking people just to help me out with making sure people ain't getting out of pocket, then if somebody just say something you don't like, and if it ain't out of pocket on the channel, then I think you should just let that fly. But I'm gonna have to get control of that. But to bring it close to what I was questioning, they say clearly right.
Yo. But see, check this statement out. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to go too far with this, but it's just, again, about listening to this man and taking this man at his own words. Now, this man, he had Heru go onto his chat and do what? Speak to him using the same vernacular that he uses with other people, even a more polite vernacular, and he blocks him. Heru went on there and said what they say every day. Hey, why don't you go on his platform and confront him like a man or whatever?
Like
right. And what he do? Block him. But then he comes over to your platform.
Yeah.
And then and he cursed him out for that. Then he comes over to your platform. So it's like, which one is it? Do you talk this way or do you not talk this way? If you talk this way, are people to talk to you this way? Which one is it? And you can't just keep flip-flopping on the vernacular and on the rules of the vernacular. And that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make sense, man.
It's a very valid point, brother, because not only when he came on my platform, he used the term clown, N-word, and he said so many other things. And indeed, we just heard him say, I'm saying, you should let them, let's hear it again, exactly what he said.
Ain't out of pocket on the channel, then I think you should just let that fly.
If they ain't getting out of pocket on your channel, then I think you should just let that fly. But you wanted to, I don't.
So what's out of pocket? What's out of pocket? Let's define what is out of pocket.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but because they don't even know what that means. But yeah, I can only speak. Well, I'm not even gonna say her name, but she is biased as hell. And it's just they can't get in pocket because they was never in pocket.
Black Canada.
And look, I can tell you, Shaka, and you got to notice this is not a, when we start talking about what is good, what African Americans do and what's normal in our vernacular and normal in our culture, well, we have various cultures. It's a big country. What flies over in one part of the country may not fly in another part of the country, bro. Like, it's like that. And when I hear, I'm gonna be honest with you, from where I'm from, I hear we very particular on our language. And if you don't come straight on it, then we might take offense, which is why you might speak a more neutral English, when you're not from there or you're not around your kind from your neighborhood or from your city. You speak a more new. I don't go to New York and be speaking just flat out DC vernacular. And LA people don't come to DC speaking because the LA people, they call their girls bitches. If you come to DC and you call another woman a bitch, or any woman a bitch, they fucking, that it's gonna be on. That shit doesn't right. So you have to monitor, even among fellow African Americans, you got to tone your shit down a little bit and speak a more neutral form of English. So don't buy into that we all just get to do whatever, man. And by the way, it doesn't hurt to be diplomatic in your language. You go far, man. If I wanted to go down to Texas, I would be like speaking. I'd look a brother in his eyes, ask him what I want, speak really just straight and clear to the point, and I'm basically probably going to get what I want. But if I walk up to him like, "Hey, brother, what's up, my nigga?" Blah, 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 there's no guarantee he's going to like that. You know what I'm saying? He might look at me like, "What's wrong with this motherfucker, man? Just tell me what you want." Something strange. You see that motherfucker over there? You don't know what's going to come out of it if you don't know, because it's not your part of the country. It's not your part of town. So that's all I mean. Like this stuff, man, sometimes people giving impressions of something that's just not real, man. That, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Donnie?
I hear you.
Like,
most definitely. Yeah. Shaka, did you have more video to play?
Yeah. But
Okay.
I'm just, yeah. Just for the record,
Want you to
really.
fall asleep on me.
Come again?
I said I'm not trying to put you to sleep or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm not working tomorrow. Tomorrow is like
Oh, okay.
what
All
they
right.
call bank holiday in England, and I think they call it national holiday in America. But yeah, I'm basically not working tomorrow, so I wouldn't be up. It's 5 a.m. right now. But I had a little nap
yeah.
before. I had a little nap when I came from work, so that's why I'm how do you say it? I don't know the word, but my schedule is a bit off now. Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to get control of that. But to bring it close to what I was questioning, they say clearly right here, a group of Western Semitics, but it says labeled A'amu. And so that's what I was questioning, Shaka, if this text actually said that these Hikakasu or these Hyksos were indeed A'amu. And it actually says it on there. I just didn't see it when I was trying to read it. And so, yeah, I appreciate everything you were saying to bring me some clarity. Let me see.
Yes. Once again, Amu is a generic term for Asiatics. It's not necessarily specific.
But Hikakasu ain't really either, though. You know what I'm saying?
It is. I'm sorry. And really either. And really what? Hikakasu and really what?
Pardon me?
You said Hekakasut ain't really either.
Oh, no, they use, so I want to look it up. We probably could get into TLA, but the term actually is used for Nubians too. And so really when...
No, I doubt that, but please, feel free to share it with us.
Well, yeah, we would have to pull that up, and that's what we're about to try to do, to see if there's any truth to that claim. I heard Hikakasu actually did not just apply, it just meant foreign rulers at a time, but we got the tools to
and I thought I heard
get
that
to the bottom of it. Yeah, I heard that. You feel what I'm saying?
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's good to look at. I never looked that up, but that's a claim that has been floating around for a minute.
And the foreign rulers, those are the people from the Delta, and some of the reason why we know they are of Palestinian descent, because scholars just don't say that for the hell of it, they just wake up one day and say, okay, I'm going to say they come from Palestine or Canaan, as was known back then. Their names, we have Yaqub, many West Asian names, like they say, or let's say Semitic names, Canaanite names. And when they were expelled, that's where they fled to. And besides, as we know, Egypt ruled over some parts of Palestine, the area of Gaza. So they were familiar with the people there. So those are some of the reasons why they know that they were of Palestinian descent. Now, maybe some people argue that we have some Nubians who are also Hekakasu because the Nubians allied themselves with Asiatics. There's a letter that was intercepted where the Asiatics proposed to the Nubians to rally together. Actually, there was some sort of alliance to go against Kemet. And this is obviously one of the reasons why Kemet put a smackdown, because people like to show.
But that never got put into place. You feel me?
Yeah,
like you
I
said.
don't
Yeah,
like
that never happened. That never happened, really.
They keep pushing that one little letter like that. That's real significant. And I know that how this works is they use stuff like that as propaganda to kind of make a split. Like we was, you know what I'm saying? It seems like a propaganda piece to me. Because I keep hearing that.
No, it's not propaganda about the Pan-African James.
No, I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that I keep hearing people parrot that, but it's just so little evidence that you're just going to use just one letter to say what their relationship was. You see what I'm saying? What other evidence do you have besides that one letter?
Well, I think I shared it with you actually on my channel, but there's a PhD now. He's not a PhD in Egyptology, but he's been teaching hieroglyphics for like decades. And in his book, he talks about the Magi. And the Magi were known as, skilled warriors. And some of them were playing both sides of the fence. They were working for the Asiatics and they were working for the Egyptians. So
No, that ain't how that went down, though. That's a misnomer or a misunderstanding of how we just read the whole text on screen the other day. And so that ain't, I mean, it wasn't like that was working for.
Well, that's one text, brother. That's one text. And that guy, I can say the name because I have his book there, but he's hold on. Where is it? He's Michel. Hold on. There it is. I messed it up. Michel Dessoudex. So obviously the book is in French, but it's called Lettres Égyptiennes, which means Egyptian letters. I messed up my whole thing here. But yeah, I mean, one letter, one text is one thing, but there's so many texts, and a lot of time in our lifetime.
Just real quick, wasn't you referencing that one letter?
Well, I have the quote on my notes, and I shared it on the screen during one of the live streams, so I don't know it verbatim. But he talked about the fact that they were working on both sides of the fence. And once again, that's not all the Magi, because
no, I'm just I understand, but I'm asking the question. The question I'm asking is, weren't we talking about the letter intercepted by Kamos? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I really don't know the name off the top of my head, so I can't say. If
oh yeah, Kamos, on the Kamos Stella where they was trying to hook up with the Cushites. They were trying to hook up with the Cushites, and the letter got intercepted by the Nubians. That's what happened, and got took back to
no, by the Egyptians. I mean, the Egyptians got hold of it. To make the long story short, but there was clear. I mean, the author talks about the fact that the Magi, they work on both sides for both sides of the fence. So at one point, the Egyptians like, hey, that's not good, So,
they were seen as like mercenary, but let's pull up the text because I don't have you ain't read it. You just heard what some people said about it. I can tell.
No, actually, this guy. I want to tell you this book that I just talked about.
That's what I mean. The book
just
that you talk about.
Just stop it.
We gonna read the text. We read.
This is the problem, dude. It's not necessary. See, when you what do they say? When you assuming only makes an ass of yourself. He doesn't know if you read it or not.
Yeah.
And it's no point in even assuming. Why would you assume that from, what is this? Is that arrogance? Is that what that is? Like, what did you do to like trigger some type of arrogance like this? I don't get it. I don't understand it.
I was trying to say, but people.
I don't know if it's an age thing. I don't know if it's that he just thinks I'm older than you. I don't know what it is. Shaka, I'm older than you too, man. I'm literally a decade older than you. I'm more than a decade older than you. But I don't rock with you because of your age. The age is not the point. Yeah, I see you, Donnie. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's about your love for the topic, and your love for history. that I rock with you, and I rock with you because you're thorough in it. And again, I always say this: you make it easy for everyone else because you do the laborious work. We can lean on you for that. It doesn't mean we're idiots ourselves or that we haven't read these things, but you're collecting a catalog that we can all refer to. You are encyclopedia for a lot of us, you know. So you need people that are willing to debate these topics, be able to at a moment's notice pull out the references and things like that. This is what we need mechanically. You see what I mean? It's not something you can just replace, you know. And it doesn't mean somebody else is not just as intelligent. It's just that there's some mechanics to this also. You see what I mean? It's like you really have to get down to the dirty work, getting your fingers dirty. So I just don't understand why he would say that. And why would he even need to? Because you are he should recognize you as a person that has been committed to this study, um and you've proven yourself over decades now, bro,
Yes,
and you've
yes.
proven yourself from the beginning. Why would he even have an issue with you like that? I just don't get it. You're not the type of guy that makes up stuff, and you're not the type of guy that guesses about stuff, because you don't need to. You don't lean on that. That's not a crutch for you. It's never been a crutch for you, Shaka. So I don't get why he would assume you haven't read this stuff. You know, it's like, what? I
Well,
don't know, man.
I was like, okay, well, he says I haven't, but it's okay. At this point, it's still cool. It's later on, like it sounds
Oh,
like he's
nah,
gonna get
nah,
pissed off.
nah, 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 nah. This ain't cool. This might be cool with you. You handling it because you're like, okay, well, if you want to step on that one, make a mistake on that one, okay, that's fine too. But it's really not a cool character trait.
Yeah, Shocker,
It's
you can't
just
be fence. Shocker, you can't be fence riding, dude.
That's why they knew him.
You can't be fence riding, brother.
Yeah. But brothers, for I've been online, like, as I said, for 19 years. How many times people told me, you don't know, you don't understand, you don't know how it is here, whatever. And I'm like, there's things like that. It's like it's a walk in the park. It's better than you're an agent, you know.
you ain't just been online for 2 decades. You have been committed to your passion for the subject, for the topic, for a
Right,
decade. You
right.
know,
Let me say this, BB, because I piggyback off you a lot of
yeah,
the
bro.
time. You say so many good things, but to me, Shaka, like I would like to see. Well, I would like for. I'm done with the CCC, the conscious community. Sorry, I added extra C, but I would like to see, you know, a cordial discussion. We don't have to fight, call each other names and stuff, and let's just deal with the information. Like, if you're really scholar, then that's what you're about, and that's what you're trying to do.
Between me and who?
Excuse me.
Absolutely.
Between me and who?
Well, I wasn't asking a question, but if you want to put it like that, I would like to see. You really want to go there?
You mean Smash?
No, I'm not really tripping on Smash.
Who? You have discussion with who?
Oh, Chief X.
What?
I'm gonna say Chief X.
Anytime we have before.
I'm gonna say Chief X.
Yeah, anytime. He knows it. He knows it.
But don't let me come off wrong. What I'm trying to say is, it's okay to have a discussion and disagree and stuff like this. And if y'all really want to go into a debate, then line it up.
But
all
you were there
Chief
last
X
time.
yells, man.
We were talking, and he bounced, but he knows he can come anytime. I don't have a problem talking with Chief X.
Chief X, he gets angry when you don't agree with him.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, yeah.
It's just that simple.
I think the last time, yeah, he was shouting. He said the last time that he was shouting, and then eventually I put him off the panel. Probably was the last time. Yeah, but I don't know if you were there, Danny Williams. He was really shouting. I was like, man, please don't shout.
No, wait. Y'all kind of I was just trying to say that I like when brothers have proper discussions and stuff like that. But I wasn't trying to stir up anything. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
all, the
right.
pot is
Yeah,
already
yeah, yeah.
stirred. But I'm just trying to say, like, I like when it's a good discussion.
Oh,
You
you're
know what I
right.
mean?
You're right, Donnie. You're right.
Your views aren't my views all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But you still my brother at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean? I'm gonna
no, but
support you and come.
and it's good. I
That's
agree
all I'm
with
trying
you.
to say. I just don't want to
Yeah,
get that confused.
yeah, and it's good also to hear people with opposing views, discussing a subject matter. I think that the next time with Chief X, we'll have to establish how do you call it, a time frame, like a talking time. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of time he talks and I say, okay, I want to interject, and he says, oh no, let me finish, and. But yeah, he knows. Chief X knows, man. Chief X, I don't have a problem having a discussion with him. I know his stance. I don't agree. He doesn't agree with my stance, but not a problem. I mean, he said he would show us a pair, Tutankhamun. He struggled a little bit. The one he showed us, in my opinion, the color was faded away. But then again, if this person is a black man, and that's King Tut's grandfather, so King Tut is, Amenhotep III is black, but his grandson is not black. But we can talk about that. Yeah, no problem. So here, let's continue with this situation there.
I'm fine with that, but what I'm trying to say, brother, this book, there's 4 volumes, and he actually translates the text. He shows the how.
We read Metal Lecture. Look, the book that you talk about. We gonna read the
that I just talked about.
That's what I mean. The book that you talk about. We gonna read the text. We read Metal Lecture.
I'm fine with that. No, I want to tell you.
Just heard what some people said. Let's pull up the text because I don't have you ain't read it. You just heard what some people said about it. I can tell.
No, actually, this guy. I want to tell you this book that I just talked about.
That's what I mean. The book that you talk about. We gonna read the text. We read Metal Lecture.
I'm fine with that, but what I'm trying to say, brother, this book, there's 4 volumes, and he actually translates the text. He shows the hieroglyphic transcript, and he translates it. So he's not just making stuff up. He's going by what the texts say. And this text from different periods. There's many different texts.
I don't think he's making nothing up. I just was simply saying the way that you was understanding, explaining the understanding of the story makes me think out of all the primaries you went over, you might not have used that one. That's all I'm saying. Because
it's possible. Yeah, I agree with you. It's possible that one you're talking about, I might have not read it, but it's just like this decipherment of the hieroglyphic. It didn't happen just in one step. So with the Nubians, the Magi, there's different events. And actually, the Hyksos, the Beni Hassan, that's 1900 BC. You see, that's almost 2000 BC. But the situation with the Hyksos ruling the north, that would be, I would say, some might say between 1700 and 1500, or between 1500 and 1300. But basically, at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, that's where they were kicked out. So those people have been there for a long time, and obviously it appears that at one point they decided to take over. They just debowed the situation in the north.
Hey, Shaka. So when you say that the Hyksos took over, this is just a question why Smash is over here setting things up. So how far down do you suppose that the Hyksos, when they took over, how far down would you say they took over?
The northern side, the delta, and the capital of the Hyksos is a place called Avaris. And the funny thing is that Avaris in French means greed, and their main deity was Set.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So yeah, they were ruling the north. They were not. Some people think that they were ruling all the country. And as a matter of fact, there's correspondence between the kings of. We could say Nubia, but
Thebes. The Thebans.
Yeah, there's correspondence. Like when I see you with Psalm, like they were just literally writing, man, I'm gonna rip you. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, like I'm gonna rip your. I think he actually says something to the effect of "I'm gonna rip your belly apart" or something like that. But they were sending each other letters, like I'm gonna do this. It's like today, like Twitter, or whatever. Like when I see you with Psalm, they were really having conversations like that.
All right, so we got the chance to get to the bottom of peace. I see Mental Son in the building. I also see on Coma Jed in the building. What's up with y'all? Y'all want to get a word in before we step to this Kamos Stella?
Well, blessed love, man. I and you.
I just want to show because just earlier I ain't tripping off that, but he said no, I don't think you're ready, whatever. And here you heard he said the Camus is Stella, right? Now hold on, I'm gonna do the solo layout, but
Well, why would he even say that? I don't
yeah,
get
but
that,
that's
man.
what people do, man. You know. But here, you see, that's in French, but here.
Oh, you're also showing
Second Camus is
house
Stella.
too.
Come again?
You're also showing your house too, Shaka. That was the new challenge.
Yeah, but Shaka, you know the problem with what he's saying is that when he says I don't think you read it, he's literally suggesting you're lying. But so why would you suggest? What is it about you that he's ever learned, ever in any interaction with you? Where does he know you to ever lie about something, or to make something up, or to fabricate? It doesn't make any sense.
But
Nobody knows you for that.
I didn't pay no mind to that. You know what I'm saying? Because
I don't think you read it, Shaka.
he was
I don't
focusing
think you read it.
he was focused on a particular argument. But it's going to get more interesting as we go along.
Inside, taking in the conversation.
No,
Heal
but
up,
I'm just here to
Kemet, heal up everybody else.
Word up. Mental?
Yeah. I'm just trying to catch you whenever you're free at any point, casual. So I'm just peeping the knowledge for now.
It's all good. You got my line. Why you act like I'm hard to get at, bro? Hit me up
Man,
whenever.
I've been trying to get at you for
I got the
months.
same number. I don't be discording and all that. So just hit the number.
I can't find it though.
It's all good. All right, that's what's up. I got you. Yeah. But I mean, I got it. Well, since I probably need to step my game back up. I just got back on my Telegram because once I reset my computer, I updated my.
And for the record, it says Camus Stile 2. So it's the second Camus Stile. And what I've shown you, you can double check in French on Google Translate. Second, Stele de Camus second. Basically, second is the same as in English. We just have an E at the end because it's a feminine word in French. But once again, okay. See here, second. Stele is stile, we just have the accent. Off, de means off, camosis, but it's okay, it's not a victory.
I still don't believe you read it. I still don't. Just because you have a book, don't mean you read it. Okay.
Well, I have
read it in front of my face. Read it in front of my face. God damn it! The whole 200, 400 book pages of each volume.
That's okay. It's not really going to show, but that's page 16. I don't know if it's going to show, but my marker is way towards the end, like page 300. But it's okay. I'm
Man, you think you're better than everybody, Shaka?
My RAM and stuff. So some of them apps I'll be suspicious of them. Like they might be the reason why I'm having certain problems with my computer. And I just been eliminating a lot of those type of things. But yeah, I appreciate having y'all here, and let's build. So we were just talking about some letters that were intercepted by. I said they was intercepted by the Magi and brought back to Kamos. Now let's talk about it because we know they got various different groups of Nubians. But from reading the text. What our eyes are, I'm not saying looking at, we looking at a translation of it that also provides us interlinear transcriptions. So then we could refer back to the Medunetra without having the primary, also see what other scholars think about the text. And so this is about the time when he was trying to expel these Asiatics. You see what I'm saying? And get them up out of Kemet. And so during this correspondence on the stele, there's a story told about somebody intercepting a text. And so let's get to the text and see. First, I think we're going to recall that it ain't the king.
Actually, you know what? How can I do it? Okay, never mind. Because I could show the book, but I'm gonna do it this way because I don't want to take time plugging the viewer. So do this.
See what I'm talking about? I told y'all he ain't got that book. I told you.
Now. Earlier, Smash was saying, you know, that it was the Nubians who intercepted the letter. But it's not a big deal, you know what I'm saying? But
did Tazariak have that book? No.
That's the second stela of Camosis. So you see, this is page 12 here. But just before, on page 9, is talking about the end of the second intermediary period. You know, and if you remember the PhD, she showed the attestation before that period and after that period. But towards the end, here, during the reign of avarice, some of Camos's men intercepted, you can even see that in French, the word is similar to the English, a messenger of Apopi. Now, Apopi, that's Apep, you know. Actually, Apep is a snake, like usually a evil snake. That's the one that attacks Ra in his bark. And we have depictions of Set protecting the bark of Ra, fighting off Apep. And one of these Hyksos ruler took the name Apep or Apophis, like they call it in Greek, you know. So, you know, that's for the record. So they intercepted a messenger of Apophis, so that would be, you know, one of the Hyksos ruler, you know what I'm saying, sent to incite the king of Kerma to attack. You see, attack in French is similar to the English, and Haute Egypt is Upper Egypt, you see, and to take the Theban, you see, Theban is similar to English. Roi means king. Oneto is basically mean like, you know, how do you say it in English? Like, you know, one on one side and the other one on another side, you know. So this is one of the Camos's men, you know what I'm saying, who intercepted, some of Camos's men who intercepted that letter sent. But anyway, you know, just for the record. Where is it?
King who intercept the text, somebody, some Nubians are some magi, and I'm saying this because,
and he's saying it again.
Recall that it ain't the king who intercept the text. Somebody, some Nubians are some magi, and I'm saying this because in this text, these are the ones he specifically called by name. Now, we ain't gonna read the whole.
Stone wrote, I blame Ankh. Smash stated Ankh taught him this Hyksos stuff. I've heard some of the other stream, and, you know, Ankh was going back and forth with Osam Khan, even though Osam Khan gave him props for bringing up something that he was unaware of, but Ankh was still a bit, you know, agitated or whatever. Ankh mentioned that it's some information that he learned from Dr. Mario Beatty. But, you know, the problem is that sometimes people cap a bit too much, you know what I'm saying? It's good to discover new stuff, but we have to be careful with the claims that we are making. But it's okay, you know. So at this point, it's still a good convo.
And you know what, Doctor? You know, sometimes, you know, one thing that's happened, I think, through technology is that, you know, well, like my generation, I don't know about your generation, but my generation, it was only books. When you got a book, you had to read the whole book. And that's what you did. And you might read the whole book 10, 20 times. You know, as a kid, you would read a book twice, and then you would write a report, something like that. You know what I'm saying? As an adult, you might read a book enjoy a book 10 times at a minimum, right? But you read the whole book. this generation, there's this new thing about the internet where you don't have to read the whole book. You can miss a lot of context and you can get certain bites and bits. And I
Because you
think,
can search within the book.
yeah, and I think that's where the scholarship goes wrong a lot of times, because there's nothing like reading the whole book yourself. There just never is. Even if you read the whole book yourself online or you read the whole paperback yourself or whatever, but it's still nothing like reading the whole book. No one can read the whole book for you. You got to read the whole book yourself. That is, I mean, you don't have to. You could trust legitimate scholars on topics, but if you want to replace that, the really, there's the only best thing is to read the book yourself. I mean, then you're going to get the whole context of what's going on, and you might have a more thorough understanding of what these few sentences you might want to copy and paste mean. But yeah.
No, there's a bummer who smash overreacted and owes you an apology. Storm wrote an apology followed by a nice brotherly conversation would be great. And I don't mind conversation, but I have a question though. We have signed it on tape, on record, defending the committed child molester, Malachi York. So I want to know, does he have good character? Yes or no? He can answer yes, he can answer no. I don't mind, but it has to be one of the two.
Yeah. Conversation rules the nation.
Yeah, that's how you convince people. That's how you rally the troops. In school, probably she meant to write. We had objectives to know what is expected to be learned, then read and answer questions and summarize what you've learned. These ninjas skim and light up the YouTube. But when he said that it was Nubians who intercepted, or Magi that intercepted the letter, did he make that up? Or is it written? I don't know. I'm not claiming, I'm just asking.
Whole thing, but I'll provide it for everybody to read. Just a quick link to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna start so we could get Howard start after I finish telling what they about to do, and I'll share it real quick. They call certain Nubians by name, the Magi, and they kind of like, okay, this is what's going on. And so we know the regions they are, and there are two spies that get caught by their patrol.
Shocking. Can I interject?
And this letter is caught, and then they start reading.
Brother, feel free.
Yeah, so in his book, he speaks of people having the Nahes name, Nahes, whatever, Pi something, or whatever. It always had the Nahes in their name. So I just wanted to put that out there too.
But in his book, is he saying that it was on Nahes that intercepted the letter?
Don't quote me, but he does have a set. Do you have his book?
No, I don't have his book, but I have in this book I have the second Camus Stella with the translation and the transliteration as well as the glyphs.
Okay. Well, I can't speak on it right now, but I'm just saying that he in chapter 10 of his book he does mention a lot of the Nehesiu have a lot of Nehes in front of their name. I just thought it was important to share. Okay.
But I think I will find the actual part where they mention the letter intercepted. But yeah, let me just continue playing that stuff here.
The contents of the letter. So instead of reading the whole Stella, we'll go into the portion of where they get caught, and we'll read how that part start going down to see exactly who's pinpointed as being in cahoots or what's interpolation or what's what. All right. And I'm just, again, trying to get to that part, but I'm going to provide the whole text for everybody to look over and form their own opinions. Because I'm just not pulling this out of nowhere.
Now, maybe the confusion came because at one point in the second Camus Stella, it does say that there's a group of Magi that was further ahead of them, of their fortified camp. And the author put IE as, how do you say éclaireur? Éclaireur.
Just say it.
Hold on. Is it the same in English?
Probably.
Éclaireur. Oh, damn. Wait, okay. Okay. Is it? Oh, it's not the bilingual dictionary. Something went wrong. There it is. So what's the translation in English? It's a simple word. It's just I don't know the. Well, scouting as a scout. Yeah, I didn't even know they use that term in military. A scout. Somebody basically is going to be ahead. To give you
Yeah.
the heads up. So it
Mhm.
does mention that. So maybe the confusion came because of that sentence. But hold on. And later on, it says, I sent that he sent a powerful troop of magi. Uh, okay, I'm gonna play when I find the part about the letter. I mention it.
Where I'm kind of like pulling out of it can say my ill-formed conclusions if y'all want to show me the error in the way that I'm seeing this. And so let's try to get to where they start talking about this. All right. And there it go, right here. So it's checkmate already. But you know how I do at any level of the research. So let's check it out. So this is when it start going down, and we're gonna see how they talking about it. They translate. Well, I'll go back a page because I don't want it to be so uncertain to people what's going on at this point in the text. It says, there's no, so basically, all right, he dismembers these two countries to make them suffer, my country and yours. Now, this is Nessie, the Nubian, writing this after devastating them. I'm sure it was commissioned by whoever, but whatever. Come, drive north. Have no fear. Behold, he is here with me. There's no one who stands against you in this part of Egypt. Behold, I will not give him his way until you have arrived. Then we will divide the cities of this part. This is the letter of Egypt, and Nefer will be in full joy. Now let's peep gang. This is when the Pharaoh steps in to speak or whatever, as they have the cartouche before those parts. We know how that is, or whatever. But y'all can say I made that up or whatever, but this simply a cartouche if we was looking at the primary preceding this parts. And it says, the mighty, gifted with life, who controls and eliminates the mistakes and abuses. Then it says, I have subdued the mountains, desert, and the beginning of the land and the river as well.
Now I have the actual quote, and it says, now this is the second Camus Stella, and it says, I captured his messenger before the oasis, and he was heading towards the south in direction of Kush, holding a written document. And then he says, I found in it the written transcriptions of the words coming from the sovereign of avarice. And then he goes on to say, User Ra, son of Ra, Apep or Ipepi, is greeting the son of the sovereign of Kush. And anyway, but so I don't know if Smash going to read that, but it doesn't say that it was Magi's or Nubians who intercepted it, but that's just a detail, really.
I can't find a way you can't find a way to bring me down. I am not negligent. I do not neglect my army. Now, this is when it's about to start kicking in right here. I just had to read that so we could get the full context. And if you want a fuller context, just read the whole text. The face of the north inhabitants has not warped away. He was afraid of me when I still sailed north, before we would have fought, before I would have reached him. And as soon as he saw my glowing heart, he sent as far as Cush. He didn't ask the Magi, but he sent as far as Cush to ask for help, i.e., to help for himself. Now let's see what happened. But having captured them along the way, I did not let them reach their destination. So let's see what happened. Then I arranged for her to be brought back to him again, and I was left on the east side and left with the strength. Let's make sure this is the part about the letter, because I'm scanning through and want to make sure that this is the part about the letter before I get to reading all this shit, and then I have to skip through. Hold on. It go down in the same type of way, but they didn't say I intercepted the 2 spies with the letter on their way to.
Yeah, you found a part, Donnie. You're on mute though.
Yeah, your brains seem to think alike because I'm like.
No, I was just having fun with the Nehesi part in chapter 10.
I mean, but again, this is just reminding me of, okay, but maybe you could just read the whole book. You can just read the stuff. I mean, because it does get confusing when you try to dissect bits and pieces on the internet of things from you miss a lot of context, you lose a lot of detail, and you can confuse yourself, and you might need to double check. But go ahead.
Yeah, you may need to double check. The funny thing is, he told me, he told me that he feels like I haven't read the stuff, and he wants to show the stuff.
Exactly.
He doesn't find it. You know what I'm saying? So he sounds like he made that up, that he was it was a Magi or Nubians who intercepted the letter. But
it could be confusing. Maybe it's me who haven't read it out. Oops, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, we lost Danny Williams. Feel free to come back, brother. Let me continue with this thing here.
So maybe I was reading a different portion of the text, and you just need to allow me to pull it up. I'm gonna let somebody build while I look for this portion of the text.
And maybe we're talking about the same text ultimately, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, thank you. But maybe we're not talking about the same text, because the text I'm talking about is actually Hyksos ruler, an Asiatic ruler, who wrote to one of the ruler of Nubia, and told him, you just ally with me and let's go against Kemet. You see,
yeah.
So yes.
There you go. Indeed. It's right here. Y'all see the screen? I just had to go back. Everything you're saying right now. Let's read it. I leave it empty with no people in it after I broke it up, their cities, and set their... Didn't I just read this? And see, I told you it reads just the same, but it's just a little. And I set their places on fire, and they became red and barren in the hills because of the destruction they had caused in Egypt. Those who gave themselves to heed the cries of the Asiatic to serve them or to help them, they have forsaken the ruler. Now look, I intercepted a message from him. This is their ruler. From above, south of the oasis on the journey south to Cush. In a written letter, it says, I found in it, so they are pinpointing Cush, and it's going to simply say he going to get at Cush, not the Nubians. Watch this. I found in it, it says it right there, but we're going to keep going. I found in it the following writing by the hand of the ruler of a...
So here what happened is that he's reading himself, the text, and you can see I translated from French to English as I was reading our French book in real time. And, it's about the same thing. Now, he's realizing that it doesn't say that it was Magi or Nubians that intercepted the letter. And now he's coming with another argument. He said, Cush, not Nubia. You know what I'm saying? And then we're gonna have a discussion about that. But let me go back so we can hear it.
I found in it, say he gonna get at Cush, not the Nubians.
See, he said they're gonna get at Cush, not the Nubians. So we're gonna have a discussion about, where is Cush and where is Nubia, and you're all gonna hear it, So
watch this. I found in it, it says it right there, but we're gonna keep going. I found in it the following writing by the hand of the ruler of Avaris. Now look,
Kush, that's the Nubians, brother.
Pardon me?
Kush, you said Kush, not the Nubians. Kush, that's the Nubians.
No, you think Kush is the Nubians? You think Kush is Nubia?
Kush, yes, Kush is the area.
You think Kerma is Nubia?
I would say so, yes. It might
No, you're making an error. That's an error.
Probably.
So you notice he was getting a bit salty because he said something is not there. So he asked me, Kush and Nubia, and Kush is Nubia, and I tell him yes. He asked me the question several times. Then what does he do? Then he goes Kerma. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it's all good.
Probably we can talk about it.
Because you know why? Because the people in the middle of Kush and Egypt intercepted the letter. And these are our magi.
See, he's making that up. He's making that up. The text doesn't say that, but it's okay.
And this whole Stella, this whole everything we writing is signed by who? A person who lets you know that he a Nubian by his name, the treasurer Neshi. So
well, here he has a point. I must admit it. He has a point. That's his name. Then most likely he is a Nubian. Now if it's
man, don't give him no point, Shaka, man. Man.
We gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. He has a point. He has an argument here. So maybe some validity to that.
No, but why be fair, man? Why be fair, man? Why be fair? This ain't got nothing to do with being fair.
So from that name, we may conclude that the person who wrote was a Nubian. Now, whether it was a Magi or not doesn't make a big difference, because Magi's, people.
And besides, Shaka, you gotta understand, you're being fair with somebody that ain't from here. So think about it first.
I don't mind, man. You have to be fair with everybody, no matter where they are.
No, it ain't his people. And so he being clear in saying Kush, and then they're going to go back to say Magi on the same Stella to make the distinction of the error that Professor Manu Ampin illustrates about us never making the mistakes of thinking that Kushites are Nubians. But let's see.
We can look up Kush, like on Encyclopedia Britannica, and see what they say.
I'm pretty sure. Aren't you studying Egyptology in the school?
Yeah, but
hold on. You see, I told you, you was a bit salty. Ain't you studying Egyptology in the school?
I'm pretty sure. Aren't you studying
Egyptology in the school?
I don't understand that. Is you studying Egyptology in the school?
It's a shot. It's so good. I ain't tripping over that.
Yeah, but
hold on. Let me just let us finish the discourse real quick before you get it in, because I know they never gonna lead you to Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, you sure?
Have they done that yet?
Well, they actually directed.
They haven't, bro. They haven't. Just keep it a buck.
It's not letting me answer. So basically, he's saying that schools will never direct you to Encyclopedia Britannica. Which I find strange as a statement.
You know why? Yeah. Because after all, he would have to admit he's wrong.
Hey, man,
that can't happen. Yeah. No.
They told you if you look in Encyclopedia Britannica where you're studying Egyptology. No. Because they got better sources. Oh, I thought you. Oh, we couldn't hear you. You got the floor. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Your phone was breaking up.
Oh, okay. I see. They direct us to people who are not even PhDs. They direct us to websites of people who don't have any degrees in the field, but some of them are hosted on university. For example, Plutarch, the person who actually wrote or copied the text of Plutarch, that's, I forgot the name of the university, but Osam Khan, he did that same program as me. He had the same professor that I have. But are you trying to say that Encyclopedia Britannica is not reliable?
Nah. I'm saying so encyclopedias are for to give you a
Now, for the record, here it says Neshi, not Nehesi. So I want to go back. Now this timestamp is 148:10. I'm gonna type it so I don't lose it. 148.
He makes a habit of assuming and trying to assert that his assumptions are correct.
Yeah.
Instead of just asking. If you don't know, you don't know. You can also ask. If you haven't read something and you're reading it the first time or the second time and you haven't read all of it, you could also say that when you're reading it instead of reading it like you're well learned in it.
He pulled sorry to cut you off, brother, but he pulled a Jeremiah tree. He read that Nehesi, but you see, he says Neshi, not Nehesi. Now, for those who don't know, Nehesi is a term for some people that we will label as Nubians or people from the south. You know what I'm saying? So here you see it's Neshi, Neshi, not Nehesi. But let's hear how he reads it. But sometimes you read quick, sometimes you read from memory. So but hold on. Oh, I put the volume down.
Clear in saying, so he by his name, the treasurer Neshi.
So, well, actually, he read it Nessi, but obviously he thought of Nehesi, but just for the record, so I have to take back what I said earlier, he's a director of the seal or treasurer, as it is translated in English, Neshi. So how do we know it was a Magi or some Nubian that intercepted the letter? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's go back to the timestamp, which was 148:10. 148:10.
To give you a general overview of a wide variety of subjects.
Yeah, but they're written by experts, though.
Yes, that's correct. But that, of course. But those experts, like, they're not sitting in classes teaching encyclopedias. They teach you from more detailed sources.
Right now, the exercise of Smash is just to explain why we should not rely on Encyclopedia Britannica, which I find strange then, and still now. But some people just want to be right and make points, so I'm like, okay, never mind.
With more highly updated information, what I'm saying, is updated every semester.
Stop it, dog.
And so that is what
it's starting to sound cultish, pyramid schemish. Like it's like more updated. So who are the more updated people? Do you mean they not with Encyclopedia Britannica? They not more. They don't follow the updates.
Yeah,
no, it's me. It's me. Get it from me.
And we're talking about the online dictionary, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they used to do softwares. I actually have the software, Britannica 2012. When I used to make those videos,
that's what I'm saying, man.
I will mention it was the latest. Then they had 2013, and they stopped doing the CD, software because they figured, people copying and stuff like that. But now, they do the stuff online, So if it's online, it's very easy to update the information.
It's very updated, and But you also got to be reasonable when you read it. Be reasonable now, just like when you read anything. It's like,
but it is what it is, man. Hold on, I have to charge my stuff. Okay, let me continue with that.
Why, if we want to look at, and I'm pretty sure Encyclopedia Britannica won't make that mistake. They'll probably.
It is acknowledged that the Nubians are a different ethnic group than the Kushite.
Yeah. Well, why not find out? Why not have a look and see what they say? Even if we don't agree with Encyclopedia Britannica, why not just have a look? Or if people propose another authority or another encyclopedia, that's fine. But why not have a look and see what they say?
I don't mind that, but what we're currently doing is seeing what the ancient.
He knows that if we look on Encyclopedia Britannica, he's going to say that, Cushites are what we label Nubian. So it's like, I don't mind that, but, but it's all good at this point.
But you know what? I almost think, Shaka, that if it wasn't someone that he considered an equal, at the very least, an equal, none of this shit would even be a problem. To me, that's what I think this is about, because, you can always dialogue with someone that you consider less than equal, because you're the teacher. They're never they're rarely challenging you. I mean, sometimes a student can challenge you. Now, don't get it twisted, but generally speaking, that's safe ground. The challenge is when you're speaking to an equal or someone that possibly might be a little bit more. I think that's where the challenge is, because this is just, some of this dialogue is just dumb, yo. It's just dumb. I don't know. I have to shut up, because I know people take shit personal, but it's like, I don't mean it personally. And I hope nobody takes it that way. And I hope people hear me for the person I am. I'm just a 50-something, 3-year-old man, father, person who's a lover of history, has been that way since I was a teenager. That's decades, 3 decades apart now, over. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't get it, man. I don't get where I see some arrogance here, man. That's like, I almost forgot this episode, Shaka. This is months ago. I forgot almost all about it, bro. But anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But the next day he came up with the video. Hyksos are fake. They made that up. And sometimes, people just want to be right. You know what I'm saying? They just want to be right. But there's a difference between a personal hypothesis, or personal theory or stance, and the actual facts. You know what I'm saying?
Said. And in the middle of that, they telling you right here. But in the middle of that, we want to go see what the Encyclopedia Britannica says. But this is a first-hand account, and this is why we do philology, and look at that so we can form our own opinions of the view of the person who penned the text to see what he thought. And so his name means Nubia, and we all know that, Nessie.
So for those who are not sure, thinking that I came to conclusion, he just said his name is Nubia. He thinks that it's Nehesi, but it's actually Neshi. It's not the same.
And he's writing when we sail to Cush. He know what Nehesi is, and in this text he mentioned the Magi various times. So we can't.
The measures are mentioned indeed, but we cannot, do some Bob the Builder, Lego construction that fits our narrative. But it's not a big deal at this point,
And often we will look over what
the Encyclopedia
Britannica says.
Arrows up, y'all. Arrows up, man. Yeehaw! Kamasabi white man. Arrows up. Nah, all right, let me stop, man. It's morning time here.
Universities that speak on the matter. So it won't, this says, and then I'm gonna take you to some universities that speak on the matter. So they won't contradict each other. What we'll get is a more highly detailed point of view from the university material than we're gonna get from the encyclopedia. So they'll go on and expound on the differences between Cush and Nubia. That's all I'm saying.
I'm fine with the university, but I was just asking about the Kush. What is actually Kush? Because we differ in opinion, which is fine because we never agree on everything. So I just wanted to have some opinions from the experts. So if you want to pull up some article from a university, I'm fine with that. As long as it's a university, that's reliable as far as I'm concerned. So you're free, my brother.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at this text right here. And even these scholars aren't making the mistake you're making. If anyone can look at the screen, but I'm just trying to look at the word that they pinpointed for that they say is Nubia here. Because they're going back and forth talking about the different places. And if we jumble them up and just say they all one place, that is an error on our behalf. And so it says Ka Mes naked over here, and we see Ka Most the Mighty. They say who conquered the South, and in quotes they put Nubia here. So I'm saying when they say conquer the South, I wanted to see if he said Nehesi or if they just said Resi. So they said Resi here. Okay, so that's just the South. So that wouldn't give us no indication of the things we're looking for. But just for what for the record of what I'm showing you of what I read, do you see what they were saying, Ma?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah, I hear you. I only heard you when you said, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Pardon me. Your phone's going in and out right now. You might be driving.
But just to clarify even further, Smash.
Mm-hmm.
What he's saying, you know that the in scholarship and thing they do use Kush and Nubia interchangeably, but when you get down into more specific nuances of real fact, it have a distinction between the two groups. You know,
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's
and
what's
so
going on
if
here.
you're going to get the encyclopedia view, they might do that. But if you get into the highly detailed, like if you go into Nubioology, they'll never make that mistake. You see, there's a field that specializes on just the region we call Nubia, and they'll never make the mistake of saying they was Cushites. Because these are the things we're trying to substantiate the true differences in these African cultures and not just jumbling up everything below Egypt and saying it was just all the same. But I mean, the text is telling us this too. Because when they want to talk about Cush, they talk about Cush in this style. And when they want to talk about Nubia and the people from there, they talk about them. They say Magi, and they're not talking about the Cushites. So this is when
that's not far fetched. I don't know what.
I was away from the computer, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's the micro, then there's the macro, and there's also who's doing the talking, who's doing the assigning, who's doing the identifying in every conversation. And so, yeah, I agree a lot with what he's saying there. I think he might be missing your point, but there's another aspect to this. There's a lot of these details that are still missing about numerous different groups that are under Nubians, that are under Egyptians, that are under, you see what I mean, that have yet to be discovered. There's a lot of different distinctions that's going to come out. So we don't need to discuss this like we know it all. We don't. We don't. There's still so much to be discovered. So that's why we need to be measured,
But that's why we should rely on the text, and then yeah, that's the best thing to rely on the text, the earliest text available, and then if other people are in contact with this population, then we can also look at outside text, outside of Kemet, outside of Nubia or Kush,
qualifying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you see
exactly.
here, I don't know if people got it, but he talked about a place, and then he talked about people.
From there, they talk about them. They say Magi. They want to talk about Cush, they talk about Cush in this style. And when they want to talk about Nubia and the people from there, they talk about them. They say Magi.
Say Magi, but it's okay. At this point, it's still cool. But Donnie Williams, can you tell us what he says in chapter 10 in his book? I don't have the book, you know what I'm saying? I have the hoodie. I have the Magi Archer hoodie, but I don't have the book.
Magi, and they're not talking about the Cushites. So this is when
that's not far fetched. I don't know what's the pushback on this. I mean, we see this in all cultures. Like, even though they're phenotypically the same, they can have a little cultural differences that'll differentiate. In modern terms, just like you'll see, we're all African American, but you can use like something as simple as the Bloods and the Crips, and just use a color and differentiate that same, the same people. So that's all they did. They border each other. One of them the Cushite tribe, one of them the Nubian tribe. It's just that simple. It's not nothing to really just have a pushback on, because you even see those territories just like what is that one of the first ones that they had cartoon, like when Egypt was first formed. What is the first state that they say Nubia was? It's a different name. So I wonder, could these names be coming in at different time periods as well?
Even they trying to tell you from the gate. Even the Encyclopedia Britannica is trying to tell you, but they don't know what. I mean, they ain't going in, but they saying what we saying. Let's look. Let's see. This is the source you wanted me to pull up. It says Kush, also spelled Kush.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear us, huh? You can't hear me, huh?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
See, you can't hear me, huh? Now, thanks, but feel free if you want to ask me something. I do have something I want to ask Shaka. As long as all my kids settle down, I would love to talk personally. Yeah, feel free. Like I said earlier, it's okay if you don't use your webcam. You know what I'm saying? You're a supporter. So continue with that thing here.
I just wanted to make sure you could hear me.
Oh yeah,
I'm out the matrix now. So sorry, just go ahead. I missed like 5 minutes of what you guys were saying, but go ahead. I'm listening, brother.
So I just pulled up the Encyclopedia Britannica. It says regions and kingdoms of ancient Nubia, Africa, and then when you look at I just was reading a different thing because this is just at the start. Here it goes, the definition. Kush, also spelled Kush, they say the southern portion of the ancient region known as Nubia. So what does that say to you?
Did I make a mistake?
Yeah, you definitely made a mistake.
Now, earlier he said that I made a mistake. He said, what I'm saying? Those people, they would definitely not make that mistake. The specialists, the experts, stuff like that. So, he read, and we can see what he says, because he was saying that it's not the same, the Kush and Nubia is not the same. And here, I can even go back. Kush, region, and kingdoms in Nubia, Africa. And then he read.
Goes the definition. Kush, also spelled Kush, they say the southern portion of the ancient region known as Nubia. So what does that say to you?
Did I make a mistake?
Yeah, you definitely made a mistake.
And ask him, so did I make a mistake? And it's up to him to just keep it real. Say, no, he didn't make a mistake, but he still says I make a mistake. And
exactly. He got some Jedi mind trick shit, right in front of people's face. No, the Magi mind trick.
Yeah, Magi mind trick. But then he's going to talk about Manuel Pim and talk about here one of his lectures and stuff like that, But hey, but then I'm like, hey, I'm like, he's not keeping it 100 right now,
It's weird, dude. It's right. It's right in plain sight too. That's the crazy thing. It's like, I don't know if this is like talked down to people, like if people that are used to being talked down to actually go for shit like this, but I don't know, bro. It's like it's just right up there for anybody to see. You accept bullshit or you don't accept bullshit, and it's just like I don't understand it, dog. I didn't actually, Shaka, I forgot all about this whole episode. And I'm remembering it now. When I was watching it, I was like, what's going on here? Like I didn't understand it. Like, I could feel and see that something wasn't right, but I could just not imagine that this is animosity from Smash. I couldn't imagine it that way. But now I see it clearly. Looking at it the second time, I see it, dude. This guy have animosity towards you for some reason, and it's sticking out so much he cannot see his own errors. He
Yeah,
can't
but
see them, bro.
other
And
people.
he's labeling them your errors. He's labeling them. He's labeling them your errors on top of it, which is like, damn, dog.
Yeah,
You know.
it is what it is, man.
Had nothing to do with Nubia. They're not saying that Nubia never. You see what I'm saying? The Kush. So we switched. They ain't telling you. I saying and you never. But you told us not to give you. Just, when you come, let's be
And
clear.
Shaka,
Pushback is. Let's got.
you know what?
Nubia.
Again, brother, you give people a long leash. You give people a long leash, dog. And again, it's biting. It always works. It always works to the detriment of the fool. You know what I'm saying? The detriment of they have a thing. It's like you do a race, you run a race, not always to win, because in a race, there's number one, number two, and three. They're all winners if they finish the race. But if you only think there's a number one spot, you will do anything. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and earlier when I thought he said Nahisi, I said, oh, I gotta give him that. He has a point there. He has an argument there. You know what I'm saying? Until I realized he doesn't say Nahisi, and people are seeing in real time. And let's stick to the text. You know what I'm saying? We cannot make stuff up. Anyway.
Oh, here it goes. The definition. Kush, also spelled Kush. They say the southern portion of the ancient region known as Nubia. So what does that say
did
to
I
you?
make a mistake?
Yeah, you definitely made a mistake.
Well, what's my mistake?
Because you said Kush is Nubia.
But that's what this encyclopedia says, isn't it?
Well, first of all, what they're trying to show you is what I told you we would get once we start looking at the more highly detailed information on the matter. I said, and we all discussed this. I said, when we look at the inside, we just got through saying this. And then somebody said they don't even understand what the pushback is. Let's go over it again. Let's be clear, and let's be clear for the people who not following it. When you come to the inside.
Now, I asked him, did I make a mistake? He said, yeah, definitely. I said, what was my mistake? And now he's just freestyling.
He didn't say exactly. It's like it's you made a mistake by what? By what? Because somebody else don't understand their own labeling pushback. That's your own labeling pushback. It's like, it is like really like this team thing. I'm on your team. This is a side. You're not on this side, and somebody got to be right and somebody got to be wrong. But actually, it's not like that in reality. It's that the information is supposed to rise, and everybody's doing their part to make the information rise. If you're in a race, that takes over the information rising. It becomes more important to focus on who's winning, who's losing, who's right, and who's wrong. And it's like, yo, man, if you don't know, Nubia and Kush, Nubia and damn, I'm losing my mind now.
Kush.
And Kush, they have been interchanged. This is nothing new in conversation about it. Yeah, you have to look into specifics, but it could change from one context to the next, and it's no point in like trying to deny it or cover it up. But at the same time, the only way you're going to get through the detail of it is to just read the text as it is. It's just simple, man. Sometimes it's going to confuse people, I guess.
Hold on, Danny Williams. I don't know if you're joking, but because you wrote, honestly, Bama, you sound goddamn fool. Don't speak to me like that ever again. I guess he meant to write, it makes me think you fake. But Texas Bama didn't say anything sideways towards you. Now, here, I think she talks about her kids. I have so many. When one leaves my room, the next one comes in, and so on and so on. It never fails. So I think it's a misunderstanding here. But to me, I understand that she's talking about her kids, you know, because she's like, you know, like here you see, the next time free Q&A, I do have something. Oh, I didn't even miss that. She said the next, you know, free talk Q&A. So she has something that she wants to ask me, as long as all her kids are settled down, and she would love to talk personally. So I think there's some misunderstanding, Donnie Williams, you know. So let's continue here.
Yeah. They about to give you just a general overview. They won't even, you told us to come here. They don't even give us much. Oh, let's read much more than the sentence now. Oh, but now this ain't even Kush. So we switched to Nubia. Okay. And so, but you see what I'm saying? They ain't telling you that Kush had his own kingdoms that had nothing to do with Nubia. They're not saying that Nubia never really had like a quote unquote king of Nubia or none of this. They're not just saying it was a desertous region that mean gold. These are the type of things that we get when we start
what they talking about.
And you know, because you're researching it right now, so I don't understand.
But you know, Smash, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Gold, noob, the root or etymology of the term Nubia, yeah, the gold is the meaning. But I was talking about, when I say, you know, Kush, isn't it Nubia? I was talking about the geographic location. You know, that's what I meant.
But it really ain't, though. None of the things that we call Kush is in the area we call Nubia. Let's look at the map.
And here on the screen, it has Kush, also spelled Kush with a C. No, first it's spelled with a K for those who are not in front of the screen. The southern portion of the ancient region known as Nubia.
Yes.
So I said geographic location. A geographic location is a region. He's just denying the facts from the encyclopedia. You know what I'm saying?
And what? It's crazy, dude. It's like what? He's not even listening to what you're saying. He's got a point to make. And that's like, what the fuck is this about? Like, what? He's not even dialoguing with you anymore, man.
Yeah, he wants to prove his point. And you know, the funny thing is that earlier, when he put Kush, you know, when you put an entry on Britannica and even other encyclopedias, you know, you have quote unquote the subtitle, you know. Right from the beginning, he says, you know, region in Nubia, whatever, but then he's going to say, oh, here we have the definition. You know, even before we have what he calls the definition, is still what's written at the top. But Donnie Williams said, you know, if that's the case, I apologize, Bama. Yeah, it was obviously a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding, you know. So I'm glad that, you know, it doesn't get out of hand, you know what I'm saying? And in writing, a lot of time, you know, there's misunderstanding, you know, sometimes verbally, but in writing, it's easy. Even when, yeah, but anyway, let's continue.
We just got the known map up. All right.
Because in the Mother Nature, we don't have the term Nubia, you see? So
it's Ta-Nehisi. It's Ta-Nehisi.
Yeah, but it's still not Nubia. So Nubia is a modern term that we use.
Yeah, but we know, we just use a modern term.
Listen to this, Shaka. Just stop. He's not letting you make a sentence complete. He doesn't even know what you're about to say. It's crazy.
It is what it is, man. But still, I wasn't tripping of it, and I think soon you're gonna hear me say, you know, I'm not trying to. I wasn't trying to challenge you, you know, because I could sense the tension. You know what I'm saying? Oh man.
Ta-Nehisi, if you want to say that, what does that change? It's Ta-Nehisi. The map. We just got the known map up. All right.
Because in the Mother Nature, we don't have the term Nubia. You see? So
it's Ta-Nehisi. It's Ta-Nehisi.
Yeah, but it's still not Nubia. So Nubia is a modern term that we use.
Yeah, but we know, we just using the modern term. So let's just say Ta-Nehisi, if you want to say that. What does that change?
Well, I mean, I think once again there was a misunderstanding between us. What I was trying to say is that Kush, I think Kush is the area that we call Nubia today. Maybe not all of it, but parts of it.
Well, let's say Merowe, where the capital was.
Maybe we can digress on that because I'm driving, so I will not be able to pull other sources.
Well, that's cool, but we should. I mean, it's a good conversation.
If I make a mistake, I have no problem admitting it. You know, I've made mistakes in the past, and you know, it's all good. But I was really dealing with a geographic location. That's all. You know, because I know some people. You know, if they hear, okay, we're talking about Nubia, some people feel like, oh, we're making a separation between like populations. And
No,
I'm
they
not
were
about the
really
people.
different tribes. They were really different tribes.
Yeah, so I'm not focusing on the people. I was just focusing on the actual area. Yeah, that's what I was focusing on. But it looks like yeah. Go ahead, brother.
I wanted to say that also, as well as different tribes, it have within the chronology, the geographic location of the kingdom move as well. You know, because prior, like originally it was Napata, and then after a while, when Samtic attacked, they end up move it down to Meru.
So let's go over all three of those. We got Napata.
Yeah, I agree with what the brother just said, you know, because Egypt took, sorry to cut you off, Smash. Egypt took more.
So yeah, we got Napata, we got Merowe, and we got Kerma. And actually, of the three, it was Kerma, if I'm not correct, that what goes back to like 8,000 BC archaeologically in the work of Manu Ampin and others. We could see that research. And so the Kerma culture, that and Nubian culture would have had to have interlapped. But let's just look at the geography of what we're talking about. Because just saying this is Nubia is crazy. We're going way down here now.
Well, Smash, you know, I have a proposition. Feel free to send an email to Manu Mpim and asking, Manu Mpim, do you consider that Kush was Nubia? And let's see what he says.
Oh, he got whole videos telling us not to make that mistake. Let's ask him right now on YouTube.
Man, y'all out of control.
Look, he want to ask Manu Mpim. Let's ask him on the YouTube. And y'all see the screen, Manu?
Let me give you a suggestion. You see, when you're pulling up the geographical things and whatnot, best thing you could use is Google Earth or one of them things, you know, because just get the whole topography. You get the a physical 3D kind of landscape, everything one time, you know.
First of all, I think the name of the video says a lot, right? But if we want to listen to Manu Ampin, Ancient Kush and Nubia under threat, but if they the same thing, then let's see if that's how he tells us. Manu, if you know Manu Ampin teachings, bro, Manu Ampin from Oakland, bro, you messing up. Manu Ampin to tell you never, ever, ever mistake Nubians for Kushites.
Who teaches history?
Yeah, but mind you, here you're talking about people. And I'm talking about locations, geographic locations.
Yeah, it's the same thing. He was the one doing. Yeah, let's go to his website. He was the one doing the.
It's not the same thing, and you know this is the thing about it. You know, I don't understand anybody, people, and location. He does this generalizing. He does it, but he picks and chooses when it's okay to do it and when it's not, right? It's kind of like gotta fit his narrative for it to work, you know, or he doesn't understand it all of a sudden, the generalization. But and then he points out this guy's from Oakland, like that make a goddamn difference. It doesn't make no fucking difference.
Maybe it's like, you know, maybe he's trying to.
Is this guy from
Egypt?
Egypt?
Him, you know, like
is this guy from Nubia? Is he from Nubia? Is he from Kush? Is he? No, he's from Oakland. So you know, you never make that mistake with an Oakland dude. You know, it's like what the fuck, dude? Like I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
You know, first he had a point to prove, and because he made a slight, you know, a little mistake, then he has to find a mistake on my part. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna find out. You know, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen.
Yo, but this is going on for like a half an hour now. Still digging to find that point. You know, it's like I'm just like even more than a half an hour. It's like it's a damn hour. It's like what man. Anyway, yo, you gonna go on with this? Cause
yeah, if you're gonna go to sleep, I understand it's early. I just want to, you know, get this
down. I'm gonna listen. I'm just gonna listen, man. You do your thing.
Because we're reaching the end of our discourse anyway, you know.
Kerma excavations. It was telling us about the difference of the people and everything we're talking about. See what it started. We got to keep in mind that we started by talking about these letters that were intercepted, right?
True.
You remember? And that was intercepted. I said, no, they wasn't intercepted by no Nubians. They was going to hook up. They was going to hook up with Kushites.
Nah, he said no, they were not intercepted by Nubians. Is that what he said? I remember he said that it was intercepted by Magi, but if you want to say that I mean, he said either Magi or Nubians, but if you want to argue that the Magi are not Nubians, but anyway, it's not a big deal.
True.
You remember? And they was intercepted. I said, no, they wasn't intercepted by no Nubians. They was going to hook up. I mean, they was going to hook up with Cushites, not Nubians. Remember? And so now we got to show the difference between the tribes and the geography, not just to argue, but so that the people can have some content so that they can say, okay, well, if this letter was going south, it could have either went to the Nubians or the Cushites, and those are two different tribes. In mingling them up, people won't ever get to that conclusion.
I'm definitely
Sounds
glad
to
to
me.
be here.
Now, Smash,
I'm also
you know Aswan, right?
Go ahead, you Bennett.
I'm just laughing at this, man. I don't know where to stop, dog. I don't know where to stop. There's so many ways you can go with this, man. I'm just like, what the,
And once
it
again,
ain't us, Nick. We ain't all the same now. I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
once again, that was the day before he came up with his video. Hyksos are fake. They make that up, and I responded to that video. You know, I did not cuss him out. Did not call him names. You know, the title was very kind, a gift to Smash Rockwell. Hyksos are real. They didn't make that up. You know, nothing disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? But hey, you know, he felt challenged. You know, so hey, he came up the way he came out. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So is Aswan in Nubia?
Aswan is in what they call Egyptian Nubia.
But there you go.
But see, this is why they got two parts of Nubia. You want to know why?
We agreeing actually. You know.
Yeah.
Agreeing.
Aswan isn't, but I'm gonna put some stuff on the screen for us. Aswan is what UNESCO calls, and I'm not making these terms up. This is UNESCO or UNESCO, whatever terminology. They call Aswan Egyptian Nubia, and then when we go below that or what have you, they start calling it Sudanese Nubia. And so since we see Nubia stretching over two countries, we already see that it was understood. And
you know what's funny is that
Here he goes again.
use the
Here he
term
goes
Egyptian
again.
Nubia, but you know you have
Making up.
Egyptian Nubia, Sudanese Nubia, but the region is still Nubia. The region, you know what I'm saying, encompasses two different countries as we know today. You know what I'm saying? But then I'm like, I'm being cool with him. I say, hey, we agreeing.
No, but you say we agree, and then it's like he don't think you agree. He's like, no, but let me go on, because when they saying this, it's like, and then he's still saying the same damn thing. It's like, yo, dude, what is this thing about? Where is this coming from? I don't get it. And you know what? Let's all be the first to say, in history, with Egypt, none of you motherfuckers know everything. None of you are that good. And why is that? Because you're not Superman. Because it's still being in the process of being discovered. Brother, take it easy. You know, it's crazy, man. I'm just like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. You will never be 100% right about this, because there's more information coming through every day, brother. So much has been lost. That's why it's called history. That's part of the history of that region. You know, I just, it's just too much of this bullshit, man. Anyway, I got to stop, dude. I'm sorry.
It's okay, no problem. Yeah, it's gonna be finished soon.
It's still being understood more like a region. Like I often say, the Mojave Desert, some of it's in California, some of it's in Arizona. But you know, we could say gold is heat in this analogy. If there's a lot of heat in the Mojave, there's a lot of gold in Nubia. And so, but the people,
I agree with you, Smash. It's a region indeed. I agree with you. And there's part of Egypt, the southern part, and also this part of what we call Sudan today. So I think we are in agreement actually.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. We was just nailing out certain particulars for people. I just was more or less trying to make sure we wasn't saying that Nubians is Cushites, even though they are southern, you know, people from the south, the same way Egyptians and
Even
we
if
go
you're going,
again.
yeah, I
Here
just
we
make
go
sure you're not saying
again.
that
He just
Nubia
won't
is
stop.
Kushite.
He just, yo, brother, how about this? Nubians ain't Cushites, but sometimes they are. How about that? How about they overlap too? I mean, what is this, dude? He took out he. It's something he doesn't get about humans and how humans group together and how they interact with each other and how I mean, it's like the nuances matter, and there's numerous nuances, but then there's also the macro in communicating about these individuals and these groups. I don't get why he complicating this. I don't get it,
because
man.
because he wants to defend his point. He wants to be right. If he made a slight mistake, he said that I made the mistake. And when we look up at the encyclopedia, it was more towards what I was saying. So I guess he feels like he has to find fault in my statements. But it's like it wasn't even necessary. But I think the ego played a big part. I don't know if some people are gaslighting him in the chat or something. Like I don't know if somebody say, "Hey, you ain't gonna let Frenchie do you like that." I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nubians attested against each other because of cultural differences. Nubians and Kushites
you
did it
on
too.
that blackology over there. They,
I
looking
know
at
it's
this
getting
type
too
of
black. Now you're looking at
they
Manu
too
Anthony.
black for some people.
He work at a school right now, right in the Bay. I can go pull up on him tomorrow and see what he said about Nubia. It's gonna be funny. Let's see if he in class.
See, Donnie Williams wrote, "My range gonna be gone, but it's okay. I ride with the truth. They know that about me. F a range." So, okay, so Donnie Williams, if I understand correctly, he is a moderator on Smash Channel. Well, I hope they ain't gonna, that he is not gonna remove your range just because your range, sorry, because you in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we'll see. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, but let's hope it doesn't happen.
Class tomorrow, huh?
Smash, there's a nuance. However, if we want to talk about, the whether or not the Kushites are Nubians, because Nubians is not the term that we will have in the Meduneche, you see?
All right, so if the Kushites are Ta-Nehesi.
Okay, yeah.
Or
Because,
Nehesiu.
Kushites, I'm not sure what the equivalent would be in the Meduneche, but we have Kash, which is what we call Kush. So we have that area attested in the text, you see? So
I did the research. I can go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah,
but
no,
this is what you ain't gonna find. I'm gonna just say real quick. And you could do research and go on a little trip to find this. But you can save your time. Find a Nubian tribe called Kushite. You see what I mean? Like they when they talking about
Stop it right
Kush,
here,
they
Shaka.
say Kush. But we got
See, why didn't he just say, "I want to debate this topic with Shaka and Dugu Komet"? Because see, now he's using, what you ain't gonna do is find. It's like, yo, dude, he doesn't see that those are like, if he has a whole concept about what something is, right? And he sees you as a person that has knowledge on this that could be challenging him. Why wouldn't you just call a debate on a topic, on this topic? But
we were having the discussion. It wasn't really a debate like that, but we were kind of debating over the issue. But you notice how he was looking in that website,
no, he's using debate language, brother. He's using, what you ain't gonna do is fine. That's now he's moving to another level here. That's what I'm saying. That's like,
I
okay.
know, but soon, like I told people, I remember the convo, and I know that I will tell him at one point. I wasn't like challenging you. You know what I'm saying? Because like first he was talking about the lecture. He pulled up the lecture, and I guess from the title he figured, oh, I ain't gonna find what I'm looking for, and now he's going through the website. So I mean, at this point, and I was driving. I don't know if. I was paying much attention to the actual screen of the phone at that time. I was probably more looking at the GPS, you know what I'm saying? Because I use the GPS, regardless if I know the way or not, because they're more accurate, when there's traffic. But anyway, yeah, man. I was like, I could sense some tension, you know what I'm saying? So eventually I would tell him, man, I wasn't like challenging you.
Got these tribes from Nubia. We got the Mija, We got Yam, we got Wawat, we got all of these tribes. They call them by name because they putting the Hesse behind it. So all you got to do is find them putting Kush behind it.
Yes, but my point, and I might be wrong, is that all those tribes that you name, they are from the area that we call Nubia.
They called it Ta-Nehisi. So what's the difference?
Yeah, they call him Ta-Nehisi, but you hear me out. I said that's the area that we call Nubia.
So what? I don't get it. We don't disagree on that. What's that mean?
No, we don't disagree. We don't disagree. But I only intervene, and I don't want people to be tired.
I just don't get what that mean. No, what did that mean? That's the area we call Nubia.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's contradicting himself, dude. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get it. I don't understand.
He wants to find a fault. He wants to find a fault. Earlier he said you're a mistake, blah blah blah, and at this point, man. But anyway,
it's about who is doing the labeling. Are you doing the labeling of yourself, or is this the language of someone else doing the labeling about you? And that's an important distinction. Neither one is incorrect because they both give context to what's being said. And now all of a sudden he don't understand this. It's like, I'm like, what is this? But one thing, I tell you what, Shaka, one thing you ain't gonna do is be speaking for these people. These people. Yo, dog. I'm sorry. One thing you ain't gonna do is be speaking for the Nubians or speaking for the Kushites or because guess what, brother? That's the one thing you can't do in reality. So we all have to be reasonable when we use these terms that we don't know. We are also labelers ourselves in this matter. We're labelers. And we got to keep that in mind. It's not just that the Egyptians labeled some Nubians. It's not that the Nubians labeled some Kemites. It's not that the Kushites did. It's not that they didn't label themselves. But now we're also in another era of labeling because guess what? There's groups of people that are directly related to them tribally that still exist in that region too. What about them, dude?
Yeah.
It's just like there's so much more into the micro that the brother can even go. You see what I mean? And it's like, I just don't get why he's getting stuck up on this thing with you, dude. It's like you will never, if you're not there, not in that region, not one of those people, you will never label it as better as they could. Because they could tell you so many more things that you never heard in your life. I mean, I don't know, man. It's called anthropology. You got to go there to do it.
But that's why it's best to rely on the text. And but yeah, you have some people who descend from these individuals, and there's some correlation with languages. And Brother Netaneb, who is studying linguistics at the university, he's been working with Dr. Nasisati.
And you know what, Shaka? There's also local folklore, local histories that people have verbally that they carry down from generation to generation. It's like there's so much, man, in anthropology that that is learned that we can have respect for too. And it's just like I don't get it, man. We can't. There's no need to go to absolutes. It's better to be conservative with this, But
here it's like at this point, I think it's the ego that's taking over the conversation, and hey.
And I don't want people to be tired.
I just don't get what that mean. No, what did that mean? That's the area we call Nubia.
Because you see, the only reason why I talked about, because you said, and you repeated it, like you said, these were, I think you said these were Kushites, not Nubians, or something like that, right?
Yes.
Yes. So because you said that, I interjected and saying that actually that's the same area, that's Nubia. But anyway, I think we.
Oh no, you saying that's Nubia, but no, Kush is down further. So let's just say we in the stance.
So it's doing the same thing because we read Encyclopedia Britannica. We looked at Kush. You know what I'm saying? And it says that Kush is a region, in Nubia. But it's all good.
I'm giving Kush the
Nah,
classical
Shaka,
heartland
Shaka.
of Kush as we see on.
It ain't all good. It ain't all good. And this is not personal, but it's not all good in terms of saying that you want honest conversation about these things. Then it's not all good. You see what I mean? So if he wants honest conversation about these topics from people that are lovers of history, that are committed to learning, and you wake up every day to read about these histories, if you want that conversation, you got to drop the ego. And you also need to respect people when you communicate with them, because you could be kicking yourself in your own ass. And that's something every man got to learn for himself. And sometimes you only learn it from a boot.
From a what?
From a boot, a
book,
a boot,
Okay. Yeah, kick.
from
Yeah.
kicking yourself in your
Yeah,
own
yeah.
ass,
And
kicking
the thing,
yourself in your own ass. It's like,
yeah. Like some people may say, like, put your foot in your mouth, I think, but I'm not sure.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's really a learning experience, and I guess it's always better to learn, mistakes from others, but sometimes we learn from our own mistakes, and then um, he can learn from this. You know what I'm saying? We're making a point, and it's but that's the ego. To me, that's the ego, and probably if I was if I was not from my geographic area, if I was not from this region of the world, probably the discourse would not have been the way it was. But I suspect that me saying a thing or two about Butler Reggie, Butler Reggie is probably in people's ears. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. I cannot guess, but I wouldn't be surprised at all.
On the screen would start below the second cataract, just for some detail in our conversation. You feel me? And the areas between the second cataract, I would propose from the second cataract to all the way well up into Egyptian Nubia is what is the region called Nubia. You know what I'm saying? Now, indeed, there was an area where there was no Cushites and no Egyptians, and only the people of Nubia in that area. But the people from down south, when they came up, they wasn't friendly with the Nubians either.
And here you see, this is a tour by Manu Empim. He was looking for something.
Yo,
And
are
here,
you
hold on.
friendly with the people across the street from you all the time? Like, what
Yeah,
the?
but check this out, bro. Now, personally, is quoted by Professor Manu Empim. This 10-day tour to Sudan is an area considered the heartland of ancient Kush, which was one of the greatest civilizations of antiquity. The tour includes visiting museums, various archaeological sites, spending a day with local Nubian villages. So if it's Nubian villages, isn't it in the area that we call Nubia? You know what I'm saying? But anyway,
Exactly.
you know.
Yo, but he's I don't know. Let me
Right.
just shut up. Let me just shut up, bro.
Nubian people, the Nubian might come from the Noba people. Noba.
Possibly, but we have to look that up, with the linguists and all that. But we're going to get a lot of clarity because we are familiar with the text, and it's just that there's just so much text to go through, and we only have one lifetime. But that's good build, that's good build.
Yeah, I wasn't even earlier when you had corrected me on the thing about Benny Hassan. I wasn't necessarily, all I was trying to see was the actual word Aamu on the text next to Hike Stokes, so that we could say definitively that these is Canaanites. Because when I looked at it, all I could see was Hikakasut, and I never seen Aamu. That's what I was getting at earlier.
Yeah, I heard, I understood you then, and that's why I was, explaining to the people that Hyksos actually, according to Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, and according to the British Museum, those people are of Palestinian descent, and I'm pretty sure that many different scholars say the same thing as well. I mean, I have a few quotes.
Yeah, I ain't no disagreements there. When we started to research was whether it was other people called that or not, but we just got off track. You remember?
So Shaka, so what does it mean if they're from Palestinian descent? What does that mean?
Well, it means that we can identify the area where they came from, and I think it's quite significant because when we look at Palestine or Canaan, that would be the area where the Judaism or the text that gave us Judaism come from. And we come to find out that they spent so long in Egypt. They were there since at least 1900 BC. So that's quite interesting. But a lot of times when we're having our discussion, we kind of focus more on Greece and Rome than these actual people, you know? And that leads us, for example, to the Hezekiah seal. I'm sure you've seen it, right, Pana speaking, James?
Yes, I've seen it.
So here we have.
And here, for the record, is looking for something, you know what I'm saying? But here, you know, ancient Sudan. The Sudan is the ancient land of the Kushite and Nubian civilizations. And I think it's going to bring that up, actually.
8th century BC, we have a king of Judea called Hezekiah, who happened to be mentioned in the Bible. And his royal seal has 2 unks and a winged sun disc.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some damn.
All right, I'm just reading some minute amping work where he consistently over and over keep on separating Kushites and Nubians. Y'all see the screen? It says the Sudan is the ancient land of the Kushite and Nubian civilizations, and the Black African builders of these civilizations are unmistakable. When the original Arabs arrived in the area 7th century CE, they called it Bilal al-Sudan, Arab for the land of the blacks. The ancient Sudanese Kushites and Nubians had Africoid facial features, so they both had those features, meaning that he sees them as
he
2 different groups. Yeah.
I'm not sure if he differentiates them.
No, he's putting them into. He's saying that they're both of African.
That's like saying Nubians and Egyptians. Now, we're not saying he differentiating, saying they're not Africans, but why would, if he thought they was the same, why would he be saying 2 of them?
One of them might wear leopard skins, and one of them might wear something else. Shock, it's not a big deal.
But I'll get the direct quote. I'm not making it up. Like, for his stance is that they are different, and if we could spend the time, we could find him saying it on YouTube. And so I'm not just saying that that's his stance. I'll try to get a quote from him on that if we can't find it right now.
Can you read the first sentence again, Smash? Because you said Kushite and Nubian civilization, right?
Yeah.
So in a sense, I think what he said there and us, I think we were all in agreement. I mean, I didn't know that just me interjecting will lead to all this stuff, but I wasn't trying to challenge you or
no, we don't got nothing to talk about,
Shaka.
bro.
Yo, it's them who's interpreting what you're saying in a complete and total different. It's like, how do they derive from what you said with what they say? I don't get that. And even from reading the text, again, the text, it just clearly, they keep going back to the same thing, clearly exposing the same issue. Nobody is, I'm sorry, man. I'm just like, this is hard-headed. This is like, it's something else going on here outside of reading the text, bro.
There's something else, you know. I don't know if it's ego competition. It probably clicks, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, you know, I guess at one point, you know, you get so much knowledge, and if you start sharing the knowledge, maybe people feel some type of way. And, you know, I have my platform at the end of the day. I mean, I got disrespected by people over there, and it's like he was brushed off like it's nothing, you know what I'm saying? When I have guests here, I don't have people disrespect them in the chat, you know what I'm saying? And if my guest bring that up, you know, I will deal with that. I ain't gonna be like, oh, no, that ain't cool. But, you know, all these little things, you know, over time, then you realize, you know what I'm saying? It's just like the Chris Snakes dude, you know what I'm saying? You know, he's capping for Garfield, you know what I'm saying? Then you have the 5% dude, and I say, hey, you were Dagger Squad. No, he wasn't Dagger Squad. And the guy says, I was a founding member. And then he's still trying to talk, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, you have this stuff like that, but eventually you have a situation that makes it even clearer, you know what I'm saying?
It's almost like
it's almost like now they trying to say that it's them who was saying what you were saying. It's like
I
they
don't know,
flipped
man.
it all around, dog. And like,
I don't
what the?
know. But for the record, people may not catch it, but that's when I said I wasn't trying to challenge you. Hold on.
And us, I think so. So in a sense, I think what he said there and us, I think we were all in agreement. I mean, I didn't know that just me interjecting will lead to all this talk, but I wasn't trying to challenge you or
No, we
anything
don't
like
got
that.
nothing to talk about, bro. We just chilling. Like I'm just up on the late night. It ain't really no topic for this research.
Yeah. To me, it's more like a nervous laugh, like we're just chilling. You didn't sound like we were just chilling. You sound like you was looking for a fault. But hey, the next day he came up with
There
things
was some
something.
contention there. There was, and there was some contention by Pan African James too, because he said it out of his own mouth. So he didn't use the word contention, but he was like, "I don't see what the big deal is, Shaka." So there is like something going on. You didn't say it was a big deal, but you didn't say, "Hey, there's something." You didn't mean to challenge you. So I don't get. There's something going on there that, for some reason, in the end of this dialogue, they just couldn't keep it real about. And by the way, it's okay to have some contention. There's okay to have disagreement, but why don't you just debate? Why don't you just debate? But let's be clear: all these guys have a track record of not debating you on squat, Shaka. Let's just be clear about that. None of them debate you. None of them do, because that word debate, that makes something finite now. That makes something that have to stick. You got to pick an exact topic. You got to follow some exact rules. And I ain't talking about no HOK debate. Uh, clearly we're not talking about that. You got to have equal time, right? And you have to speak respectfully, so that you don't get to curse somebody out and stop the dialogue. Because when you don't use a neutral form of language, when you don't agree on a neutral form of language and how you're going to address each other, then when you get to insult people, that's just like quitting yourself, because you can't expect a person to continue a dialogue with you when you're using disrespectful language. So,
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
And and
hey
and
man,
and,
keep it
and, and
real.
it's it's a shame because which video was it when he said he knew me 20 years? Um,
I mean, it was the last one he made, or the one to the last. It was the last two.
oh yeah,
One
yeah,
of
yeah.
the
It's,
other.
yeah, it's the one before last when he cursed young Heru. He said, "I know him 20 years." Like so you know you know me that long. We stand more or less for the same thing. We represent Kemet, Maat, and then but there's some things you don't know everything. And the clicks, what I'm saying, the Butler Reggie, the Skyline Garfield, what I'm saying, and who knows who else, what I'm saying, but it is what it is,
I
I
know a
mean,
lot of
obviously.
people 20 years. I know some people 20 years. Some of them got great relationships with. Other ones I never liked for 20 years. Still know
Look,
their ass. It's
Tony,
like, what the
Tony,
fuck?
Tony Williams wrote, it's past information at this moment. Yeah, yeah, it is, but hey, it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping. I ain't losing sleep over it, man. Some people, said worse, towards me, like scam cheddar, put my
Shaka,
parents and my
it's
daughter
them.
in the
It's
mix.
Shaka. It's them that's missing out. It's them that's missing out, bro. Because you elevate the debate. You elevate the information. You see, you haven't remained stagnant, and you're not into friendship, scholarship. Uh, you're actually very thorough, and you take it serious, and you've been consistent over decades. You've been consistent, and if you don't respect that, then what the fuck do you respect?
Yeah,
I
and
don't get it. I don't get
it
it.
is, it is, and sometimes there's a saying people say sometimes you outgrow people, you know, and 2 decades is not minor. I mean, it's like 19 years and a few months, but broadly, it is 2 decades and 2 decades of my presence online. I was, reading also before that, but my presence online, yeah, 2 decades, it's quite a long time, and yeah, and then I try to keep it pushing, and I'm happy studying, formally at the university. You know what I'm saying? and it is what it is. But I mean, it's a shame. But people can see what's happening. I was quite surprised, at how Smash came up the last time in the chat saying you're a clown, this and all that, and then when it's time to state his stance about the dude who's publicly defending the child molester, he couldn't say anything. Uh, that's that's unfortunate. But anyway, bro, man, it's been
Yeah.
6 hours, man. I
But
did not really plan
Shaka,
on playing that Smash thing, but yeah, go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to say, you live in France. Uh, France is not the same as living in Kemet, or Africa, or in the region of Kemet, Nubia, Sudan, which are the topics. Or, by the way, even Canaan, Palestine. It's not the same. Smash, you don't live in Sudan. You don't live in Nubia. You don't live in Kemet. You don't live in Palestine, Canaan, right? And this goes for everybody else, right? I don't either. Uh, all these people we want to point out and talk to, we all have to point that same thing out. So at the end of the day, you will never be at the end of this truth more than someone that has equal access to information that comes from this region, because these people will be digging up things that you will get 10 years later after them. They might even be having another conversation right now that you don't know nothing about, that's real, that's important, that is to the science, to the history of man. You see what I mean? So let's just get off our high horse, calm down a little bit, get reasonable. It's not that deep. You ain't gonna lose a biscuit. You're not gonna lose anything. You have nothing to lose by just chilling the fuck out and keeping it real. You don't have to shoot nobody. You ain't got to diss nobody's mama. You don't have to point out any of that shit, because it just doesn't. Oh, where somebody comes from, none of it matters. None of it matter. It just don't matter, dude. And I'm just so sorry to see our so-called people continue to want to. And by the way, it ain't all African Americans, and it's not all African Americans discussing this stuff.
I know that
But
very
this,
well.
yeah, but this group need to, they need to start cleaning that up and getting down with, just get past the curve and get real
you know,
about it. Yeah.
I don't even have any expectation from those guys. I mean, if they clean that up, then it's good. You know what I'm saying? If they don't, I know where they stand, so I'm like, okay, I'll keep it pushing. Um, but I must admit, when you know people for quite a long time, it is surprising when they come at you like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway,
Yo, Sean, I'm from Washington D.C., born and raised. You know, my pop's family is actually from U Street, from the Shaw District, uptown in U Street. I grew up on the east side of the city, Anacostia and Northeast D.C., like near the RFK Stadium. The east side, Capitol Hill East is what they call it. You know what I'm saying? And I left my own city because I loved the music and got a chance to do some music in other cities. And when I moved to New York, I started meeting people from other cities, in other parts of the world, and started traveling the world. And when I started traveling the world, but even in DC, man, I knew a lot of Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Nigerians, Senegalese, Somalis. DC has one of the biggest population, has, I think, even still today, the biggest population of East Africans outside of Africa, brother. You see what I mean? So I always got to learn things. And there's things you learn not just through debating. You learn things about people not through debating history only. You learn things about how they are by your interactions with you, how they treat you. You see what I mean? That's so important. And I've lived around the world. I know so many Somalis and so many Eritreans, so many Ethiopians, so many Africans. You see what I mean? And it just it's just, you know, it just helps me stay healthy about this, to know that we always have so much to learn from them too on this topic. You see what I mean? Because it's not just about debating what somebody wrote down in a book. You can see the words on somebody's body through the clothes they wear, through how they do their hair, through listening to their language. There are other languages. There's so many. Africa got 2,000 languages. You see what I'm saying? It's got more ethnicities and more languages than there anywhere else in the world. You see what I mean? Like, we have to be mindful of that when we discuss these topics, bro. Like, seriously. And I'm just like, I'm just saying, you outgrow people, Shaka. You've outgrown a lot of these people. But what I could say is that some of them I still like. SETI, I don't never agree with everything SETI say. And I still don't, but I respect SETI. I respect his grind, and I respect the information. He's like, to me, he's like a wizard when it comes to going through religion versus historical text, through all these different elements, even some cultural things. He's like a wizard in that sense. But I've never, even though I don't agree with everything SETI says, I've never had animosity towards him. I never had to curse him out. I never had to talk about his mother. I never had to do any of those things. And he's never had to do that to me. He's never had to do that. Has he done that to you, Shaka?
No.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And
But
so
that's
there
that's
are
why I'm sorry, but
there,
that's why I gave him props quite regularly and stated that in 2008 he was representing for Kemet, and he was getting the hate, the backlash from all these Abrahamic people. And back then we didn't have the live stream, so people could not really express their support like that in real time. They would express their support in the comments and stuff like that. So the HOK, they kind of isolated him. You know what I'm saying? But he's there doing his thing, man.
yeah, and he's never been a xenophobe. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no,
He's never
never.
promoted
I
this
never heard him
xenophobic
being
agenda.
xenophobic. No.
You know what I'm saying? He's been to Africa. You see what I mean? I mean, he's been there to look at some things. He hasn't gone as much as he wants, but he's been there. He's been to Egypt. He's been to Ethiopia. He's seen with his eyes. And so, I just want to say some of this stuff, what we call conscious community. Some people, like SETI, they are real. They committed to the scholarship. They committed to learning, and they will have the same challenges as anybody else, being able to continue to grow with it, right? But then there's a lot that just we got to simply say we've grown and moved past them. They're not growing up. They're not being respectful. They're not challenging themselves to grow up, you know.
They're
And
more
so,
they're
and when
more
that
worried about
happens,
fitting in with their clique, and
yeah, and to that, it's just like, come on, man. I'm not down with that. I can't. We don't need to belittle the this kind of the importance of these dialogues. We don't need to belittle them. So it can't be cliquish. It can't be disrespectful. And it needs to, not if it's going to grow, and not if it's going to do any of us any good. So yeah, on that note, Shaka, I'm out, bro. Thanks for the dialogue.
yeah,
And
thank you, bro.
again, thanks for doing the hard work.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody else that's on the panel. We have regular people. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind the numbers. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind. I know that in July there's going to be a shift. And I like real people, man. Because some people are real fakes, man. They just pretend. You don't have to pretend that you like somebody, and only that later on you're gonna find out the person was hating on you. But it's okay, man. So I'm going to make my closing remarks, but I'm going to put the outro. I'm just going to end the live stream after my closing remarks. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the next channel, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue or state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you know better, you will do better. And there was another one that was mentioned in the video. Somebody suggested that I used it. What was it? Danny Williams, do you remember what it was? was it? I try to remember it. What's the saying? So let me go look at the chat here. Yeah, if you don't think right, you won't act right. Or I may say, if you think right, you will act right. You know, I'll think of it. You know, but I have to try to remember. There's two editions now. There's if you know better, you will do better, and if you don't act right, I'm sorry, if you don't think right, you won't act right. So thank you very much. I appreciate the support, brothers and sisters. Remember, though, I really don't mind if people want to make a donation. You have the super chat, you have the super sticker, you even have the thanks button on the videos, and you do have the Cash App and the PayPal. And you can share the videos if you like. You can just hit the like button. You can just type a comment, even if it's 3 letters, like HTTP, for example. If you want to type a sentence or a paragraph, I don't mind. But all these things help with the algorithm, even without spending any money. The mere fact that you, brothers and sisters, will hit the like button and that you will leave a comment, it does help. All right. So, peace.